June of 2019 is when this case takes place. A Chinese couple in their early 30s, they take this little vacation in a national park in Thailand. This is kind of pertinent to the story, but the couple, they're Chinese citizens, but they live in Thailand full time. But even within Thailand, they're like, let's take a mini vacation to a different part of Thailand to go visit this national park. We're going to be staying at a hotel. It's going to be nice, like a weekend getaway of sorts. So they live in Thailand. They speak Thai to a degree. This is very pertinent to the story. Husband and wife duo, they're expecting a baby on the way. The wife is actually 3 months pregnant. This is kind of like a cute little, let's just take our mind off of all the stress that we have going on and just enjoy nature. Now, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like with Chinese couples in particular, there is this level of extreme protectiveness over the mother, like over pregnant woman. It's just kind of embedded in the culture, at least from what I've seen, what I've perceived. Usually everything down to what the mom drinks or eats has to be deemed not even just healthy, but more than healthy. They're told to not even leave the house or even shower a full month after giving birth because it's bad for their immune systems. I don't know how many people still follow these traditions, but I get the feeling that there is a level of like, oh no, like the husband is very catering to the wife, babying the wife. So just imagine how frantic this husband is when his pregnant wife falls off a 100-foot cliff while they're vacationing at this national park. 110 feet, that's equivalent to an 11-story building. Ambulances rush to the scene. The husband is freaking out. I mean, he's screaming to get past these first responders who are trying to save his wife's life, you know? He's running, trying to grab her hand. He's crying out to them in Thai, like shaking the first responders. You have to do something. You have to do something. My wife wandered out alone and she fell. Oh my God, please, you have to save my wife. She's pregnant. And they're like, okay, like let us do our job. He's like so distraught. There's no way to even calm him down. He's running his hands through his hair. He just keeps screaming in broken Thai, please, you have to help my wife. He's got tears streaming down his face. And at one point, he's just frantically holding onto his wife's hand and he leans in close to her face. He's like running his hands across her cheeks.
She's still alive?
She's still alive. She's conscious. Oh. She can't talk. She can't move, but she's conscious. She's like in a state of shock. And he's running his hands across her face, across her cheeks, and he whispers in Mandarin, so no one else can understand him, but this is like their language that they share together. And he whispers, no one else understands Mandarin here. There are no cameras on the cliff. If you don't want to die, you better behave. The wife is laying on the stretcher, unable to speak, unable to move, and she's looking at her husband. His face looks like the face of pure evil. It's filled with burning hatred and anger. And almost immediately, it's like he snaps out of it. His eyes soften back up and he looks back up at the first responders and begs them again in broken Thai to save his precious wife. And he screams about how he will die without his wife. Full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. This is another case that centers around a Chinese couple. They're Chinese citizens. Most of the sources that we found were in Mandarin. So we did have the support of our wonderful Chinese researchers on this case. But as always, let us know if anything was lost in translation or miscommunicated. But with that being said, let's get into it. The wife, Ning, N-I-N-G is her name, had 17 bone fractures throughout her entire body. Yeah, well, even her eyes were at risk since the skin around her eyes had lifted. I've never heard of that before, but they were really scared that they weren't going to be able to save her vision. Thankfully, they were able to. Every part of this woman's body was like a fragile, broken piece of glass that doctors are struggling to piece back together. They even showed her own x-rays while she was laying motionless on the hospital bed, and she looked like if someone had taken a porcelain vase and threw it at the wall, like chucked it at the wall, and it scattered and shattered into like a bajillion different small pieces, and now they have to like glue it back together. Every part of her body was basically fractured and shattered. She was lucky to be alive. That's what the doctors kept telling her. Because she's in such a fragile state, because she's expecting a child, she's hooked up to several different machines that are providing life-saving care. She's in and out of consciousness. For the first few days, she couldn't even speak. I don't know if it was the shock. I don't know if it was all the tubes running in and out of her body. She could not speak. She did not have the ability to talk. She's in and out of consciousness, and it's like a fever dream. It's like a nightmare, really. Every time she woke up, she would panic. She's like thinking, oh my God, where am I? Then she would look around, see all these scary tubes and wires connected to her body, and then she would remember. All the memories would start flooding in. She was at the hospital. She had fallen off a cliff. And just as she calmed herself down, she would glance around the hospital room, and right there in the corner is her husband, Yu, and her heart rate would send the machines beeping. He was still there. He was still watching her. He was almost glaring at her from the corner of the room. Sometimes he would walk up to her while she's laying strapped up in this hospital bed, run his fingers through her hair, and his face just showed like utter hatred for her. I don't know if I've ever been looked at like with that type of face, but I can only imagine it's so unsettling. Like genuinely, someone hates you so much for whatever reason. She didn't even understand who this man was. This didn't feel like her husband, or at least not the husband that she had known for years. It's like he was possessed by evil, possessed by like a killer or something. Since Ning was unable to move or talk, she spent most of her days just reliving the incident over and over in her mind as she's staring up at this hospital ceiling. It all took place June of 2019. Yu had asked his wife Ning to go to a national park in Thailand. And she was a little hesitant because when you hear national park, you're thinking, that sounds like a strenuous activity. Like I am 3 months pregnant. I don't know if I should be hiking up and down a mountain right now, right? Yu told her, of course, I considered that. Like, it's not that intense. I made sure to look up reviews. There's a trail and everything is going to be perfect. I've planned it to a T. Like, don't you want to get out and get some fresh oxygen for the baby too? Not only are you not going to be exhausted, but this is going to be a much needed vacation from all of the work stress, all of the stress of prepping for this baby. And it's going to be fun. It's like going to be a reset for our family. But when they get to the national park, everything is just going the wrong way. Literally everything is going wrong for the couple. So usually this park is filled to the brim with visitors and tourists. And when they arrived the first day, it was jam-packed, which kind of adds to a sense of like easiness, you know? It's a sense of ease. Imagine being out in the wooded cliffs alone. I feel like I would prefer if it's packed with tourists.
Yeah.
Even though they're strangers, it's just like, oh, okay, at least I know a lot of people come here. But every minute, it felt like someone is physically dragging the sun down. The gloom started taking over. There was this gray, blurry tint to everything. And before the couple knew it, all the other visitors, all the other tourists had gone home. And Ning is looking around. She's starting to feel a bit nervous. Like, what if there's some sort of animal or predator out in the woods, like by the cliffside? And she turns to her husband. Hey, I know you planned this all out, but do you think we should start heading back soon? Like, what if it rains or something? It's getting really cloudy. Yu insisted everything was going to be fine. He's like, no, it's going to be better than fine. Actually, it'll be even more romantic since it's just the two of us enjoying the view alone. He practically skipped higher up to the mountain, to the cliffside, and Ning is wondering, what has gotten into my husband? This is the guy that for years, he has been petrified of heights. But now he's going over willingly to the cliff's edge, not even like looking down, just soaking in the views, the surroundings. She's so confused. And she's so relieved when he finally suggests, you know what? I think we should head back to the hotel now. But before the weekend was over, just a day later, he's like, hey, you want to go to the national park again? She's like, again? We went, we saw everything there was to see. And he's like, no, I was looking online and actually they said that it's the best when we go during sunrise. There's even like this secret local spot to get the best views of the sun rising amongst the mountains. It's just incredible. Like, when else are we going to have the time to see this type of thing? When else are we going to come all the way over here? When we have a baby, it's going to be so rough. We're not going to be able to travel anywhere for at least a few years, right? At first she's a little hesitant, but she'd already been there. She already kind of knew the vibe. Maybe it wouldn't be too bad. And the views were pretty, even though it was gloomy. So maybe it would be more incredible during dawn. So the next day at 3:30 a.m., the couple check out of their hotel and make their way to the top of the mountain. Ning noticed that her husband was in a rather pensive mood. I mean, maybe it's like the fact that they're hiking up a cliffside before the sun rises. Maybe that's adding to it. Or maybe it's being alone with nature. But he turns to his wife and is like asking all these pensive questions. Like, in this lifetime, babe, do you have any regrets? It's so random, but she's thinking, okay, I mean, it makes sense. It's the type of conversation maybe couples have when they're hiking. So she genuinely thinks about it for a moment. She has a beyond successful career. Her husband is working really hard recently to make their home feel ready for their baby. It's cliche, but yeah, there's things that she maybe regrets a little bit, but she would never redo anything. So she smiles and she says, no, I don't think so. No regrets. And he just smiles at her and he takes the lead. He climbs higher and higher up the mountain. And once they get really high, I'm talking like 100 feet off the ground, up in the mountain, like the cliffside mountain, Yu starts pointing towards the cliff edge, saying that he read online that this is the specific spot that locals, it's like a secret spot for locals for sunrises. It's the best view. He even said that there's paintings left behind from ancient civilizations from thousands of years ago, kind of tracked because a lot of this national park has these guided pathways and these beautifully preserved relics from the past. And then he's saying this is one that isn't preserved. It's just been left in the open because nobody really knows about it except for a few locals, and they posted about it online.
Like, where is it? I'm so confused.
Literally on the cliff's edge.
Like, outside of the cliff?
Like, this is the mountain, right? There's a mountain.
Yes.
They're on the mountain 100 feet in the air.
Yeah.
And he's like, right at the cliff on the ground near the very edge, there's these paintings.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're like getting degraded through the weather. So
Yes.
who knows how long this will last.
So he's saying go stand by the cliff, poke your head out, and you're going to see this beautiful art.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Ning is like, okay, let me go. And Yu is going first, right? So Ning walks towards the area and she wasn't expecting to go all the way up to the cliff's edge since they had walked off the designated trail already, but they're about 3 feet away from the cliff's edge when she looks around and she's like, wait, I don't see any of the drawings that you're talking about. And it doesn't really look like people come here. There's no even footmarks or some sort of eroded pathway. There's nothing. I think we should go back to the trail. She's like, I feel like this is a little dangerous. Yu ignores her and completely just ignores her completely and keeps walking towards the cliff's edge. And she's shocked once again because this is her husband who is known to have acrophobia. And trust me, as someone who is beyond terrified of heights, you will never catch me doing this, even if the view is spectacular. You will never catch me just like gallivanting towards the cliff's edge, especially if there's no railing. Like, you will never see that in a million years. And Ning is so worried about her own husband. She keeps begging him, like, hey, babe, like, let's walk back to the trail. Let's go, let's go. But he just keeps going. She has no choice but to chase after him. And abruptly, he just stops near the cliff's edge. He's looking up at the sky, taking in the views. She's like, what is come over this guy? Like, what is going on? Is he pensive? What is he thinking about? And she looks up and she has to admit the view is incredible. The sun is casting this orange hue on everything, and the air felt crisp, even for a hot June day in Thailand, because they were so high up. It felt so fresh. She was kind of running, but now she's slowing down and just slowly walking up behind him while admiring the sunrise. And when she gets close, her husband turns around, hugs her tightly, kisses her on the cheek, and she's like, smiling, you know? This moment right here is a moment that she would remember for the rest of her life. The two of them hugging in the glow of the sunrise on the mountainside cliff in Thailand. Like, yeah, their marriage had its ups and downs, but this is what love is about. This is a core memory for them. And her husband nestled his face into her hair and then brushed his lips on her ear. And he said, go die. And pushed his 3-month pregnant wife off a 110-foot tall cliff with all his strength.
He said, go die?
He said, go die. He kissed her on the cheek and said, go die. This was the scene that Ning would play over and over in her mind while laying in that hospital bed, unable to speak, unable to leave. She just laid there staring at her husband, who sat in the corner of the room, staring at her with just pure evil disgust on his face. And then she would hear the door open to the room because she's in the ICU. She's got her own room. A nurse would come in and it's like a switch had been flipped. His face would immediately soften, and he would go from being this evil guard of hell in the corner of her room to this loving husband who would ask about his wife's condition and if their baby was okay. And if there is absolutely anything that he can do for his wife, please just let him know. Ning would try to communicate to the nurses with just her eyes, like, I'm terrified. My husband is the one that pushed me off the cliff. Like, something is wrong. You have to help me. You need him to leave. Like, please get him out of here. He's gonna try and kill me again. But each time the nurses would smile at her and tell her, you're so lucky to have a husband like this. You're so lucky he's with you by your side. And don't worry, we're gonna get you out of here. You're gonna recover nice and well, and you get to go home with your husband, and everything will be okay. The nurses had no idea that Yu would try to unplug Ning's life assistant devices while in the hospital. He straight up tried to unplug her to silence her once and for all. What's so crazy about this case is that Ning really didn't see any of this coming. It's not like her husband ever beat her. It's not like her husband ever threatened to kill her or did any of these crazy, crazy things. I mean, they kind of had the perfect relationship before he pushed her off a cliff.
Wow.
Okay, maybe it wasn't like exactly perfect. There was a little bit of weirdness or a little bit of ups and downs. I mean, especially now that she had a lot of time to think about their relationship while she's in this hospital bed. One of the main things was she never even wanted to date Yu in the first place. Literally, Ning did not have time to spend with friends, let alone a relationship, a boyfriend. She had basically not known a single day of rest and peace since the day that she had been born. I'm not even sure if ambitious is the right word to describe her. She was more unstoppable than anything. Like, she had the ambition, she had the drive. And from the moment that she graduated university with a major in business development, I mean, this woman hits the ground running. She tried working at an insurance company, a travel agency. She went from an assistant in the travel agency to an operations manager in record time. Even got relocated to Thailand for the travel agency. She wasn't even just sent to Thailand, like, hey, go work at our Thailand branch, right? No, she was tasked with opening up the agency's market in Thailand. Basically building it from scratch in a foreign country where she doesn't speak the language. Like, I feel like I'd be terrified to see this woman's Google Calendar. Like, I bet there is not a single bit of white space for her to relax. Just appointments, meetings, back to back. She would eventually quit the travel agency to start her own business. She would try a bunch of different things and, you know, there would be failures. She tried a dried fruit business. She lost about $30,000 from that. Then she tried a trading business, which kind of took off. Then it evolved into a Chinese restaurant and a homestay location for Chinese citizens to come stay in Thailand. And in the off chance, in the rare chance that she had some free time, she was just like head deep in a Thai language learning book. So she's putting her roots down in Thailand. She's starting her businesses here. And she's thinking, yeah, I better learn the freaking language. It said that every single night early on in her career, so like most of her 20s, she only got 3 to 4 hours of sleep. She was focused, dedicated to making a name for herself. Every single day of her 20s was spent working her ass off, and it paid off. By the time that she hit her milestone, her 30th birthday, she was successful. She had a net worth of over $3 million. I mean, she's killing it. She was a huge influence in the Chinese community in Thailand. A lot of Chinese citizens who would do business in Thailand or visit Thailand, they would rub shoulders with Ning. She was kind of the know-all be-all to Thailand. And you would think that her parents are like, you know what? I'm so proud of you. I could never ask for a better daughter. But they were also like, okay, great. Why do you not have a boyfriend? Oh, I don't know, Mom. Maybe it's the fact that I spent like 120 hours a week on my business for the past decade. And Ning would ignore her parents. But I mean, yeah, sometimes she could feel it. She feels a little lonely. Sometimes her house feels a little empty and like maybe it is time to date. So prior to moving to Thailand, basically in college, she had 2 boyfriends. That's it. She hadn't dated in like the past decade, over a decade. And ever since then, she's just focused on work, nothing else. The term boyfriend, like the idea of calling someone, oh, that's my boyfriend, it sounded so foreign to her. She's like, that is weird. She didn't even realize when someone was flirting with her. So during these networking events, men would try and come and make small talk with Ning, maybe slowly drop some cute little jokes here and there, and Ning would just be straight-faced. She's not even entertaining it. She thinks something is wrong with these people. This is a work event. Why are we talking about the weather? Sometimes they would ask her out for a cup of coffee and she would show up with like a briefcase full of business proposals. And they're like, oh, I just wanted to get to know you. And she's like, yeah, well, you can get to know my business. Yeah, she was really, really intense. Like, she was so focused on work. She literally forgot how to date. And then May of 2017, at one of these networking events in Thailand, which, like I said, there's a strong Chinese community there, so a lot of Chinese people there, Ning is introduced to a man named Yu. He's also a Chinese citizen. But like I said, a lot of her business circle are Chinese expats, so nothing too crazy. But the minute that he opens his mouth, she's like, wait a freaking minute. You're from Nanjing. Right? So in China, every town and city basically has their own dialect of sorts. So in Shanghai, people speak Mandarin. Well, most people speak Mandarin or Shanghainese. But just because you speak Mandarin doesn't mean you speak Shanghainese. So a lot of Chinese people, at least from my personal observation with my husband being Chinese, I feel like there is a closer bond as expats. Like in the US, when he meets someone that's Chinese, he's like, oh, you're Chinese, cool. He meets someone who speaks Shanghainese, he's like, oh my gosh, you are my best friend. We were separated at birth. I'm like, what's going on? So imagine finding out while abroad that someone is from the same hometown as you and speaks the same exact dialect as you. It's this nice, comfortable feeling, you know? You feel closer to them without knowing anything about them. You're like, I feel like I've known you my whole life, even though you just met them. And he opens up his mouth and he's speaking the dialect that's native to Nanjing. I mean, what are the odds? She's so happy. She's like, this is so freaking wild. It's a piece of home. It was a brief spark. And when he continues to try and carry on the conversation, she's like, okay, I'm over it. This has nothing to do with work, so bye. And he's like, what just happened? She was so excited that I spoke the same dialect. And then all of a sudden she's back to being cold, back to being all about business. He's so confused. She's checked out. She's not getting the hint that he's into her. He even tried adding her as a friend on WeChat, and she comes home and she sees it on her phone, and she's like, what could he possibly want to talk to me about? We're not even in the same industry. Reject.
What?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, adding someone as a WeChat friend is like adding someone as a Facebook friend or like accepting a follower on Instagram. It's not like you're giving them your social security number. It's a pretty standard thing. Yeah. So she just rejects him, and it only makes him more curious. He's like, I have never met a woman like this. This is insane. Like, she's so blunt. She's so laser focused on work. And you know that one idea that's like going around on TikTok, the more passionate someone is about something, the more attractive and charismatic they are? That was what was happening. You cannot stop thinking about her. Now, I don't know how someone would react to what he does next, but I guess it really depends person to person. Make your own personal judgment. Yu literally does not give up. He keeps trying to ask for her contact until she finally caves in. And the second that he gets that notification that Ning finally accepted him on WeChat, he's all in. He's actively pursuing her. It's like his new life mission is to pursue this woman. He would beg her to go out to eat with him. He would fight to pay the bill. He would take her to Thai lessons together so that they could both learn Thai. Sometimes when she was missing home, he would drive miles out to these random markets to buy supplies to cook her a nostalgic home-cooked meal that reminded her of Nanjing. You know, at first glance, he's not a bad guy. He's responsible. He's very caring. He's financially independent. He's said to have almost this calming aura about him. Like, just seems very calm. Like, when you're with him, you feel very well taken care of. Like, if you guys are outside, something goes wrong, he's the type of person to take charge and figure out a solution. But in terms of personality, they were complete opposites. Oh my God, beyond that. Like, Yu was this hopeless romantic.
Really?
Yeah, there were like a few key moments early in their relationship that set the tone for their marriage. And Ning is like, what have I gotten myself into? This is crazy. Maybe it's hindsight. Maybe it's love bombing. It's hard to say. But now looking back, it's a little creepy. So Ning remembered very early on in their relationship. This is at a phase where she didn't even feel like this is a serious relationship. They'd been dating for like a month. She wakes up one morning to one of the longest messages she had ever received from a single human being. It was a message from Yu. And at the time, it felt like him professing his love, some sort of confessional. But now in hindsight, she's like, it's a deranged letter. I mean, just imagine waking up one morning to a long message from the guy that you're casually dating. And this is what it reads.
1 month, you said.
1 month. And side note, this is shortened for clarity, but it's a very long message. It starts. Every man imagines their ideal partner. Let me tell you about mine. I prefer a Southern woman's petite figure. I hope my future partner is beautiful and has a good body figure. She would have long hair, a gentle personality, good morals, and be independent, bright, and cheerful. Because I don't have the best cultural background, I hope my other half has a better education than me so that she can guide our future child. She would also be sensible, well-mannered, and have a career. Meeting you is like love at first sight, and I want to grow old with you. Fate has brought us together. Many people would get together because of their age and from family pressure, and under these circumstances, they get forced to be married, but none of them are happy. What I look for in a marriage is pure love. And after I met you, I didn't just like you. I didn't want to just date you and have a relationship with you. I want to take care of you for the rest of my life. I want to share your pain and your sorrows. If possible, allow me to face all of your hardships. If I start a relationship with you, there will be a happy ending. We can have our own family, have our own kids. We can teach them to be good people. If we have a boy, he can learn martial arts, work out, and become a caring man like me. If we have a girl, we will treat her like a princess. And when she grows up, she can find a man that loves her as much as I love you. Oh yeah, because that's like every girl's life purpose, okay? Now that you have me, everything is different. You are no longer alone. You will never be lonely again. All the darkness and pain will go away because of me. After we've become a family, all of this will go away, and this life will be filled with happiness. Our careers will continue to prosper, and we will work hard together and generate wealth for our family. We will have a better life. Let our parents retire with better conditions and provide our children with better learning environments and a better place to grow up, and let them just see the world. And when we grow old, it doesn't matter where we are. China, Bangkok, Europe, no matter the place, you and I will be inseparable. Yeah. So you must believe our meeting was just a coincidence, but I believe it's fate. I hope you can accept my love, hold my hand, and start a new chapter in life. Okay, you know that feeling when one person is way more into a relationship than the other, and you read this message from a guy that you're like kind of lukewarm about? You're just like, whoa, that's a lot. Like, that is a lot to wake up to. Like, imagine, because you check your phone before you even brush your teeth, your eyes are barely open, and you're trying to read this long message. You're like, it's not that serious. It's really just not that serious. I feel like I would need to brush my teeth, wash my face, down a cup of coffee, sit on the couch, and reread this 3 more times to really even grasp what the hell he's even trying to say right now. Like, why is he even sending this message in the middle of the night when I'm dead asleep? It's so random. It's so out of nowhere. We're not even that serious yet. But Ning does not have that type of time. So she quickly skims through the message. She gets ready for work, swings open her front door, and she screams like, oh my God, you scared me. At her front door is you. I've been here the whole night since I sent that message.
Whoa.
You what? When I was writing that message, I was thinking about you, and it made me miss you, and I couldn't fall back asleep. So I came here, but then I realized that you're probably asleep, and I didn't want to wake you up because then it would ruin your sleep. So I've just been standing here waiting for you to wake up. For hours, he just stood in front of her front door. And Ning was kind of confused on how to feel about it. Like, on one hand, it's very jarring and maybe even a little bit creepy. But on the other hand, I guess it's kind of romantic. And you have to remember, she hasn't really dated much in her life. She's thinking, maybe this is how all hopeless romantics are. Like, maybe they genuinely see themselves in some sort of like movie. And I think the deciding factor for Ning to feel like it was more romantic than creepy was, context. You had always been this hopeless romantic, like, since the moment that they met. He's even said so himself, like, I have this very idealistic vision of love. I mean, she could feel it from the moment that they started talking. The way that he talked about marriage, the way that he talked about all of this, it's like he's in his own little romance novel and he's Prince Charming. And for her, it was kind of endearing. In a sense, like, she's thinking, if I was with someone that was like me, we would never even work out because we would never talk to each other. We would both be so much into our own work and our own worlds. We would not even be able to maintain this relationship. But since he's the total opposite, he's the glue that keeps them talking. Otherwise, she would never reach out to him, right? So he's like, well, since I'm here, do you want to go to the beach? They go to the beach and he rents 2 small horses. I have a picture of this. And they ride as the sun comes up. It was like a Prince Charming moment. And at one point, as the sun is coming up, just like across the horizon, he gets down from his horse and he stands next to her. And you hear the waves crashing behind him. And he looks into Ning's eyes and said, I can be your Prince Charming.
Okay, but he didn't propose, right?
No.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah. So within 2 months of dating, this is, he's about to propose, so.
2 months?
Yeah. So within 2 months of dating, this is all unfolding within 2 months. Like she had just met the man 2.5 months ago. They started dating officially like 2 weeks into meeting, and it's been 2 months of having this, what she perceived as a pretty casual relationship. The two of them are enjoying this nice little Saturday evening dinner, just being in each other's company, when you all of a sudden is like, we should get married. And she's like, what? You're joking, right? Like, that's crazy. No, I know I love you and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Like, what is the point in waiting now? We're both in our 30s. I mean, we're both of age. What are we waiting for? And Ning is kind of laughing because she's thinking he's joking. He's crazy. This is crazy. But he keeps insisting. And she tries to reason with him. Well, no, like you haven't even met my parents. My parents would be so upset if I got married to someone and they didn't even approve of him. I can't just get married out of nowhere. And he tries to convince her that they can just get married first and tell the parents later. They're both independent. They're both successful. They're both of age. Like they're not even like 18. They're in their 30s. This shouldn't be something that parents need to be involved in. I mean, which I can partly agree with, but it's the fact that that's what she wants to do. You should respect it. Even if you feel like the tradition is not your vibe, still respect it. You just kept saying how he's certain about this love. He's certain about the way that he feels about her. He's never felt this way about anyone else before. And honestly, Ning is like, what is going on? Like, this is so unbelievable. I don't even know if he's being serious right now. And she just keeps telling him, you're crazy. Like, you're crazy. This is crazy. I can't do this. No. Okay. How about this? We go to the courthouse tomorrow. It's Sunday. Courthouses are almost always closed on Sundays. When's the last time you ever saw a courthouse open on a Sunday, right? Right. We go, and if they're open, that means we're destined to be married tomorrow. If they're closed, fine. We'll come back home, eat a meal, take it slow.
What kind of a stupid
Yeah.
idea is that?
Yeah.
Like, he must research this beforehand.
Yeah. And Ning is looking at him like he's crazy, but it's so stupid, she doesn't take it seriously.
Okay.
Because-
so she basically got tricked.
Yes, because I mean, I would imagine I'd be like, that's so stupid. Yeah, okay, fine. Let's go to the courthouse tomorrow. It's not going to be open, and then we'll probably go get lunch, and then I'll go to work after. Like, that's what she's thinking. No courthouse is open on Sundays. So the next morning, she still thinks that he's just trying to be cute and she's just playing along, entertaining him. She gets ready for the day. She doesn't even get ready for the courthouse specifically. She gets ready for her day, goes to the courthouse, and they're freaking open. I mean, most likely he paid someone to keep it open or something, right? Yeah. And at this point, she was so surprised, she started believing it was fate. She talked herself into it. She's like, you know what? This is so absurd and so crazy. Maybe it's a sign. Because, again, when was the last time a courthouse is open on a Sunday? Like, this is marbles, nuts. So, okay, fine. Let's get married. We're going to probably get married anyway. She's thinking, let's do it. Okay, some context to remember is that Ning is in her 30s. The way that she's approaching this relationship is not, let me just date around.
Yeah, so how I see is like if she's Chinese at that point, she's probably getting pressured every single day by the parents. Like when are you getting married? Where's my grandkid? And then she probably have that social pressure of, oh, I need to have a kid now. I need to get married now. She feels like her time's running out. That might have pushed her to just, okay, maybe this guy is it.
Yeah, and I think the logic was, I mean, we're already talking about getting married eventually anyway. I'm not getting any younger. He's not either. We'll just get married now. And it was just kind of a cute moment too. It was romantic. Like, think about it. You're like making a bet. Hey, if the courthouse is open, like what are the odds? And then you go there and it's open. There might be some adrenaline running. Like, oh my God, this is crazy. And that feels like it should be. It's meant to be. Mm-hmm. Like they already had the plans for the rest of their lives together. So that day, no ring, no wedding, no honeymoon, no parents knowing, they get married. And in the moment, It felt romantic. It just felt like two people with no stress of having this big, luxurious wedding. It was just love, right? They signed that marriage certificate and everything flipped upside down. An immediate 180. You went from being a romantic, hopeless romantic to an evil husband straight out of one of those K-dramas. Okay, well, I don't want to say evil, more like a deadbeat husband. Like the epitome of a useless husband. So I don't know if I can say evil. He's not hitting her. He's not cheating on her, at least that we know of. But he's just so gross. Like, it just made her so confused. The day after they signed their marriage papers, so normally when they would spend the night at each other's places, they would both jump up in the morning, ready to get washed up, both tackle their to-do list. Like, they were both on the same page of ambition and having that really intense work ethic. But the day after, alarms go off, Yu stays in bed. He rolls over, grabs his phone, and starts playing phone games, like mobile phone games. And she's like, okay, that's weird. He's never done that before. I've actually never even seen him play a phone game in my life. I didn't even know that he was into phone games. But she finishes getting ready. He's still playing phone games. She makes breakfast. He comes out to eat, goes right back to playing mobile games. And she's like, what is going on? Okay, maybe he has an off day today. She goes out to work, comes home. He's still in bed playing mobile games.
Huh.
Mobile games. I sound like a boomer playing games, okay? And she's like, what is going on? Like, what the hell came over this guy? She's so confused. She's not trying to raise a boy, though. So every single day, she would get up and do her things. And it was like every day she'd come home still like, oh, I'm sure today is the day that he goes back to being normal. But no, still playing games in bed.
So what's going on? So he married her for her money?
It seems like it. To do nothing. Just lay in bed. Yeah, he wouldn't even leave the house. All he used to talk about was his budding company, how he wanted to be the CEO, how he had all these visions of these different endeavors, his future dreams, all of that. And now all he does is play phone games. And she's like, the man that I used to know, or I thought I knew, just dissipated into thin air. Now he's like a full-blown deadbeat husband. He was living under her roof, relying on her financially. He was a leech. He was just sucking her dry of energy, love, compassion, and money. Not only did he take advantage of her financially, but his loving attitude towards her, gone out the window. So remember how Ning opens a Chinese restaurant. Mm-hmm. So she's just the owner. She doesn't really go in unless they need someone, unless someone cancels, calls out of their shift, or it's like peak hours and they're understaffed. Now, he used to come over and help her out when it got really busy, or if the employees called out. He would go, he would put on an apron, he would just do everything. And she would look at him like, wow, he really is something, right? But now she would get called in during peak hours. She'd be like, let's go, come on, get up. Like, you need to do something with your life. He would drag his feet to the restaurant, plop down on one of the customer chairs.
No.
Eat food for free and play on his phone.
Wow.
And she's getting so frustrated because, you know what? Like, there's only so much you can nag someone before you're like, I don't even have the energy to nag anymore. Like, I genuinely don't. He would watch her clean tables, take in orders. He did nothing to help, not a single thing. Employees said that the worst thing was one time Ning was carrying a ton of stuff from the stock room. She's walking down the stairs, accidentally slips and falls, tumbles all the way from the top of the staircase to the bottom of the staircase. Obviously, this type of thing doesn't happen quietly. It's like a series of really loud thuds and bangs back to back. She's probably screaming. Employees are probably like, oh my God, what happened, right? They look over at the husband thinking, okay, like, your wife just tumbled down the stairs. He looks up from his phone, verifies that his wife is not bleeding out dead on the bottom of the stairs, and goes back to his phone. Wow. Doesn't even pretend to care. Not even a meaningless, are you good? Not even that. Not even that. I mean, that would be a problem, but not even that. Like, no reaction. Employees rush to Ning's side and they stare at each other like, what the fork is this guy's problem? Like, what kind of husband acts like that? Her fall was so bad, it warranted an ambulance ride to the hospital.
No way.
Yeah, he did not care. So Ning is trying to reason with herself. Maybe it's just a phase. You know, maybe she even read online, like guys go through a phase after getting married because it's this feeling of commitment that becomes overwhelming. Honestly, she was making excuses for him because I'm sure to a degree she also felt trapped. Like she legally got married. In Chinese societies, like anywhere in the world, there is a stigma against divorcees, especially of her age. And she's thinking, maybe it's even my own success. Maybe dating is one thing. You know, maybe when he was dating her, he wanted her to be successful and he wanted to date an ambitious woman. But then she's reading online of all these other women saying that once you get married, it's different. Once men marry women that are more successful than them, it's no longer an advantage. It's no longer a pro. It becomes like this con. So she's thinking, okay, maybe he's dealing with all these emotions. Deep down, she's trying to reason with herself and hope that the you that she used to know would make a reappearance. And randomly, he would be nice. Randomly, he would do chores. He would take out the trash, give her a foot massage, and she would think, okay, thank God, like he's back. He's coming back. The man that I fell in love with, he's coming back. But then he would look up from her feet and ask with a big old grin on his face, can I borrow a few $1,000s? At first it's a few thousand, then it's like 10,000, then a $20,000. Finally, Ning puts her foot down and she's like, what the hell do you need all this money for? Like, you don't pay rent. You're not even working on your company anymore. So it's not like you need money or funds to expand your business or something's going on with your company. You literally spend every single day laying in bed playing games. Why on earth would you need $1,000, let alone $20,000? Eventually, he confessed that he has 140,000 US dollars in gambling debt. This is the man that used to talk to her with such authority, as if he was this aspirational, hustling entrepreneur, CEO to be, and now he's confessing to the fact that he does nothing with his time and he's in debt from gambling. Like, can you imagine just the whiplash you would get from something like that? But what can she do? They didn't sign a prenup. And he said that he had these aggressive, violent loan sharks that are breathing down his neck every single day. He told her that he never wanted her to get involved in this. This was his problem to take care of by himself, but he was scared for his life.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Laying on the bed, taking care of it?
Oh, yeah. So Ning briefly scolded him, you know, like, well, I don't even know if it's scolding, but kind of what you would expect, like, you shouldn't be gambling in the first place. Like, you shouldn't be taking out loans to gamble. Like, that's so dangerous. Do you not know that can ruin your life? That's an easy way to kill your own future. And if you're dealing with crazy loan sharks, you could end up killing yourself. Instead of tucking his tail and being like, I know, I'm going to take accountability. I messed up. I'll never do it again. He straight up starts whining like a child. And he's like, no, I always said no, but my friends would visit and they would make me gamble. They'd be like, let's hit the casinos. And you're like, what? You are 30 years old, dude. Yeah, she was so shocked. He pinky swore that he would never do it again. And Ning said, you know, I'm not going to pay off all your debt because then you'll never learn. I will pay off half your debt. That is more than enough. That is generous. And it's more than enough to get the loan sharks off your back to give you enough time to make up the other half. And she was thinking, like, she is someone who is very empathetic and likes to think the best of people. Not even the best of people, but tries to reason with herself. Like, she tries to reason with human psychology. She's thinking maybe he was so depressed because he was getting all these calls from these loan sharks. He felt like he was in such a deep hole that he couldn't climb out of. Maybe that's why every single day he would lay in bed playing games, because he just didn't even know how to tackle this problem, right? But now there's a clear solution. Not even that. Ning was like, I'm going to give you one of my businesses to run and I will pay you more than the market competitor price for this type of job for you to pay the rest back. You don't even have bills. So your whole salary just goes to paying back your loan. You're going to be out of this in no time. And Ning said at first he was super passionate about his job, like super enthusiastic about not only doing his best, but transforming the business into something bigger, scaling it, expanding it, IPO vibes, you know?
Do you know what business?
I think it was one of her trading companies, like where they would wholesale trade stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then he was like, it's going to be like an IPO company. Just you wait. It's going to be public. I'm going to make it like the next Amazon. And then after a week, he was over it. He's literally like a child. I don't know. Okay, I'm sure every single one of us has met one of these people. They're so in love with the idea of being a boss or like a CEO, but they have such a phobia for work. Like they'll sit there and talk about how they're going to scale this to be the next like Fortune 500 company. And then you never see them actually work a day in their life. They're just like at Starbucks in business meetings, but those business meetings are just like telling random people about their business that they're going to start. That was him. That was him. And then one day you said that he had a meeting with the client for work. She's like, okay, well, maybe he's going to enter his phase of being determined and motivated again, and then that's going to die off in a week. Whatever. He leaves early in the morning, and Ning is getting ready to head out. She's brushing her teeth when she gets a phone call. Hello? It's her accountant asking her why she just transferred $700,000 from her account.
Transfer out 700 USD?
USD.
Wow.
And she's like, what? I didn't transfer out $700,000. Why would I do that? Hold on. I'm about to run out the door and go to the bank and see what's going on. She spit out the toothpaste, ran to her bag to run out the door, but one glance inside, her wallet is gone. He wouldn't, right? Like, that's crazy. He wouldn't do that. She runs to the file folder in the corner of the room. Their marriage certificate is gone, as well as other personal identification documents of hers were gone. So he used this at the bank to be like, look, this is my wife, this is our joint account, and like basically trick the bank into allowing this transfer. She stood there not even knowing how to feel. Like this man that she married, her husband, stole $700,000 from her. She didn't know how to feel, if she should feel angry, sad, manipulated, gross, betrayed. She grabbed her phone from her pocket and she keeps trying to call this guy. No answer. So she's like, you know what? I have no choice. She goes to the police station and reports him. At this point, Ning's life was at her lowest. Her husband just stole $700,000 from her. I mean, she still had a lot of money left. I think her assets totaled to be around $3 million at this point, but I'm not sure how much of her assets were in cash. But even then, I think it's just the principle of her husband stealing money from her. And the emotional trauma of all of that. I mean, he was the only person in the world that knew how hard she had worked her entire life, like how much she had sacrificed to be this career woman. She didn't even date. She didn't have friends. And even though he knew all of this, he betrayed her. And just before this incident, there was a really bad fight that they had where she found out that she was pregnant. And her life was completely fine before meeting you. You know, sure, she would have moments where she felt a little bit lonely. She saw everyone else around her getting married, having families. She hated calling her parents because they would inevitably ask, when are you going to find someone? When are you going to give us grandchildren? But other than that, her life felt so stable. Like she was very content. She knew exactly what her future was. She knew what she was doing. And then after meeting this man, it's like her life was a toilet bowl. It's just spinning down the drain. They get married. Everything starts falling apart in the matter of a year or two. It's like a car accident that she can't stop watching, and she's got front row tickets. She's about to get hit by a car. And now she's pregnant with a husband who can't even do the bare minimum. Not only could he not just exist and be invisible, but he's constantly making her life worse. Like her life is not even neutral because of him. Her life is harder because of him. And she's so upset. She's stressed about bringing a baby into this type of home. She's overwhelmed with all of her responsibilities. And when she told him the news of her pregnancy, he was drunk and he angrily said, well, I don't want a kid right now. If you want to abort it, abort it. If you want the baby, you can raise it on your own.
Wow.
He said, abort it. The man that she thought she was marrying was gone. She had sat alone in her home, like waiting for the police to catch her husband for stealing her money. And she would reread that message that he had sent her before they got married. And the words just stung. He wrote, we can have a family, work hard, and have kids. We can teach them to be good people. If we have a boy, he can learn martial arts, work out, and become a caring man like me. If we have a girl, we'll treat her like a princess. And when she grows up, she can find a man that loves her as much as I love you. It just felt like everything he had ever said to her was a complete and utter lie. So after a full week, the police find Yu and he confesses to stealing $700,000 from his own wife. He stated that he lost it all in the matter of a week. due
No
to
way.
gambling. He lost almost $1 million. Okay, it's not almost, but
Oh my gosh.
$700,000. The police station called Ning and they're like, hey, we got your husband. You want to come down here? She walks in through the doors and he runs to her. He slumps down onto his knees and he's sobbing in front of everyone. And there was snot coming down his face. And he said that he just wanted to confess to everything, just be clean. He wanted to bare his soul to her. He admitted to stealing her money. He admitted to losing $700,000 to gambling. But also, he revealed that he was jailed for 12 years in the past for robbery and theft. He served 8 years in prison and had only been out for the past 3 years before he met Ning. He lied about his whole life.
And what can you do? Because she can't even pursue anything because that's her husband.
Yeah.
Right?
But also the father of her soon-to-be child.
Yeah. Wow.
He said he lied about his whole life because he wanted to feel like he was good enough for her. He said, I really do love you and I knew that you wouldn't want to date someone like me. Most of his 20s that he lied and said that he was trying to build businesses, he was in prison. He wanted to, which nothing is wrong with that. Well, depending on the crime, maybe, right? But still, the fact that he lied.
It's dishonest, yeah.
Yeah, it's just so manipulative. Like, just be honest about it. And I'm sure there will be someone out there that is okay with it and loves you for you. But why would you lie about it? He said now he wants to lay it all on the table so he can be the man that he truly thinks he can be and the man that she deserved him to be. He begged her for one more chance. Even though he knew that he didn't deserve it, he said that. He's like, even though I know I don't deserve another chance, like, you don't have to, but like, can you find it in the goodness of your heart to just give me like one last chance?
Wow.
Like, this guy is so good with his words. He's a master manipulator. I will give him that. Ning said that she would think about it. She didn't even say yes right away. She was like, I don't even know what to say to you right now. I'm just going to go home. He goes home, and that next morning, he's a new man. He wakes up bright and early, draws the curtain, starts cleaning the house top to bottom. He cooks healthy pregnancy meals for Ning, rubs her feet, rubs her back, giggling in her ear about how nice it's going to be when they have a kid, how his plans for the nursery. He would leave little post-it notes around the house, little love letters for Ning when she comes home from work. The minute that she walked in, she would smell fresh cooked, home-cooked meals, just crawling up her nostrils. It would smell so delicious. And it just felt like her hopeless romantic husband was back. And one night, while rubbing her back, Yu told her, my cousin works in the insurance industry.
Oh my gosh.
They said that we need to get life insurance since we have a little one on the way. He said it's really standard. Everyone does it. It's time to start thinking about our child's future too, And Ning kind of smiled. It was kind of heartwarming when you think about it. Yu was going around asking family members for tips on what to do now that he was about to be a dad. And his cousin happened to be in the insurance industry and was like, here's a big tip. He was taking it very seriously. He had even thought of something that had slipped Ning's mind. It was something that she didn't even think about. She's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Of course we need life insurance. We're going to be parents. It is the responsible thing to do. Well, it was all a lie. The marriage was a lie. The hopeless romantic was a lie. Even the insurance thing was a lie. I mean, trust me, he got the life insurance, but it's not because his cousin works in the industry. Ning realized it when she woke up at the bottom of the cliff. At first, she didn't even know where she was. She was out for like 40 minutes. She was unconscious for 40 minutes. Her eyes adjusted to the bright light, and she could see these clouds and leaves in a sky. And she's like, where am I? And it was honestly kind of beautiful for a second. And then it was painful. Slowly, everything started coming back to her. She felt the cold rocks just jabbing into her body. Her whole body felt like it had been hit by an 18-wheeler that reversed and then ran over her again. She tried to scream, but she couldn't even talk. Nothing would come out. And even if she could scream, would someone even hear her? Nobody was at the cliff when they were up there.
Is it like a miracle that she lived? Or?
Yeah. So she actually hit a bunch of massive tree branches.
Wow.
So she thumped on multiple tree branches on the way down, and that kind of saved her from the impact. Had she fallen directly onto the rocks, she would have died. So it's not like she fell fully 11 stories. It's like she fell, hit tree, then hit another tree, then hit another tree, and then hit the ground. I mean, her body was still obliterated and like shattered, but yeah, it was a miracle that there were so many tree branches in that particular spot.
Yeah, because otherwise, don't you think he would have gotten away with this?
And he would have gotten millions of dollars because she was the beneficiary. He also was entitled to all of her earnings and all of her wealth. And the life insurance, I don't know exactly how much it was, but he would have walked away a rich man. A killer and a rich man. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and she laid there. She couldn't scream. All she could think about were how her husband had told her the hateful words, go die. Like, imagine waking up knowing that your husband that you trusted threw you off a cliff after saying, go die.
我听到他在我的耳边恶狠狠地对我说：“你去死吧！”感受到了他一股非常强大的力量。
I feel like the words go die are worse than just throwing someone off a cliff. It's
Yeah.
so like...
It's like you don't even feel guilty. You
Yeah.
don't even have a moment of sadness.
Yeah, it's not even
Just
a moment
pure
of...
evil.
And it's you don't even see her as a human.
And I think that's the only time that he actually expresses how he truly feels about her.
Yeah.
Right? This is like, you know someone's about to die.
So you don't care.
He can finally say how he really feels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this is what he chose to say.
Go die.
Go die.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's a level of hatred that I don't understand. Even pushing someone off a cliff is a level of hatred I don't understand, but this is an added layer of evil.
Yeah.
So, side note, you did wait around the cliff for about 30 minutes to make sure that she was dead and not screaming for help. Thankfully, Ning was passed out and did not scream. So she would regain consciousness after he already left. I don't know what he would have done if she had screamed while he was there.
整个崖底非常的寂静，除了鸟叫和风呼啸而过的声音，其他什么声音都听不见。那是一种非常摄人心魄的一种寂静，根本不可能有任何人来这里或者经过这里。我所面临的就是等待着，或者是见证着自己的死亡。
Wow.
And even more fortunately, that day there weren't a lot of tourists, but one of the tourists that were there at the national park got lost. They went off the trail and were like trying to get back on the trail, ended up at this area at the bottom of the cliff and found Ning.
Wow.
Ning felt hot tears dripping down her face. She was unable to move. She just felt someone holding her hand. And this person was screaming at her, you're safe, it's okay, you're safe, I'm gonna get help. The ambulances were called, and this is crazy because Yu was driving out of the park area, but as he's exiting, he sees the ambulances coming into the park area. Now, let's be real, he knows exactly what the ambulances are for and who it's for. So what does he do? He parks his car, waits for the ambulances to leave, and he starts following the ambulance to the hospital. And the minute that Ning is taken out of the stretcher, he's screaming in Thai, my wife, what happened? Where did you go? Why did you wander off alone? You have to save my precious wife. And he whispers in Mandarin, like, no one speaks Mandarin, there were no cameras. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. He told the hospital staff that his wife was pregnant and feeling dizzy. She had wandered off from the trail to get some fresh air and accidentally fell off the cliff. He tried looking for her for about 30 minutes, but because she had wandered away from him, he didn't know exactly where she had even fallen or like where she had gone. He thought maybe she had walked down the mountain. He didn't even know that she fell off the cliff. So after about 30 minutes, he got in the car to go look for some help to get the police, but he saw the ambulances, so he followed the ambulances just in the hopes that it wasn't his wife.
Wow, he is really good at
Yeah.
making up stories.
Later, when Ning was able to gain consciousness and could speak again, authorities asked her what happened, and she glanced at her husband and said, I was dizzy. I must have fallen off the cliff.
No way.
So at this point, where Ning stands is she doesn't really know Thai that well. She doesn't know Thai authorities that well. I think that things would have played out differently if she had been in China. Right, so she's not exactly sure how to play these cards because she doesn't have proof that he pushed her. She doesn't know if these officers are even going to believe her. And most of the hospital staff, they felt bad for her, right? Everyone was like, oh my God, but thankfully you have your husband with you, right? Thankfully you survived. But there was one nurse who called the cops. And she was like, by chance, this is crazy, okay? I speak Mandarin.
What?
Yeah, this one nurse is like, I speak Mandarin, it's my second language. And the husband, like they were in their room in the ICU. And when she was finally able to talk again, when the wife was able to talk again, I heard her screaming, not screaming, but like kind of crying, why did you do this to me in Mandarin?
The nurse just heard and said nothing.
No, the minute she heard, she called the cops.
Oh.
Because this is after a few days that she finally was able to talk.
But the nurse never like butt in like, hey,
No.
what do you mean? So she heard this and she's like, oh my God.
I gotta call the cops.
The husband did it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So she calls the police, right? And the police do probably the worst thing possible that made Ning not trust them. They immediately confront you. And it's like, hey, why was your wife saying, why did you do this to me? And you was like, what? Oh, that she was yelling at me because I wasn't taking well enough care of her when she was pregnant and I made her go to the national park. And then she was upset because I wasn't holding her hand the whole time. And like, I wasn't making sure that she wasn't getting dizzy. So yeah, she was screaming like, why did you do this to me? Because I wasn't taking care of her. Like it was my carelessness. They would ask Ning, and because they're literally asking her in front of her husband, she's like, yeah, that's why I said that. And this helped you relax a lot. He was no longer staring her down every second of every day in the hospital. In fact, he felt good enough to go to breakfast every morning. Yeah, he would leave, go eat breakfast each morning. And on one of those mornings, Ning waited for that nurse and she grabbed her hand. She felt this adrenaline pumping in her body. And she said, please. She didn't want to say too much. She just said, please, my husband makes me nervous. It's making me depressed. Do I have to have him in the room all day? And the nurse looked at her and said, okay, yeah, let me talk to the doctors. The doctors did what they should do, not what the police did. Instead of being like, hey, husband, you're making your wife uncomfortable. You can't be here every day. They just inform you, hey, so we just changed our hospital rules right now, and guests now have to abide by visiting hours. I know, it sucks, but we were just having too many guests stay over and it's become a safety hazard, so there will now just be visiting hours and you can only visit during those specified hours. And slowly, without Yu's constant presence, Ning starts opening up slowly to the nurses. And she doesn't tell them right away. She wanted a guarantee that she would have some level of protection when she's released. Because the worst case would be the police investigate her claims, find no evidence, and they basically tell you, like, your wife is talking. And they're like, sorry, you gotta move on with your life, and we got new cases. She would be out of the hospital without any protection from her husband, who clearly tried to kill her. So she was really worried about that. Thankfully, the police promised. They were like, we promise we'll protect you. Just tell us what happened. She opened up and they followed through. They arrested Yu, brought in for attempted homicide charges. And in March of 2020, his trial began. This is 10 months after the incident. Yu was pretty emotionless during the entire trial. He pled not guilty. He was very calm, almost indifferent. Meanwhile, the state presented the motive. Yu is in debt. He's unemployed, recently pulled out life insurance for his wife with himself listed as the beneficiary. And with all of his wife's assets, he stood to gain more than $3 million. So yeah, it makes sense that he killed his wife. Very quickly, he was pronounced guilty and sentenced to life in prison. This is the first time he gets emotional during the trial. And he gets up and like a little boy, like a little kid, he starts whining. Why does everyone believe Ning and not me? I'm innocent. I'm not lying. He would appeal, resulting in a second trial in Thailand. And if you're wondering where he gets it all from, the apple does not fall far from the tree. His mom is giving typical, my son could never, my son is perfect, he's basically Jesus reincarnated, an absolute angel. The drugs and gun in his room, he's just keeping it for a friend. The girl that he's holding hostage in the basement, she's a whore anyway. Like, that's the vibe that his mom gives. That's the exact energy throughout the entire trial. Her son could do no wrong. She comes to court and tries to argue that the state's motive that her son wanted money from Ning was a complete and utter lie. It was bullshit, she said. Why? Because he had a successful business that made even more money than Ning's little business. His business was bringing in tens of millions of dollars a year. As evidence, she pulled out a company business card and identified herself as a shareholder of the company. With very minimal surface-level investigations, it was revealed the company does not exist and the business cards were made using Photoshop.
What?
Yeah. But she thought that people would just take a look at her business card and take her word for it that the business was making tens of millions of dollars a year. And she was like, you don't know because it's in China. And Thailand was like, well, we do know. All we had to do was some quick search and some quick little chats with Chinese diplomats. Your business doesn't even exist. Side note, the mom, did later reach out to Ning and said, I'm sorry. I think I was too greedy. I wanted too much and I put too much pressure on my son, which caused him to do this. Again, what? Even just like, how is that sufficient for an apology after your son tried to murder his pregnant wife? Like, oh, I just put so much pressure. He was so stressed he did this. Ning is a way better person than I could ever be. She did not lash out at the mom. Instead, she wisely and coolly just texted, yeah, well, everything has cause and effect.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And that was that. Finally, March 24th, 2021, Yu was convicted of attempted homicide and sentenced to life in prison. He was also ordered to pay Ning $180,000 in compensation. But let's be real, how was he going to pay that back? Meanwhile, Ning had lost almost everything. She couldn't work for a long time since she had multiple steel plates placed in her body. Her legs can't even bend properly. She had more than 200 stitches. She can't even use the toilet properly. She has to this day, put her body up against the wall or handle of the side of the restroom and slowly support her body to squat down because her legs don't work. Every morning after waking up, she needs to do 3 to 4 hours of rehabilitation exercise or she could lose her ability to walk. She could lose all of her progress. And it's not just painful, but it's repetitive. It's boring. It takes so much of her time. And the worst part is she can't be independent anymore. And again, this is a woman who values independence so much. The most that she could even do to take care of herself was brush her teeth. And even that took her so much strength. She couldn't use the restroom alone. She couldn't shower alone. Her little sister had to quit her job and be her 24/7 caretaker. And it just broke her heart to see her sister give up everything to take care of her. During her recovery, she had the most awful news. From the morphine and all the medication she had to take after the attempted murder, her child was no longer viable to survive outside of the womb. And add to that, with Ning's current state, even her attempting to give birth would likely result in her own death. So the doctors were like, this baby is not going to survive outside of the womb anyway, and it will most likely kill you to give birth. So she lost her child. She lost her husband. She lost her child, her independence, her career, and her trust in, humanity all at once. She still had to undergo 8 different surgeries, and for about a year, she said it was just nonstop mental breakdowns. And then in 2022, like early 2022, she picked herself up from rock bottom and said, why am I doing this? I am a successful woman and I can be successful again. So she started social media, got back on her feet. As of 2023, she doesn't cry anymore about what happened. She said that she had time to reflect. And side note, netizens really broke down like every part of this case, and they really used it as a way to showcase how people can be so manipulative in relationships. And these aren't even, I guess at the time, netizens were under the belief that the biggest red flag is someone hitting you. Like you always think, okay, if someone kills their partner, there must be some evidence of violence up until that point, right? But this was a huge wake-up call. There might never be violence until one day they kill you. They also noted something in the letter that I think is very, very true. A lot of netizens said that one thing that stood out was in his initial letter to her before they got married, he keeps talking about how the whole letter is so narcissistic. It's all about what he wants, what his wife can do for him. And then what he brings to the table is like, I'm going to fix your life. But her life doesn't need to be fixed. Her life is better than your life, right? But one thing a lot of female netizens pointed out was, if you ever meet a guy that says that they want you to have a gentle personality and yet be career driven, that basically means they want you to make money, work hard, but still be submissive. And a lot of female netizens were like, this is the biggest red flag these days. When people say they want a woman who has a career but still has a gentle personality, because women are saying, do you know how hard it is to maintain a gentle personality if you're out there working? Like, that literally, you cannot have both at the same time. It's impossible. So they're like, that's the biggest red flag people need to look out for now. So guys, look out for that. And the whole letter is just, it's a mess. Do you guys think the letter was a mess? Like, did you get it from the get-go, or do you feel like it's hindsight? Let me know.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's a weird letter.
It was a weird letter. Yeah. It doesn't feel...
romantic.
Yeah, it doesn't feel sincere. It doesn't feel normal.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you saying? It's just really weird.
But also, like, long hair, good figure. Like, it's like, whoa. If I read that in a letter, I'd be like, this is very creepy.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ning had to basically start from scratch again. She lost her business. From not being able to work all the time, a lot of money was poured into not only fighting the legal battles and her recovery, rehab, physical rehab, all of her medical bills, traveling from Thailand back to her home country, like everything. It was a lot of cost. But Ning remains positive. It's so interesting. So she was interviewed and she was asked, looking back on the past 3 years, when was the darkest moment of your life? Like, how did you even survive this? She said, from the moment that he pushed me down the cliff till the moment that I could stand up on my own, every moment between that was dark. The event destroyed my life. I mean, my little family was gone. My lover betrayed me. My child was gone. My health was gone. My career was destroyed. All my plans were gone. My life was in ruins. I was a successful person before this. I lived a decent life. And for someone like that to go from being independent to urinating and defecating in bed every day, it is a level of torture and humiliation that you won't understand unless you experience it yourself. My parents are older, so they were helping me recover, but I was thinking, when my parents get even older, I'm supposed to help them. But are they going to be old, barely alive, and helping me? Or will all of us just lie in bed together and look at each other as we die? And I thought, how can I prevent this, And my only option that I could think of was, I gotta get better. She said, I've seen the best of people, I've seen the worst of people, and it's made me feel some relief at least, because now I've seen it all, and I have courage to face my new life. She also said that she's very happy that her story can inspire netizens to get out of bad relationships, and she also said, 17 bone fractures, over 200 stitches, multiple surgeries, what doesn't kill me does make me stronger. And she said, my flash marriage with him was extremely risky, and it's my fault that I didn't do my homework and investigate. I hope everyone can learn, get to know people more, take them to your parents. You can also investigate through formal means to see if they've been involved in criminal or civil cases or if they have debt. These are things I didn't do, and I hope everyone knows this and they start doing this. Protect yourself. What's crazy is that when she was asked if she still believes in love and marriage, she said, marriage is beautiful. Love is beautiful. And I don't think that he can represent marriage or love because he's not worthy of either. And she is now active on Douyin. I'll just say, like, her ability to take this in strides and really come out stronger on the other side is not only impressive, but it's like unbelievably inspiring. So, what are your thoughts on this case? I thought it was very strange in the sense that, statistically, it's the husband or it's always the wife, right? But just the way it went down, it was enough red flags to know that he's a toxic person. But was it enough red flags to know that he was a killer? It's terrifying.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Please stay safe, and I will see you guys on Sunday for the mini-sode. Devi was the manager at this local cafe in Jakarta called Olivier Cafe. And she takes her job very, very seriously. She takes pride in taking care of her customers, making sure that all her staff are polished and polite. She made sure the cafe itself always looked very, very magical. It had this forest theme, but not like the Rainforest Cafe, no offense, Disney. It was like a magical plant-filled urban oasis. Like, think of a coffee shop in Brooklyn. That's kind of the vibe. You're talking fiddle leaf plants everywhere, banana leaves just reaching over into all the booths. It was in one of the fanciest malls in the town. It was beautiful. The cafe was often used as like a meeting spot for Jakarta's wealthiest families, and the decoration really reflected that. You have these like dark forest, the hunter green leather booths that are surrounded by all of this live plants everywhere, just so much greenery. It feels like a paradise. They had these golden bar stools at this marble bar in the whole cafe. It was beautiful. The elite would gather there, and Devi knew that discretion was a big part of her job. And I'm sure just brushing past these patrons on a daily basis, making sure everyone's well fed, everyone's being assisted, I'm sure she heard a few things or two. Like, come on. Perhaps she overheard the businessman trying to convince his mistress, I swear I'm going to leave my wife this month. It's going to happen this month. I swear, definitely. Maybe she walked by a group of middle-aged women over there, deep in conversation. One of them is planning to leave her husband for her trainer, you know? Listen, I'm not sure what she overheard on this particular day, January 6, 2016. I'm sure she would forget most of it by the end of the day. All of it would pale in comparison to what was about to happen. In one of the booths, there were 3 women sitting. Jessica, Hani, and Myrna. They had all graduated from the same college, and now they're reconnecting again. There was so much to catch up on. One of them was recently married. She's planning her honeymoon. Another one is focused on her career, and another one is living in Australia but visiting Indonesia for the holidays, and she's single again. Okay, it should have been an exciting time for them to catch up, and the booth should have been filled with all these like loud giggles and screams and oh my gosh, right? But one of the girls wasn't feeling well. Myrna was always the center of the conversation, not because she wanted to be, but because she was like the glue in the friend group. She was the one that kept the conversation very lively. She was now quiet. She had her hand on her head, almost as if she was like suffering from a sudden migraine. And the other 2 girls, they kept glancing at her. They were concerned, but they don't want to call it out and keep asking her, you know, what's wrong? What's wrong? And in the matter of seconds, Myrna leaned her head against the booth and she started covering one of her ears, as if she has this crazy migraine and any little noise could trigger it. White foam starts bubbling out of her mouth and she starts convulsing. Screams for help start coming out of this booth. You know, someone help, please help, call 112, please, you have to hurry, please help. Devi, the manager, she runs to the booth. She's assessing the situation, taking it all in. And she, like everybody else in that cafe, all the staff, all the other random civilians, their most solid guess was that Myrna had some sort of pre-existing health condition. She's young, she's fit, she must have perhaps epilepsy, some sort of condition that would make her have seizures. One of the friends at the table was now an emotional wreck. She's screaming at everyone, you have to call 112, get help right now, we need to get to the hospital ASAP. Devi's eyes floated to the 3rd girl. She's standing back, stiff, unmoving. I mean, her friend is literally convulsing and she's just standing there, emotionless. And she just stared as Devi and the employees, along with the emotional friend, are trying to tend to Myrna. Her eyes are kind of darting back and forth, like she's looking from person to person, and the scene is unfolding. She's got her hands in front of her, clasped, like this. And ever so slightly, Devi saw her scratch at them.
Scratch at her hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she makes eye contact with the manager, and she says, what did you put in the coffee?
What?
It was exactly... That's the reaction Devi had. What? It's so random. It's such a bizarre reaction. It's so unsettling. The manager was insulted. I mean, she, like most people, like I said, thought that Myrna had some sort of pre-existing health condition, like epilepsy, but now she's being accused of poisoning the coffee or that there's some sort of tainted chemical in the coffee. Devi glanced at the cup of coffee on the table, and it did have a strange hue to it. She ordered one of the staff to preserve it in the back. She just had this gut feeling that there was something wrong, and she wanted to prove that she was innocent, that this cafe did nothing. Yeah. Just everything about this situation, the way she saw this so-called friend sitting there scratching at her hands in her lap, emotionless, it would send chills down her back later. As soon as Myrna arrived at the hospital, they checked her vitals, and she was dead. They tried CPR, but nothing worked, and at 6:30 p.m. that day, she was pronounced dead. About an hour after she met up with her old college friends for a quick catch-up session, her pupils were dilated, she wasn't responding to any light, she wasn't breathing, and no matter what the doctors did, they just could not get her heart pumping again. She was gone, and her loved ones, they were left with I mean, obviously, all this grief and trauma, but also this overwhelming mystery was left with all of Indonesia. And the mystery is, what the hell happened to Myrna? Full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. This case took place in Indonesia in 2016. We had our wonderful Indonesian researcher help assist in the research of this. They informed me, though, that there is a lot of misinformation out there, or, okay, I wouldn't say misinformation, but a lot of untrustworthy sources that have been floating around. So we did our best to be pretty mindful in avoiding them, but if you're doing your own research, just be careful. This was also a case that was pretty viral at the time. And of course, with that, there's often rumors and fake accounts that are created to just stir the pot. So with that being said, let's get started. The Billy Blue College of Design in Australia, it kind of had these little pockets of communities within its school. So all the South Korean exchange students, they would find each other and they would be friends. And I think it's the feeling of, okay, well, no one's really going to understand my innate struggles unless they're in the same circumstances as me. So then the Indonesian exchange students, they did the same thing. It was almost like each of these students were like their own little magnets, and they would be around campus until slowly each day of the semester would pass. They would get closer and closer and closer together. And at the center of all of this was Myrna. She was the ultimate magnet for the Indonesian exchange students. People just really wanted to be near her. I think Myrna knew herself really well, and she was very confident in her own skin. And that's not to say that she's a perfect person. Nobody is. But I think people like people who know themselves, like just someone who's not trying too hard to please others. That's who Myrna was. She almost had this innate confidence from within that comes off really, really attractive and charismatic to people, including a girl named Jessica Wangzue. She's a fellow Indonesian exchange student, and Myrna was Jessica's best friend during college days. Okay, the two have so much in common. They're both from Indonesia. They had very similar childhoods in Indonesia where they were upper class, kids. They went to all the fancy schools in Indonesia. Now they're studying abroad without their families. They're going through like the same motions, the same emotions as well. But the main difference between the two girls, I would say, personalities. Just so vastly different. Like I said, Myrna is incredibly sociable. Jessica, on the other hand, not so much. So she was much more reserved and shy. Myrna would constantly encourage her, like, go talk to people, make friends. Like, you only have one life. We're all the way here in Australia. Like, just have fun. But Jessica would think to herself, yeah, okay, well, so easy for you to say because you're freaking perfect. It's interesting, okay? Jessica was the type of person that she did not let people in very easily, but when she did, she would put in so much effort into maintaining a friendship with them. She's the type of friend that would absolutely never forget your birthday. So due in part to Jessica's persistence, Jessica and Myrna, they stayed really close during just the entirety of college. They did welcome 2 more girls into their friend group, so it was like the 4 girls, right? But Jessica always felt like, you know what? Hani and Vera, they're here because they're fun, but it's me and Myrna. Like, we're the center of this group. We're the 2 best buds. But all of that would change once they graduate college. I'm sure, like, the weeks leading up to college graduation, they're like, no, we're going to be friends forever. We're going to, like, buy houses on the same block and raise our kids together. But everyone has their own life plan. And so naturally, after they graduate, their paths are kind of growing apart, or some of them are colliding, right? And the dynamics are shifting. So Myrna was engaged to Arif, and she had plans to move back to Indonesia with him. She wanted to start her own career, start her own family with Arif. And Hani, one of the 4 girls, she was going back to Indonesia after her studies as well. So naturally, Myrna and Hani are going to grow closer together. That makes sense, right? And as for Jessica Wangzue, she wants to stay in Australia. She had found work, and she had her boyfriend Patrick that she had been dating for a while, so it just kind of made sense. Now, right after graduation, they were like, yeah, we're going to do like girls' night every Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays. But then everyone started getting their own jobs. Everyone started making plans to move back. Like it was a lot. They started seeing each other less and less, and they're already drifting apart before Myrna and Hani even moved to Indonesia. And add to that, like most friend groups, I think drama was inevitable. Okay? There was a public falling out between 2 of the girls. Jessica Wangzue had walked into a restaurant in Sydney, Australia. She's carrying this little gift box. perfectly wrapped, beautifully wrapped. And this was somewhat of like an upscale restaurant. She dressed all cute. She was very excited for this dinner reservation. She told the waiter the name of her friend Myrna, who made the reservation, and she's being led to the table where her friend is waiting for her. Now, Jessica obviously expected Myrna. That's who the present was for. But she was not expecting to see Myrna's fiance, Arif.
Also there, you're saying. Okay.
So she's kind of like, oh, I was hoping this would be like a girls' dinner. I mean, it was just supposed to be us two finally catching up, but that's weird. Jessica asked to take Myrna out for dinner to celebrate Myrna's birthday, and she just wasn't expecting an extra guest. But you know what? Whatever. So Jessica sits down in the chair across from Myrna and Arif, and she tries to make the best of it. She puts the gift box on the table. Myrna opens it up. It's this beautiful dress, and she's like, oh my God, it's lovely. Thank you. And Jessica's like, no. Don't worry about it. I was just thinking about you. So then she puts the box aside. Myrna's like, okay, well, how has life been? Like, I feel like it's been forever. So Jessica had known Arif for a couple of years, but she wasn't really close with him. He's not someone that she would necessarily call a friend. To her, Arif was just a friend's fiance. That's it. Just along for the ride. Jessica acknowledged his presence and then started spilling the tea to Myrna. And Myrna's like, you're still with Patrick, right? Like, how's that going? This was kind of a sore spot for Jessica. Yeah. Myrna and Arif were the perfect couple. Everyone thought so. They met early on in college. They've been strong ever since. And Jessica could not help but compare herself and Patrick to their relationship. It just didn't feel nice. Patrick was this very toxic person. It's like he knew that all Jessica had left in Australia was him. It's like he knew that all of her college friends were moving back to Indonesia. So she confided in Myrna in the past about how, you know, sometimes Patrick would take advantage of the fact that Jessica relied on him for emotional support. She said, I just don't really feel respected in the relationship. Sometimes the fights would get so bad, she said that she would lock herself in the bathroom and stare at the razor blade on the sink. She said that she had to gather all of the mental strength to just keep herself from picking it up. But sometimes she wasn't that strong, and she still has all the scars to remember it. I mean, of course, any friend listening to this is going to be beyond concerned. And Myrna asked again, and Jessica responded alarmingly. She said, yeah, it's actually gotten worse with Patrick. And Myrna's looking at her with a look that is becoming very, very familiar to Jessica, which is very compassionate, very concerned, very worried, but also there was a little bit of pity. And she says, Jessica, I think you'd be so much happier without him. She doesn't respond. Myrna continues. It's just, I know it's not any of my business, but just seeing you unhappy and like you already told me about all of his bad habits and his bad financial choices, and like you said sometimes you're scared he's gonna get violent. I feel like you should leave him, you know? She didn't know what to say. So Jessica said nothing. She didn't even move. Maybe a part of it was that she felt like Myrna was going to say that. Maybe a part of it was that she knew that Myrna was right. I don't know. But a part of Jessica started getting angry. Doesn't this girl know that Patrick is all I have left? Everyone's leaving back to Indonesia. Literally, what do you mean leave him? That's all I have. I'm not like perfect Myrna who can just make friends and date anyone that I want. It's not like I have the perfect boyfriend like Arif who's just going to take care of me and respect me. She's getting angrier and angrier, and it just feels like Myrna never has to struggle for anything, and Myrna doesn't even understand. And suddenly Jessica's anger just boils over, and she gets up and she leaves. She walks out on the dinner. She doesn't make an excuse. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, this is so random, guys, but I have to go projectile vomit. She doesn't say, oop, I just got a text message of an emergency. She just gets up and leaves.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild.
Yeah. Myrna tries texting and calling her, but she doesn't even have the energy to respond. Maybe a part of her is even a bit embarrassed of how she handled this uncomfortable dinner, right? She never responded. Instead, Jessica watched on Facebook as Myrna moves back to Indonesia, starts her wedding prep. She watches Myrna reunite with her family, buy an apartment with Arif, show off her engagement ring, try on wedding dresses. Jessica thought, okay, I think I'm going to get invited to the wedding. Like, I know that we had this whole falling out. It was bad. It was awkward. But I was like her best friend for 4 years? Maybe the wedding is going to bring us together. The days went by and Jessica would keep checking her mailbox, right? And that letter never came. She found out that Myrna had gotten married from the wedding photos on Facebook. It was, of course, a fairy tale wedding. Myrna and Arif vowed to each other a lifetime of happiness, November of 2015 in Bali, Indonesia. It was the destination wedding. It was lavish, but it was still fun and relatable. I mean, you had the sunset, you had the beach, the outdoor tent with sheer curtains and the chandeliers hanging from above. It was beautiful. Jessica scrolled through the photos and she's like, why was I not invited? The other two girls, Vera and Hani, they were invited. And she's feeling like, it's not like I asked her to be her bridesmaid, her maid of honor. What? And she turned off her phone. To Jessica, maybe it felt like a very painful contrast to her own life. 3 days later, she was fired from her job. A little while after that, like a few weeks after that, her relationship with Patrick ended. It was a very, very messy breakup. Like, I'm talking police got involved type of messy.
What?
She had no one to see, nowhere to go. She was truly and completely alone. And she was hospitalized twice for attempts on her own life during the months of October and November. She was going through like the worst period of her life and she felt like she has nobody to turn to. So she takes this deep breath. She's looking around her room, probably thinking about her life, and she reaches out to Myrna. She doesn't tell her everything that's happened. She just says, hey, I'm going to go back to Indonesia to hang out with family. And I think it'll be nice to just be in a familiar place, like be back home for once. But do you want to grab some coffee? And when Jessica reached out, it was arranged that both Myrna and Hani were going to meet with her for a coffee date. Very exciting. And since Jessica is the one inviting them, she's doing all the planning. She chooses the spot. She's like, okay, Olivier Cafe in Jakarta's most expensive mall, very upscale. She even offered to pay for the drinks, like in the group chat. She's like, oh, drinks are on me. And of course, everyone's like, no, don't worry about it. But Jessica is insisting. She stated that she and Myrna had left off on such a bad note that she wanted to make up for it. So then it was settled. The coffee date was set for Olivier Cafe at 5 p.m. Jessica would walk through the doors of the cafe at 3:30 p.m. A full 90 minutes early. And this part is so interesting to me. I imagine if I arrived anywhere 90 minutes early, I would either walk around the mall, since this is inside of a mall, right? Even if you're not shopping, just do some eye shopping. Or I would grab my phone or my Kindle and plop in the cafe and wait while I just busy myself. But Jessica does something very bizarre. She orders 3 drinks. She orders 2 cocktails, one for her, one for Hani, because she had asked for their orders, right? And then she gets a Vietnamese iced coffee for Myrna. But she arrived so early, in fact, that if she got the drinks now and sat down, all the ice would have been melted by the times the others have arrived.
Yeah.
So she tells the waiter, hey, I'm going to be right back, but I'm going to pay for the drinks. But you're going to make them when I get back. It's really weird.
Wait. What do you mean be right back? Like she's leaving the cafe?
Yeah, she's going to go hang out in the mall, but she's ordering the drinks.
90 minutes early.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's basically going in there and being like, hey guys, I'm not going to sit down right now, but these are the drinks I'm going to want in like an hour. And everyone's like, okay, it's really weird. Like, why don't you come back in an hour and order it? Why are you just letting us know?
Maybe she wants to pay for it ahead of time. And
yeah, so she does pay for it. Some people think it's like the Asian way because, you know, at the end you fight for the bill and then chances are you might not get it. So maybe she wanted to pay for it early. But it is very odd behavior to even stop by. Like I imagine if I got to the mall at 3:30, I would walk around and then I would get there maybe like 15 minutes early and then pay for the drinks.
Yeah.
But to go at 3:30, a full 90 minutes early, and be like, I'll be right back. It's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
So she leaves the cafe, and we don't know all the stores that she goes into, but we do know that she goes into a Bath & Body Works. She buys 3 bottles of soap. Listen, I used to be obsessed with Bath & Body Works back in the day. Even if you get the biggest size of soap, it's not as big as their bags. Their bags are designed to fit multiple candles and multiple bottles of soap. It's designed to fit a lot of stuff. Jessica asks for 3 separate bags, and these are not like the mini bags they have. These are like their regular full-size bags, and 1 bag for each soap. Maybe, I thought, okay, we don't know because it never happened, but maybe her plan, her intention was to give each of them a soap. So she gets a soap, and Myrna gets a soap, and Hani gets a soap, right? But anyway, She buys the soaps, walks 2 minutes back to Olivier Cafe, and then she does like a walk around the cafe. She's not following a waiter or anything. This is presumed. I mean, you can think of it in two ways. Some people think of it as, well, maybe she's just scoping it out to see the most intimate part of the restaurant because it's the first time meeting her friends in a while. Maybe they want to talk about some crazy things or spill some juicy tea. Maybe she's got some crazy gossip about Patrick, right? Other half of people are thinking, oh, she's scoping out where the CCTV cameras are. Yeah. So after...
Or she could be finding like a good spot.
Yeah.
To do whatever.
Yeah, but... You know, sometimes I'm trying to imagine when I walk into a restaurant, I do look for good seats if it's relatively empty, but I can usually visually see everything. And I'm like, oh, okay, like that one. Or like over there looks quieter and not near the little entryway.
So did she pick a good seat?
Yeah, she picks a booth and it's a good seat because there were about 2 CCTV cameras pointed at that booth. One of them was covered by an overgrown fiddle leaf plant.
So she wants to be in CCTV or she wants the tree to cover?
Okay. Tree to cover, it seems.
I see.
Yeah. So the booths were connected. Okay, if you really want to visualize it, it's a green leather booth that's like a half circle. Okay. And then there's like this round black table so that you can put your drinks and your food on, right? And then the other side is like relatively empty. No one's going to sit there. And it's not like this booth was in a secluded dark corner away from everything else. Like nothing in this cafe was like that. This is in the middle of the cafe. There's another booth exactly right next to it. And it's assumed that, again, Jessica chose this booth because the closest CCTV camera was covered by an overgrown plant. However, there's another camera on the other wall that has a clear view of the table. So Jessica sits down inside the booth. She puts the Bath & Body Works bags on the table. The restaurant had customers. It wasn't super busy, but it wasn't like during prime time. So there was a little bit of lull in business. There were a lot of, there were more empty seats than there were taken seats, okay? There's this soft, steady hum of conversation. 50 minutes after she first entered Olivier Cafe, the waiter serves her the 2 cocktails and the Vietnamese coffee. This happened at like 4:20 p.m. They meet at 5. Still 40 minutes. I mean, the ice is going to melt for sure. The waiter makes the Vietnamese coffee at the table. He's busy pouring the hot water through the espresso. Jessica is also busy. She's shifting the Bath & Body Works bags just ever so slightly. Like inch by inch. She would kind of nudge it a little and then nudge it a little more and then nudge it a little more. Very, very slowly.
Wait, is there CCTV footage of all of this?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And then eventually, the iced coffee was completely covered on all CCTV cameras by the big Bath & Body Works bags. Yeah. The waiter had finished making it and he leaves. Myrna and Hani aren't due to arrive for like at least another 30 minutes. CCTV cameras have a clear view of the cocktails, but not of the coffee because of the Bath & Body Works bags. At 4:30, Jessica opens up her purse with both of her hands. She reaches in, turns her head to the left, then to the right, and then pulls out her hand. She puts something on the table, but CCTV is not able to see what she put there because the footage is so grainy. And when she placed it on the table, she put it behind the Bath & Body Works bag so we don't know what's there. The camera catches her moving her arms behind the bags, but again, we don't know what she's doing. Meanwhile, Arif is dropping off his wife Myrna at the cafe. He dropped her off and he promised to pick her up when she was done. He drove her to the front of the mall where she was going to meet with Jessica and Hani, and he pulled the car to a stop and she's like unbuckling her seatbelt. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to pick you up in a couple of hours and then maybe we can grab dinner. She's like, yeah, I'll text you when we're almost ready. Myrna glances out the window towards the mall and she sees Hani. So she's like, oh my God, that's Hani. Like, gotta go, love you, bye. And she runs out the door. So Arif is kind of smiling at this point. You know, I feel like for him, even just dropping Myrna off for a coffee date, like that was an honor for him. He had met Myrna back in college, and originally he was just one of Myrna's many, many friends. He felt like he was like this moth to a flame, and she was like the only light bulb in the dark night. And she must have felt similarly to him because their friendship would evolve into a full-blown relationship. They stayed together all throughout college, and when Myrna graduated, the two of them decided to take the next step. They were going to move in together, move back to Indonesia, be with their families, and start a family of their own. Myrna got a job at her father's company. And okay, when I say father's company, it sounds like she's like a Nepo baby. Her family is very wealthy, right? But she works really, 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 really hard to make her father proud. She was the owner of one of the branches of her family's business, and she managed a bunch of other factories from other branches. So her dad owned like a plastic container business. They exported products all over Asia and is booming. So yeah, she did get the position because of her dad, but all the employees, they could attest that she was incredibly hardworking. Her work ethic was something that even Arif admired about his wife. But his absolute favorite thing about Myrna? Probably her humility or her dimpled smile. So with Myrna's upbringing, a lot of people are actually very surprised that she's so very humble. I mean, I think she just had it in her, I suppose. So Myrna has a twin named Sandy. They were both so spoiled by their dad. He was this scary, astute businessman, but his weakness were his girls. He had 3 girls, Myrna, Sandy, and a younger daughter. And the twins, Myrna and Sandy, they were identical twins. So he would take pleasure in dressing them identically. It was like a cute little shtick they had when they were younger. It was like double the cuteness, probably, most likely, double the trouble, right? But as they grow up, he's really just embracing that both of them have complete and utter opposite personalities. So they would go to the same schools. And just to give you perspective on how wealthy they were, even before they studied abroad in Australia, they went to some of the best institutions in Jakarta. They went to Jubilee School, which is an international private school that is associated with the Cambridge International School. It's considered one of the most expensive international schools in all of Indonesia. And so after that, they're sent abroad to study, which is very, very costly. And even though the twins, they were like each other's best friend, they lived completely separate lives. They had completely different hobbies. They had completely different interests and completely different friend groups. And I think that's so much cooler. The fact that they didn't even like the same things, but they were basically soulmates, if that makes sense. They just found peace with each other, and they were both very well behaved, it said. People said Myrna and Sandy were always the type of students that were incredibly helpful. I think they were very proud of their father and did not want to make him look bad. Yeah, they were very humble, both of them. But I digress. So after dropping her off, Arif goes back home to resume planning their long-awaited honeymoon. So this is January 2016. They had plans to visit South Korea in April of 2016, which is arguably the nicest time to visit. The weather is beautiful. And it was going to be, if they were lucky, their last trip without kids. Yeah. Because Myrna's twin Sandy, she had kids of her own. And the 2 twins dreamed of, how soon Myrna was going to have her own family and their little kids would run around with each other. And hopefully they would be as close to each other as the 2 sisters were, right? So Arif would plan his honeymoon when he got home. By the evening that same day, he would be planning a funeral. Myrna and Hani arrive at the cafe at 5:15 p.m. They meet out at the front and they walk in together. They tell the waiter the name of the reservation, Jessica, and he leads them over to Jessica's booth. The drinks have been at the table for 55 minutes at this point. The ice in the coffee has completely melted, but I digress. Both Myrna and Hani, they slide into the booth. So Myrna is in the middle of the 2 girls. Mm-hmm. So Jessica's on one edge and then Hani's on the other. And then Jessica is seen motioning to the drinks. Like, this is for you, Myrna, you said you wanted the Vietnamese iced coffee. You said you wanted the cocktail.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Myrna drinks a sip or 2 of it. And out loud, Myrna says, "Oh my God, this tastes awful. Here, try it." She pushes the coffee towards Hani. Hani picks up the glass, smells it, and just kind of like, she's wrinkling her nose. She takes the tiniest little sip. And at this point, Myrna is kind of like fanning her hand in front of her mouth, like, like it almost like a burning motion, like it's hot type of motion. Hani agrees, that tastes weird. She passes it on for Jessica to try. But Jessica's like, "Oh, no thanks, I don't really want that. If you guys are both saying it's nasty, why would I take a sip, right?" Within seconds, Myrna's head is rolled down to the back of the booth. Her eyes roll into the back of her head, and she begins to convulse.
Wow, that was instant.
Yeah. Hani sees Jessica shake her head at the table, and Hani's eye is caught by sudden movement, and it's Myrna. So Jessica's shaking her head like, "I don't want to sip." And then in her peripheral vision, Hani sees Myrna convulsing. So she jumps up immediately and Hani is screaming, help, help, someone help, call 112. Jessica is sitting frozen in the booth next to Myrna, and the restaurant is silent. All eyes are on Hani. She's like, please, please, someone help, I don't know what's happening. The cafe manager, Devi, comes rushing out and she sees Myrna convulsing and the foam coming out of her mouth, and she turns to the waiter that is standing behind her and she's like, go get the police. She rushes over to Myrna and she's like holding her head to keep it from banging on the table because she's losing consciousness. Hani quickly catches on, rushes over as well, and is protecting like Myrna's flailing limbs from the hard edge of the table because she's convulsing. Jessica, she's emotionless. Her eyes are just kind of darting back and forth, watching the chaos happen, and her hands are in her lap, but they're clasped together, and she's kind of like slightly itching her palms, kind of like itching. And Hani says to the manager, to no one in particular really, she just sat down and took a few sips and then the seizures started. This has never happened before. Devi looks at the glass of coffee that's still on the table and it's mostly full. She calls another waiter over and she's like, this is interesting. Now this is when Jessica is like, what did you put in the coffee?
Wow.
And Devi is insulted. So Devi's like, okay, waiter, bring me water and take the coffee back to the kitchen. Don't let anybody touch it.
Jessica must be freaking out at that point then.
Yeah. I mean, Devi was really not happy with the suggestion that her coffee had caused this to happen. They had followed all the procedures and all the protocols when making their food. I mean, there was just no way. Still, she did notice that it had a strange yellowish tint when the waiter took it out. A lot of people said it looked like turmeric coffee. Like a golden latte, you know? Mm-hmm. So she chalked it up to maybe the cafe lighting is weird. Like it's kind of like that warm cafe lighting. Maybe in the back you can see it better because it's the kitchen lights. So Devi calls the waiter over. Hey, is the coffee in the back? Yeah. Put it in a clean glass jar and put a lid on it and keep the coffee glass. Wow. So that waiter comes running to tell Devi that the ambulance was close. The mall's medical staff arrived with a wheelchair and they're carrying Myrna. They're wheeling Myrna to the front of the mall so the ambulance can get to her quicker. As Myrna was being wheeled away, Hani had glanced and there was this middle-aged woman standing in the middle of the dining room. And she had her eyes squeezed tightly and her hands were pressed together. She was praying as hard as she could for Myrna. The other patrons had joined her, and some of them even had their hands clasped in front of them. Others reached out and touched the shoulders of those who were praying. And the whole restaurant seemed to be pleading to the highest power that they knew of that Myrna would get home safe tonight. Except Jessica. Myrna was wheeled out of the restaurant, and Hani was running after the team with her phone in her hand. She's calling Arif, telling him to meet her at the hospital ASAP. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, a waiter is holding Myrna's glass of Vietnamese coffee back in the kitchen, and he's studying it. And he tells another waiter, hey, come here. One of the coworkers comes over. Is that from table 54? Yeah, is the coffee like a turmeric coffee? The coworker looked at it. Usually Vietnamese coffee is like a dark brown. So besides sweetened condensed milk, the only other thing in there is ice and espresso. The ice was melted, but it just dilutes the color. It shouldn't make it a different color. Mm-hmm. This coffee was not dark brown. It was not light brown. It was more of like a dark orange, like a very deep yellow. In the shadow, it might look acceptable, but now that they were looking at it in the bright fluorescent lights of the kitchen, they could see it as plain as day. It was just such a bizarre shade. The first waiter sniffs the coffee. Kind of smells weird. He pushes it in the second waiter's face. The second waiter taps his finger against the top of the coffee surface so that a tiny little drop of coffee was on his finger. Then he brings it to his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and tasted it. He said instantly his tongue felt a little bit tingly and the coffee tasted really bitter. So the first waiter pours the coffee from the glass into a clean jar and throws Myrna's used straw away and keeps the coffee cup. Devi comes back into the kitchen with them, and Myrna had already been rushed out of the cafe, so there's not much that she could do. She's looking at the coffee, and she sniffs it. She takes the tiniest little sip like waiter number 2. And after a second, she said her mouth was tingling, it was burning. She put the coffee down. She instructed her staff to label the jar undrinkable and store it in a safe place, just in case. Now, I just want to mention, at this point, Devi was still under the belief that Myrna had some sort of pre-existing medical condition. I think everyone did.
Okay, so nobody draw the connection that
No.
coffee killed her.
Yeah, I think it was
Okay.
more of like, why did that girl accuse us of doing something to her coffee? We would never do something to her coffee.
I
And we
see.
serve this coffee every single day. We serve it table side. It's like an experience. So it does look weird. Like maybe the milk went bad. I think that was the mindset. It wasn't like, oh, do you think someone put poison in the coffee? Let's try it.
Got
It was
it.
more like, oh, that's so weird, right? So they kept the coffee. And all of these feelings of maybe she had a pre-existing health condition, they would all change very soon. But her gut feeling of keeping this coffee would provide the police with some of the best evidence in this whole case. And this whole case would soon escalate into one of the most explosive murder trials that was ever televised for the whole nation of Indonesia to spectate.
Wow.
Arif found out when Hani called him in a panic. And he said at first it didn't even register. Like he knew it was Hani calling him. He knew it was Hani when he picked up. But he was like, no, she's got the wrong number. It just didn't click. Saw her a few hours ago. He was making dinner plans for when she got home. He was planning their honeymoon. I don't think the grief would hit him until he came back home. And that feeling of, wow, okay, her shoes are in the closet. Her keys are on the counter. Her dishes are in the sink. But I'm never going to see her again. And we just started our lives together. When Myrna was brought to the hospital, at first glance, it looked like she had suffered from a seizure. That was the doctor's first idea, but the main cause of death from a seizure is suffocation, and without an autopsy, they wouldn't know for sure. She and her family were very religious. The overwhelming religious majority in Indonesia is Islam, but I don't know for sure what their religion was. Typically, though, according to many religions, autopsies are frowned upon. Autopsies, they're actually incredibly invasive. You have to like break the chest plate oftentimes. It's a lot. And breaking the bone of a dead person is considered the same weight of a sin as breaking the bone of a living person in a lot of religions. So either way, you're harming a person and that's a sin. So typically autopsies don't happen unless they're absolutely necessary. In this case, it was necessary. So Myrna's family, they wanted the autopsy to be as minimally invasive as possible. They consented to a partial autopsy. Side note, while the medical examiners were conducting an autopsy, the police received the coffee from the cafe and they were running their own test. And do you know how much cyanide it takes to kill someone? Listen, I am out here just putting myself on every single FBI watch list so that you don't have to, but apparently it takes about 2 milligrams of cyanide per kilogram of body weight for it to be a lethal dose of cyanide.
Okay, one more time.
2 milligrams of cyanide per kilogram of body weight. So you would need more cyanide than I would. It's a very small amount. Yeah.
It's a very small amount. It's a pill.
Taking a
It's-
supplement and then opening the contents.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
type of
yes.
level. It's a very small amount. You're not talking like a brick of cocaine.
So
level.
is that what you're trying to
Yes,
share? Like
okay.
a small amount?
Well, it's a small amount, but also I'm trying to share how much is in this coffee, okay? So this is not an exact science. I mean, some people probably have, I'm sure, health conditions, personal fitness, all of that plays into a role. And I don't think it's like, oh, for sure, 2 milligrams per weight and you're gone. So there is some fluctuation, and I'm not giving you step-by-steps on how to use cyanide. But according to the CDC, it takes around 150 milligrams to kill a full-grown, average weight adult male in the US. Now, if we're going at 2 milligrams per kilogram, 150 milligrams is enough to kill someone that weighs 165 pounds. Myrna's Vietnamese coffee contained a whole whopping 300 milligrams of cyanide. It's a lot. That's almost the double amount needed to kill an adult male.
But you say she only take one sip.
Now, here's the thing. I think everyone's sips were different. So, you know when you like run into a cafe?
Yeah.
You're probably like in the heat,
Yeah.
and then you sit down and you're like, oh, that looks so good. You take a big, healthy gulp.
Yeah.
Now, when she says, taste it, it's disgusting, everyone's going to take a tiny sip.
Yeah.
And then the waiters, it's not their coffee, they're taking a drop.
Yes.
So I do think that she took maybe multiple sips.
Wow.
I don't think it was like, oh, this is interesting. You know, like taking a little, because it's a coffee. She knows what it tastes like. I just can't imagine being like, let me take the tiniest sip.
Yeah. Wow.
I feel like you take a few sips and then you're like, oh, wait, this is what's going on with this coffee.
Yeah. And I wonder the 300 milligram you said is the leftover. That's
Yeah.
probably not including how much she already consumed. Yeah.
So this is where it gets really, really strange. Let's talk about her first partial autopsy. The doctors took samples of Myrna's bile, liver, and urine 70 minutes after her death. Side note, bile is the liquid that the liver makes when it stores it in the gallbladder and it helps with digestion. Now, these samples showed no abnormalities. I know, it's strange, but that's what the results said. So the coffee is testing for crazy lethal amounts of cyanide and Myrna's body is fine? Like, what's going on? Arif and the rest of Myrna's family, they had no answers. It's very confusing. How did the partial autopsy not bring up any traces of cyanide? So at the risk of sounding stupid on the internet, I'm going to try and break down how this may have happened. I'm not saying this is what happened, but these are the speculations. When you eat or drink something, the food goes into your stomach and then your intestines. That's where the nutrients are absorbed. Then the blood carries the nutrients into the liver, which filters everything out to make sure that you're not digesting any toxins. Then all the nutrients travel on their little merry way to whatever cells need them. It's crazy what your body does. Like, it's kind of insane. Don't quote me on any of this, but it's a very complicated process other than just like, I eat it and now it's in my blood system, right? Now, cyanide works like a greedy little monster. Cyanide attaches to all of the oxygen it can find inside of your body. It leaves none for the rest of your cells. It makes you weak, dizzy, it gives you headaches, it can mess with your awareness and can render you unconscious. It can send you into a coma and it can even take your life. All of this can happen in the matter of seconds, depending on the dosage.
Wow.
So maybe it wasn't showing up because it had happened too soon to her body for it to be detected in her bile, urine, or liver, you know?
Got it. So
Yeah.
it never even made it that far.
Yeah. So the family was forced to consent to another partial autopsy. The doctors took a sample of the contents of her stomach and then analyzed it. The test came back positive for cyanide. And while extracting the sample from Myrna's stomach, the doctor also noted that all of Myrna's intestines appeared corroded, which could point to poison. They also noted that Myrna's mouth, which would have been the first point of entry for the cyanide, her mouth, her gums, her tongue, her cheek on the inside, all of it was black.
Oh my goodness.
It was pretty clear to the doctors that she had died of cyanide poisoning. She had been murdered. The case at this point had already reached the public eye because of the nature. You know, it happened in the mall during daylight in the middle of a cafe to a perfectly healthy young woman and an upper class establishment on top of that. Because there was no official answers, the public, they start making up their own theories. We're going to explore some of these theories, but just keep in mind these are theories and not real facts. So the first theory is pretty practical. Myrna had a $5.7 million life insurance policy. And even I was kind of like raising my eyebrow at that because Myrna is young. She has no health problems. She just got married, right? But we have to remember Myrna was from a wealthy family. She was running one of the branches of her dad's business. She was quite literally the top manager for a very lucrative company. But more importantly, she and Arif were about to start a family. It is not uncommon for those with a lot of money to think about getting life insurance around the time that they start family planning. Now, the public wasn't thinking about any of that. All they saw was a big hefty life insurance payout and they figured that one of the family members had something to do with her death. Sadly, they started pointing the finger at Myrna's father. I'm not sure why it was her father. I mean, typically it's the husband that gets accused and oftentimes is the one that does it, but maybe since they just got married, maybe everyone believed her father was still listed as the beneficiary of her life insurance. This specific information is not public, but it's the only reason I can think of that why the public would go after the dad. In the end, they dropped the theory because nobody touched Myrna's life insurance policy. Nobody claimed the money. The money stayed in with the agency for at least the first few months after Myrna's death. And I'm sure part of the reason was because whoever was going to touch it, the public was going to go after them. So eventually they lose interest. That was the practical theory. Then we have the fantastical theory, and not fantastical as in fantastic, but fantastical as in truly existing only in some sort of strange fantasy land. The business competition theory. Olivier Cafe was a popular destination. They'd been open for about a year, and they were bound to have competitors. The idea was that what if one of their competitors spiked the ingredients of the Vietnamese coffee that only Myrna drank from that booth, remember? Because the other two girls had cocktails. Or even it was that specific cup was spiked in the hopes that one of the customers would get sick and would make Oliver Cafe look bad and lose all of their business. The theory was crazy, but it was debunked because Oliver Cafe had served another 10 Vietnamese iced coffees that day before Myrna came in. Nobody else was sick. Also, in this specific cafe, like I mentioned, the waiter makes the Vietnamese coffee at the table in front of you. It's part of the price. It's like the show. The waiter brings out the sweetened condensed milk, pours it in a glass, then brings out the coffee grinds, puts them through the filter and lets the water seep through. And the whole process is done in front of not just your table, but really the whole cafe. It's not like a waiter from the competition came and slipped something into the drink as it's being carried out of the kitchen. Again, you could argue that something was slipped into the coffee grounds or the milk, but like I mentioned, 10 other coffees had been served prior to Myrna's coffee that day. It just didn't add up. So this theory dies down. Then another one pops up in its place. This one was brief, but it had the potential to ruin lives. People started pointing the finger at Hani. Since as far of what the public knew so far, the cafe was in the clear. The coffee was in the clear. That meant that Hani was with Myrna before she entered the cafe. Maybe she poisoned her then. Maybe she gave her a little candy before they walked in. But later, when people found out that Hani looked genuinely so upset, that she was the one contacting emergency services, organizing how Myrna's family was getting to the hospital, making sure Myrna's head didn't hit the counter, people kind of stopped pointing the finger at her. And they directed it at Jessica, but not for the reason you think. Let's go over the last theory. The love triangle theory. To simplify it, people believe Jessica killed Myrna because she wanted Myrna to be with her romantically. Alleged screenshots came out of a conversation between Myrna and Jessica, and in the messages, they used phrases like, "I love you," and "I'm really happy, I want to kiss you." Now, our Indonesian researchers said that that was a major red flag. So apparently you don't really say "I love you" to your friends in Indonesia like that. In Indonesian culture, that's kind of a thing that's really only said between partners. The phrase, "I'm really happy, I want to kiss you," doesn't exist like in America where it's maybe like, "Oh my God, I want to kiss you." Okay, I feel like maybe in America it's also kind of interesting.
Yeah, no.
But especially in Indonesia, just doesn't really exist. The translation in Indonesian reads quite literally. Now, lots of people thought that Jessica and Myrna must have been in some sort of secret lesbian relationship, or that Jessica must have had a crush on Myrna, but since Myrna was already taken, or she was straight, she killed her out of jealousy. I will say one thing to consider is that these alleged screenshots could have been 100% faked. Now, the second thing is they're studying abroad in Australia. Even though it might not seem that common in Indonesian culture, it could have been maybe they were getting accustomed to the Australian way. Like the American way, you know, everyone's like, love you, nonstop, right? But then you go to Korea and no one's saying like, 사랑해 to their friend so casually. So maybe it's just a cultural difference that they got used to in their college days. But this last theory would actually catapult this case, not just in Indonesia, but everywhere internationally. For the rest of the world, it is very intriguing, I guess, you know? The whole idea that a best friend secretly loves the victim and is so upset that she doesn't love her back, so then she kills her in a cafe with a Vietnamese iced coffee. It was a whole thing. Now, it was pretty damaging for Myrna's family, even if people knew it was a rumor. In Indonesia, the majority religion is generally not accepting of LGBTQ relationships. That's not to say Indonesians hate anyone. That's not straight, not at all. But the general majority culture looks on these issues unfavorably. So it was just, it was a whole thing. So when the investigation opens, the police were looking at Myrna's husband, father, sisters, and the people who had seen her last. Close family, last known contacts, that's the way they start the investigation. But then they go to the cafe, they look at the CCTV, and they only have one suspect in mind now, Jessica Wong-soo. The same day that they turn their attention on Jessica, the second partial autopsy is released, and the police, they're all hands on deck. 4 days have passed since the murder, and it was abundantly clear that there was something incredibly wrong with Jessica. They bring in Myrna's family for interviews, and they're like, "Hey, do you know about her friend Jessica? Like, what do you have to say about her?" And they speak to Myrna's father first, and his name is Eddie. He says, I always thought of Jessica as my daughter's strange friend. What do you mean by that? Well, Jessica wasn't really that close with Myrna, but Jessica acted like they were closer than they were. Jessica acted like she knew Myrna and the whole family really well. And he said, she did very strange things, like she would hug my wife very, very tightly when they first met. She would go into our primary bedroom when she visited the house. Look, I don't know, okay? That to me is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I think even going into my own parents' bedroom, I'm usually knocking or like, hey, I'm coming in, right? But then like to just go into as an adult too. It's like, whoa, what is going on? That's not normal. The police then spoke to Arif, and Arif knew exactly who Jessica was. He told the police officers that Myrna was actually a bit afraid of Jessica and wanted to distance herself from her. He talked about the last time he saw Jessica during that meeting, during that little dinner where Jessica up and left. And ever since then, Myrna was kind of a bit iffy about her friendship with Jessica, and it's just also strange. To put it quite bluntly, the reason that Hani was there was because Myrna probably didn't want to be alone with Jessica.
Wow.
She was very cautious of her, and that's why they didn't even invite her to the wedding. Very interesting. The police believe they have their killer. So at the end of the month, 23 days after Myrna's death, the police officially announced to the public that Jessica was their main suspect, and they arrest her the next day. Now, the first thing they asked of Jessica was for her to participate in a reconstruction of the crime. They wanted to take her back to the cafe and have her walk them through everything that she did, where she sat, where she put the bags, all of that. The police do this in order to get an exact idea of what happened, when it happened, and how it happened. They were going to use this alongside the CCTV as evidence in court. Now, sources are not clear if she had a lawyer at this point, but I'd like to think that she didn't, because from my very basic true crime knowledge, I feel like as a lawyer, I would maybe, perhaps, possibly not want my client demonstrating to the police how they put cyanide in a coffee cup. That is my non-law school educated opinion. If there are lawyers that think otherwise, please let me know. Jessica wholeheartedly agreed to do this reenactment. Not only did she show police officers what happened that day, which is kind of wild to me because later she pleads not guilty.
So she confessed to all.
She doesn't really confess. She just says then she put her hands up like this. So it's really weird, right? But the whole time she's acting like she's on some sort of TV show. She's smiling, she's posing off camera, she tries chit-chatting with the officers like they're on set filming some sort of TV show. There's this one picture of her where she's leaning up against the bar and she's facing away from the bar. So she's leaned back against the bar and she's got her full prison uniform, this bright orange color, name tag and everything. And she's smiling like someone who is, just leisurely hanging out at the bar. It's like she is playing a prisoner on Grey's Anatomy. There's 20 officers around her that just have the most serious expression on their faces. This cannot be real right now. I'm so confused. After arresting her, the Indonesian police actually asked the Australian police to release information they had on her during her stay. They're looking for things like speeding tickets, major purchases, just anything really. Now, the Australian police agreed under one condition. If found guilty, Jessica would not be sentenced to death. So Indonesia still has the death penalty, but Australia doesn't. And they did not want their actions to potentially contribute to someone's death, even if they're a murderer. And Indonesia is yeah, sounds good. Now, Jessica's Australian file is insane. August of 2015, Jessica gets into a car accident just a few months before Myrna's wedding. She was driving her car in Sydney. She was drunk, and she decided that she was going to floor it straight into the brick wall of a nursing home, which, listen, I'm not a big drinker, and I've never driven under the influence. This part is kind of confusing to me. Either she was so intoxicated and potentially falling asleep at the wheel, amongst other things, but I've just never heard of people driving into literal buildings like this. I've heard of people getting a DUI because they drove into a pole on the street. No one I personally know, okay? But on the news, they drive into a pole or another car or a pedestrian or a building on the side of the street. But I would imagine a nursing home has a parking lot around it, right? So that would be some really, really hefty drunk driving. The brick wall was completely obliterated, so it seems like she was going pretty fast too. Thankfully, no residents were on that side of the property at the time. No one was hurt except Jessica. She had a couple of cracked ribs and some chest pain, as well as a shiny new DUI charge. She was actually supposed to appear in court February of 2016, but she wouldn't be able to make it because she was in jail in Indonesia for murder. Yeah. Not only that, but a lot of people ratted Jessica out to the cops. So Jessica was facing like $15,000 in fines and legal fees for her drunk driving incident. She texted colleagues and friends where she was openly, proudly talking about fleeing the country. She literally texted a friend, hey, I could use the money to have like an epic holiday, have new licenses anywhere, and my dad has power too, rather than giving the money to those police, those ignorant. In another one, she texted, I'm being pushed again and again, and I will break. Side note, since we're on the topic of conversations on text, these are not the only texts that Jessica sent that were seen by Indonesian officers. Even before her arrest, after the murder, Jessica was texting friends talking about how she was so shaken up about what happened to Myrna, about how upset she was. She even texted one friend back in Australia, like, I came here because a particular someone was bothering me, but even here, like, all these bad things are happening to me. But it doesn't end there. Jessica had the audacity to text Myrna's own twin sister, Sandy, an article about poisonous coffee, truly trying to divert any and all attention off of her as the murder suspect. Back to Jessica's police file. The DUI charges were not the only thing on there. Remember Patrick, her ex-boyfriend that she always told Myrna was so toxic, so abusive? Listen, I don't want to say that he's innocent because I don't know what truly happened in their relationship, but if you look at just the police files, Jessica seems to be the toxic one. Jessica's ex-boyfriend Patrick said that his relationship with Jessica was quite possibly one of the worst, scariest experiences in his entire life.
Wow.
And it got worse after they broke up. He was ready to move on. He was done with her stuff. But each time he would even try and break up with her, Jessica would threaten to self-harm. When their relationship finally ended September of 2015, Jessica kept sending him texts and calling him. She would threaten to hurt herself if he ignored her. She threatened and even attempted to unalive herself multiple times and tried to convince him that her death would be on his hands. There would be blood on his hands. It would be his fault. He filed a police report each time she did that. When Indonesia got Jessica's file, there were more than a dozen reports like that. She would text him things like, I will unalive myself with carbon monoxide. It would freak him out to the point of calling the police to do a wellness check, but also sometimes talking to her to try and help, interacting with her in some sort of way. Another time she basically texted him that she was over life, and the police were sent to do a wellness check, and she was found unconscious near sleeping pills, antidepressants, and a knife. And then after they broke up, Patrick's car was suspiciously and mysteriously vandalized. He requested a restraining order against Jessica, and it was granted. Now, just to clarify, she was struggling with her mental health, but that's a separate thing from her criminal actions. I just want to put a disclaimer there to make it clear that while Jessica's criminal actions may have been influenced by her mental health struggles do not lead to criminal actions. There are so many people who struggle with their mental health that do not hurt people. Now, there were no attempts or reports that Jessica made against Patrick, at least in the police files. Now, Indonesian prosecutors were also able to reach out to Jessica's former boss who had filed a police report against Jessica for disturbing behavior in the workplace. Her name is Christy Carter, and she said that she fired Jessica days after Myrna's wedding in November of 2015. So like 2 months prior to the murder. Christy said that Jessica admitted to knowing how to kill people. The police clarified, wait, what do you mean? Well, she said that she knew how to hurt someone. What did she say exactly? Well, on one occasion, she attempted to unalive herself. She was hospitalized, and as a supportive boss, Christy went to visit her, show her moral support. But Jessica was complaining to her, I want to go home. They're treating me like I killed someone. If I wanted to kill someone, I know exactly how to do it. I know the exact right dose. Christy was so taken aback, she didn't know what to say, but she just knew that this is not someone that she feels safe to be around her employees, the business. So she let her go. And she made the right choice clearly because immediately afterwards, Jessica texted her saying things like, you have to die, and so does your mom. Christy said, she's manipulative, scheming, emotionally unstable. She sent me death threats. I have no doubt that she's capable of hurting or killing another person. Wow. Another thing that would come out during the trial is that Police asked Jessica to turn in her clothes from that day, and she basically was like, I can't. What do you mean you can't? Just no, I can't. Do you realize that we're not asking? This is like a police order. They're burnt. I burned the clothes. Why would you burn the clothes? Well, they were worn out, and I don't wear clothes that are worn out, so I burnt them. What? Okay. On top of that, cyanide is proven to be a skin irritant. So if you touch cyanide, you could have very, very itchy hands. Now, once they gather up all this evidence, the prosecutors come up with their motive. They believe Jessica killed Myrna out of jealousy. If the motive for this murder is jealousy, that means Jessica constantly compared her life to Myrna's. Every bad thing that happened to her was a good thing that happened to Myrna. Jessica broke up with her boyfriend. Myrna married the love of her life. Jessica lost her job. Myrna became the branch manager for her family's business. Jessica was sent to the hospital for another unalive attempt. Myrna posted her engagement and wedding photos where she was wearing her signature dimpled smile and just looked so happy, surrounded by people that loved her, and Jessica wasn't invited. Now, I will say it's a motive for sure. Countless murders have been committed due to jealousy, right? But it is one that's hard to argue in court because jealousy is such a common emotion that everyone feels. And most people will think to themselves, well, can you really kill someone because you're jealous? I would never kill someone because I'm jealous, right? But not only that, this is weird. The public felt like it would be one thing if Jessica was from a middle or lower class family and she was best friends with this upper class girl, Myrna. Maybe it'd be too much of a contrast. Maybe it'd be that feeling of injustice. But the thing is, Jessica is also from the upper class. Her dad owns a pretty big bicycle spare parts factory in Jakarta. Maybe her family's not as rich as Myrna's, but they're really well off. So most people in Indonesia reading about this case, they would never even spend their money at Oliveira Cafe. It was a $3 sign establishment. To put it in perspective, the majority of Indonesians have to live on less than $4 a day. The average drink at the cafe is about $4. For an American perspective, the average American lives off $160 a day. That's including like bills and rent, all calculated and split into one day, right?
Wow.
Imagine going to an establishment where you were spending $160 per person on like a drink.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was shocking for civilians to be like, I don't really believe that a girl from this type of class can also feel jealous of someone from the same class, basically. That doesn't make sense, right? That just, I don't know. And if she can, then we should have no sympathy for this type of girl. Jessica's problems specifically just were not real problems when you look at it compared to everyone else in the country. So the trial begins. Jessica's psychological condition was evaluated, and it was stated that she was a very smart woman, calm and collected, but she was a narcissist. They were able to categorize her, and she actually fell under the amorous narcissist. These are considered the least violent of the narcissist, the least aggressive of the narcissist groups. They have attention-seeking behaviors, but not in the way that you would think of most narcissists. They don't have this grandiose sense of self that you can feel immediately. They're actually incredibly insecure. They have a deep desire to gain affection for affection's sake. So most people want affection from their partner or their family to satisfy this human connection need that we have, right? But these narcissists, they just want affection for affection's sake. They tend to live under this rule of, if I scratch your back, you better scratch mine. So they will typically shower you with attention.
Oh my
They
God.
do not mean it typically. But they will do this because they expect you to return the attention. I mean, it doesn't sound that bad compared to some of the other narcissists that we've talked about, right? But the problem lies in the fact that they will keep wanting more and more. There's not really a satisfaction point, and it will never stop. And I'm not exactly sure what happens if you cut someone off like that. I'm sure person to person it varies, but it's very enlightening in terms of this case, right? So Jessica's trial resumes. There would be 3 judges that would decide Jessica's fate if she would face the death penalty. And I know what you're thinking. Didn't Indonesia agree not to kill her, right? That's another part of this case. Like, this case just kept going more and more viral because it just kept unfolding. There was so much drama. Australia was like, hello, Indonesia. You gave me agreements in writing that you would not pursue the death penalty for Jessica. Indonesia was like, I didn't do that. I never did that.
gosh.
And for some reason, Australia never wanted to show proof. And they didn't want to force Indonesia to comply. So it was like a he said, she said between the two countries. And Indonesia was like, well, technically, that's our citizen. And it's a crime that took place in our country. So we can do whatever we want.
So they're debating if they want to kill her.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if Jessica is convicted, she could face the firing squad, which is how they carry out the death penalty in Indonesia. If you're on death row, you get woken up in the middle of the night, taken to a remote grassy location, and you can choose either to sit or to stand. 12 guards face you with rifles pointed. Only 3 of the rifles have live bullets. It's to make the guards not know who's the one that delivered the fatal wound. So they all shoot, and if the prisoner survives, it's up to the commander to shoot until a doctor confirms no signs of life. Yeah, the stakes could not be higher. But if you look at some pictures of Jessica during the whole thing, I mean, some parts she does look serious, right? If you watch the videos as well. But most of the time, she looks kind of chill. Like she's in there for a speeding ticket. No, matter of fact, she looks like she's supporting someone who's in front of the court for a speeding ticket. She doesn't even look like she's on trial.
How's the trial going?
It's been going okay, but I can't really say anything right now.
I understand.
because,
Do you have any ideas about who murdered
No, I
her?
have no clue.
It's bizarre. It's so strange. I mean, she pled not guilty. Her lawyers that are funded by her parents are literally grasping at straws, doing everything. I mean, they even lied and they were like, she has no Australian criminal past. And everyone's like, we literally have the files. Literally. When asked about, then what happened? How did she die? She's like, I don't know. She took a sip of her coffee and it happened so fast. It was just nonstop. They kept trying to pin the blame on other people. At one point, they tried to pin the blame on Arif. They came up with this theory where her defense attorneys said that one of the cafe waiters was paid 10,000 USD by Arif to kill Myrna and spike the coffee. Yeah. The waiter was brought into court and was like, I've never seen that guy in my life. I don't know what you guys are talking about. In the end, it lasted 135 days. The verdict was 377 pages long. It took the judges 4 hours to read in full. But at the end of it,
They read it for 4 hours
Yeah.
straight?
In the end, they said Jessica Wangzu has been legally and convincingly proven guilty of committing premeditated murder. They spared her the death penalty, and instead she got 20 years in prison, which is so light.
That's it?
Yeah. Everyone was upset. It's not even an eye for an eye. It's okay. You know what? We can debate the death penalty, and I think that everyone is valid to their own opinion about it. And I just, as someone, I will never give an opinion on it because
She's young too, right?
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So she's like, what, 20s?
20s. Yeah,
She'll
27.
get out in 40s.
Yeah, she'll be like 47. Maybe
Maybe
earlier.
even earlier, yeah. What?
Yeah, that's why people were so upset. Like I was saying, you know, I will never debate death penalties because I think when you have families of victims of these types of crimes, I will never be the one to look them in the face and be like, well, no, we shouldn't kill people, right? The thing is, it's not even an eye for an eye. It's not even life in prison.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing. Like, I don't know how it went from death penalty or 20 years in prison. Like, why was there no life in prison?
Yeah.
But I do think a lot of countries don't strongly enforce life in prison like the States does. Yeah. Yeah. Because like even a lot of cases, we talked about countries where it's life in prison, but on average they get out in like 20 years. So she's going to get out in 20 years. And I just cannot imagine what it feels like for Myrna's family, especially because she gave a statement. Jessica said, I did not kill Myrna and I never planned to do so. She said, losing her means the world for me and my family. So I will say there is a group of people that do think that Jessica is innocent. So I don't know, you know, they think that there is no evidence of her actually putting the cyanide in. There's arguments that putting cyanide into coffee will actually make it appear a darker color and not a turmeric yellow color. There's arguments that her motive doesn't make sense. But I don't know, especially from what we know about justice systems, why would they pin it on another upper class woman? Typically, that doesn't really happen. They have a cold case and they pin it on lower class civilians so that, do you know what I mean? It just, I don't know. Myrna's family keep her in their memories, but they are trying to move on from the trial. They said the trial was pretty traumatic. They still post about Myrna and they keep her memories alive. Myrna's father recently got married and it made headlines, but thankfully the public is giving him his space. Arif is having a really hard time. It might be because of the language barrier, but he still talks about Myrna in present tense. He said, "I think she is the most wonderful person I've met. She has an amazing outlook on life." He just tries to find comfort in the fact that Myrna got to experience how it feels to be in love, and he feels honored that he was the man that she fell in love with. It brings him a little bit of peace. And that is it for today's story. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, I think that this case was going around for so long. And I think in the beginning, when I first got into true crime, I covered it and I talked about it. And I was so confused about this case. But now I'm like, wow, there are so many layers to this that I wasn't able to dig into prior. What are your thoughts? Please stay safe. And I will see you guys on Sunday for the mini-sode. Bye. This one is a doozy. It was viral in China and it all kind of unfolded January 2023, so 4 or 5 months ago. A guard was patrolling the high school grounds. He worked for this massive boarding school. And when I say massive, I mean, I think they owned close to 600 acres of land. So it's a big chunk of land that he's guarding. He had to take his little guard dog, patrol through the woods, make sure that there's no trespassers, make sure no students are setting up a meth lab, no rogue chicken running about. And he would go through the stone paths. So it's not like the woods are completely uncharted territory. It's not like it's overgrown, the forbidden forest. You know, there's paths, there's trails to take. And he would just walk along. And some days he would be out there cutting down bamboo before it got a little impossible. But today, his guard dog had completely other plans. His guard dog would not budge. First, the dog was frozen on the path, and then slowly it turned its body towards off path and starts yanking at the guard. The guard gives it one tug, like, come on, let's get back on the path, but the dog absolutely refuses to stop barking. The dog is pulling towards the trees. The guard is, kind of curious. Normally his job is very calm, very peaceful even, but recently the disappearance of a high school student at the school, things had been different since then. So even walking through these woods, it made him feel a bit unsettled. It sent a chill down his back. He took one step off the path onto the crunchy leaves. The dog pulled on the leash until finally both of them were walking off the path and towards this abandoned shed on campus. Okay, it's not necessarily a shed per se. It's more like 4 brick walls that were set in place, and inside it was used to storage things so that they wouldn't be in plain view. And outside the 4 walls, there were linings of trees, think privacy trees, but they're really tall, they're really big. They've got these humongous branches. It's honestly kind of confusing, so I'm trying to simplify it to make it digestible. The guard dog stops abruptly at this shed, and his leg and tail is stiff. All of his legs, his whole tail, his whole body is stiff. His head is pointed upwards like an arrow, and the guard stares at his dog, follows his gaze to see where is my dog looking, and at first he just sees trees. And then he's like, wait, what is that? In between the wall and the trees, in this small little gap, there was a body hanging. The 15-year-old student that had went missing 3 months ago had just been found on campus hanging from a tree by a pair of shoelaces. For the past 126 days, it seemed like the whole nation of China had been looking for this student. The campus had been turned upside down by investigators. I mean, it was absolutely gnarly. How on earth was he found just in the open on campus? This is a case that would bring conspiracies of a essay ring in school, a principal running an essay ring, a chemistry teacher that wanted to commit the perfect murder using chemicals, and even school bullies. Because of just how bizarre the death of this student is, it seemed like every conspiracy made sense.
This was huge.
Yeah.
I was reading news about people were saying there was
panda blood. It was a blood donation.
Yeah, they were saying
wrong.
some governor needs some organ and then they kidnapped the kid for the organ.
Yeah.
It was huge.
Huge. And the conspiracies are wild. So let's talk about the case of the missing boarding school student. And this is a case that seemed to drive practically all of China mad. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. I did have a Mandarin speaker help with this research, not him, okay? A Mandarin researcher, and especially in regards to all the public theories, the threads that just catapulted this case into mainstream media, I wanted to make sure that we covered the most of it. And a lot of netizens, they were invested in this case. This received a ton of media attention in China, and there's just so much mystery, speculation, conspiracies about what's going on. So we're going to cover the most popular ones. But just a reminder, myself included, it's easy to get swept up in these conspiracies, but, this is a case that affected and still affects the lives of real people. So I think while speculation is fine, as long as it's done with compassion and grace, but let's just be mindful. So with that being said, let's get into the story. This story takes place in a boarding school in China. It's called the ZHI? Zhiyuan High School, which boarding schools, okay, we know one person that was in a boarding school for a few years, and it's completely anecdotal, but they said it was pretty creepy. Like, I don't know, maybe it's all the movies and books that make boarding schools feel like something is lurking in the background, but it's not just a big sleepover, That's what they said. The first few nights feels like a big sleepover, and then it's no longer fun. That's exactly how they describe it. It's just got an eerie sense. Now, today's story solely takes place in a boarding school, so I have to give you the rundown of the campus. There are two main buildings in this campus. There are a little bit of small little one-story buildings here and there, but these two buildings are the most important ones. They're technically side by side. They're 0.06 miles away from each other. So it should take a minute or two to walk from one building to the next, right?
Oh, 0.06.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's super close.
Yeah, that's
Holy.
really close. I mean, there's some trees in between, but it's so close. Now, they're technically side by side, but like I said, there's a small little park that you have to cross. So one building is reserved for all the classrooms and most of the administrative rooms, think your principal's office, all of these things, teachers' offices, HR. Then you take a quick little walk. Then you've got the other building. This is reserved for student dorms. And the campus is reminiscent of a college campus, but on a tinier, much smaller scale. I mean, outside of these two main buildings, they had a gym, 2 parks, soccer field, basketball court, tennis court. I mean, it's a pretty big school. And since it's a restricted boarding school, one of the appeals is that it is completely gated and fenced off from the general public. And students were not allowed to leave the campus without getting explicit permission from teachers or staff, because these are high school kids. These are not college kids. So this way, parents feel a lot safer about sending their kids to this school because it's not some sort of free-for-all. The kids are still under very constant, strict supervision. Everyone is treated like a high schooler and not like a college student. And this is all kind of important later. So anyway, the school has these 3 massive gates. Now, the biggest one is the main gate. It's huge, it's fancy, it looks grand, and it's used for big celebrations like welcoming day, graduation day. And then you have a second gate, a much smaller one. And this one is used for outsiders to come in. So when you have parents visiting, maybe potential deliveries, they come in through this gate. Those types of instances, outsiders coming into the school. Then you have the last gate, the smallest gate. This was typically used solely by staff and students. Staff when they're coming in for work, and students when they have permission to leave or for whatever reason. And side note, okay, this boarding school is kind of unique. This is the absolute first time that I've ever heard of this. And I don't know if it's common in China, but parents could board with their students.
What do you mean?
So each dorm room typically has a bunk bed and 2 students are placed in the room. So one gets the top bunk, one gets the bottom bunk. But sometimes one parent will choose to stay with their kid at the school. So they share a room and they share the bunk beds. And a good amount of parents chose to do this at this particular school. I think there was 90-something parents who lived on campus. That's my biggest nightmare as a parent.
China's parents are so obsessed with kids' grades. It's almost like, let me live with you so you don't have to worry about your day-to-day.
Oh,
so all you can do is study.
Yes, that's exactly why. So while the kids focus on studying, the parents will focus on tidying up, cooking meals, running errands, cutting up fruit, just making sure that their kid is actually studying. Yeah, so back to the setup of the school. It's gated, and the fact that the most of the school was fenced off was pretty impressive, considering the fact that the school had 2 parks on the property. Students were allowed to use them, and this is, again, not like some sort of forbidden forest type of scenario. One of the parks is about 4 acres, very, very small. And the largest one was about 589 acres.
Jeez.
Yeah, so to put it in perspective how massive that park is, it takes an average student about 2.5 minutes to walk through the 4-acre park.
Right.
It takes about 6 hours to walk through 589 acres.
589 acres?
Yeah.
Central Park is 843 acres.
Oh, yeah.
This one is like more than half
Massive.
of that. That's
Wow.
crazy.
Wow. Yeah. So it's huge. I mean, the big park is huge, but again, don't get me wrong. It was designed to be somewhat usable for the students. There were these paved stone walkways. There were these trails that led through it. So if you want to go hiking or if you wanted to go sit on a bench inside the woods, students could do that. It's not like this wild, haunted, overgrown, uncharted territory that's just looming behind the school like, oh, I'm going to kidnap you. Students would actually frequently wander through the park looking for a quiet, peaceful place to put down a blanket and to study. Now, on October 14th, a 15-year-old student by the name of Hu Xinyu,
Hu Xingyu.
let's call him Xing, Xing was not looking for a peaceful place to study. Instead, on October 14th, he walked into those woods and he never came back out alive. The last time that he was seen alive was October 14th, 2022 at 5:49 p.m. Xing was seen walking into his dorm building. He checked the time. He had about 10-15 minutes max before his next study hall class. So his next study hall was at 6:20 p.m. And the class technically starts at 6:20 p.m., but the teacher wanted all of the students to arrive 15 minutes early. So truly, he only had about 10 minutes before he had to make his way over to the school building. He did not go into his room. Maybe he didn't want to lay down if he has to get right back up. So instead, he goes to the 5th floor of the dorms and walks out onto the balcony. So they've got this little mini rooftop area.
Wait, where is he walking from?
So he walked from the school building back to his dorm building. And he's got like 10 minutes left, you know? So he's
So
inside
he's
of his
supposed to walk back to the school building because he has a class in 10 minutes.
a study hall. But instead, he walked all the way to the dorm building, walked to the 5th floor, and went out onto the balcony. Now, this balcony overlooks the forest/park behind the dorm building, and he's just standing there alone, staring out into the woods. So he spends about 2 minutes there, and CCTV does see him heading out at 5:51 p.m. So we see him walking to the balcony and then walking out at 5:51. He was just there for like 2-3 minutes. That's it. So now he's like, okay, I gotta cross the small park to get to the main school building to show up for my study hall. And he's seen walking on the CCTV cameras at a somewhat leisurely pace. He doesn't seem rushed, which he's not late, so he doesn't have to be. He doesn't seem angsty. He just seems like he's enjoying his nice little walk. He turns into the park, and that is the last time anyone has ever seen him. It took a little while for people to start panicking. The students were expected to be at the study class 15 minutes early because there were always late students. So usually the students would even be late for that. The students would come 5 minutes before the class, which is fine as long as the teacher can start the class on time. She didn't care. Now, Xing was not early. He didn't even make it when the class was supposed to start. But even then, teacher A, this is a fake name, she always knew that there's at least like one student who shows up super late, like 20 minutes after class has already started. So teacher A thought it was just strange though, because Xing was never that student. He was never the one that showed up late. He was always early to class. She tries to focus on her lesson and didn't really start worrying until about 30 minutes into her lesson, and she realizes, wow, he's still not here. Now, like I said, this is not college where students can opt to not show up for certain classes or study halls. Xing is supposed to be here and he's not, so there's a problem. She knew something wasn't right. She excused herself, went into the hallway, pulls out her phone, and starts talking. She starts placing calls to administrators, other people. She's like, hey, can you guys go check for Xing in his room? Maybe he fell asleep, but he's supposed to be at study hall. For whatever reason, the kids said that the students in the class said that they felt something was off. They felt like something was amiss. The way that she was outside for so long talking on the phone, the energy was just strange. I mean, oftentimes you can imagine that kids skip class because they took a nap, they fell asleep, or they lost track of time, whatever excuse, but it felt amiss, okay? Eventually, it was announced to the class and administrators that Xing was missing. He wasn't in class. The administrators went to his room to check for him there. He wasn't there. found it empty of Xing. Nothing was moved or packed. In fact, all of Xing's belongings were still there. So his phone, money, wallet, watch, everything valuable and important was left in that room. The only two things that they could consider missing were his student ID and the recording pen that he took everywhere. So this little recording pen was something that he recently bought, and he would bring it into all of his classes and record all of the lectures so that he could bring it home, import it, and listen to it over and over and over again as a form of studying. That was it. Those two things were gone. Oh, and Xing was gone. Now, the school does not immediately call Xing's parents right away because, imagine they call every parent to tell them that their child is missing when in reality, they're playing hooky, they're taking an extra long bathroom break, they're making out in the woods. Like, you don't know, right? Instead, they focused a ton of their energy in searching all of his friends' dorms and all over the dorm building and the school building for Xing. And it wasn't until they were absolutely certain that he was nowhere to be found that they made the call to his parents. He was last seen at around 6 p.m., His parents received a call at around 11:21 p.m. Mr. Hu? This is Teacher A, your son's study hall teacher. Xing didn't make it to study hall today, and he's not in his room either, and we couldn't find him anywhere on campus. He did attend the last classes, so I'm sure wherever he went, it can't be too far, you know? But it's just been a few hours, so we wanted to alert you. Now, Xing's family, they live 3 hours away from the school. His dad and his aunt, they get into the car, they rush over. They get there around 2 a.m. That's as fast as they could be. Xing's mom, on the other hand, she worked in a completely different province, so think working in a completely different state. She couldn't get to the boarding school until about 11 a.m. the next morning. So the whole family, they arrive, and they're rightfully nervous, they're rightfully upset. What do you mean he's gone missing? The whole reason that we sent him to a private boarding school and pay money every single semester, isn't that part of what you guys are supposed to do? Make sure that the kids are safe, or at least accounted for? What on earth are you talking about? He's gone. So the family speaks to everyone, Xing's teachers, his classmates, friends, anyone that might have seen them that day, and nobody was a great amount of help. All they mentioned was, he was fine. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. No, I didn't notice anything strange. He didn't seem like he was acting strange. I didn't see anyone following him. I didn't see anything alarming. Yeah, it just seemed like a normal day. Xing's family, they start getting frustrated because there is a lack of information here. The teachers are like, we don't know. He just didn't show up anymore. They're like, we are not communicating. I feel like we're not even speaking the same language. So they proactively print a ton of missing posters for Xing, place them all over the school. They had his picture in big, bold red letters. It read, missing person, 15-year-old male. No device with him that can help him communicate, only has a recording pen with him. He was last seen wearing a white t-shirt and a black zip-up hoodie. Short hair, glasses, and was wearing black pants with white stripes down the side. If you have any information that leads to him being found, we have a reward of $7,000. Now, Xing's family, they stand at the massive gates of the boarding school, and anytime a staff member, a student, a parent, anyone, a passerby, a regular civilian, they would pass out these posters. They place these posters all over the outside of this boarding school so that just regular civilians with no association to the school would also be on the lookout. The family was desperate. The police do get involved pretty quickly, and even though the police get involved, the way that they're looking for Xing is very different. I think that the parents wanted them to look for Xing with such urgency, and it would be classified as like a criminal case. Xing's family is like, you need to look for him as if someone kidnapped him. However, the police went in there and looked for Xing as a missing persons case. So they did this with a little bit more leisure.
But missing person is...
Yeah. So I guess in China, it's classified as a missing person just means we don't know where they are. Does not mean that something bad happened to them. In order for it to be classified as missing persons criminal case, it means there needs to be some sort of hint that someone kidnapped them, someone took them, they got in trouble and something happened, versus missing persons is just straight up, we don't know the location of this person.
Okay.
They could have willingly run away. Yeah.
I guess it's all very similar, huh?
To the US. Yeah. I mean, we just classify it as like a runaway versus a missing persons, but same thing, right? So the teacher, police, and Xing's family, they searched the entire school property with the help of civilian volunteers. They look in every single room on the grounds. They check the pools, attics, roofs, everywhere. I mean, they went the extra mile. They drained septic tanks just in case. A team of searchers flew drones over the grounds to run 3D imaging and scans. They brought in drones that did thermal scanning to look for him in the woods. Again, nothing showed up. Are you guys seeing where I'm getting like, that's weird? Okay, it's weird. Civilians volunteered to search, and the local community, they really came together to help. A lot of people said people searched as if it was their own son that had gone missing. It could be pouring down rain, and people would be bringing in their own resources. They would come in with parkas, rain jackets, walking sticks. It was said that at the biggest size, the search party was like 2,000 people big. Wow. So clearly, this is not a half-assed search. I mean, keep this in mind because his body is found in a place that should have been so easy. So I'm going to show you a map for the visual people, but if you guys are just listening to the audio, it's like the next building over. The shed, I know it sounds like it's way out in the woods. I think it was 0.2 miles away. It's really not that deep into the woods. And it's a building. It's like right there. People know of its existence. It's not like this forbidden, like, oh, nobody knows what the shed existed. The students had no idea this shed was there. So they search everywhere. Everywhere. They're draining tanks. They're combing through school security footage, but nothing seemed amiss. When they see Xing, he's wearing a white shirt, black zip-up jacket, walking out of the dorm building at 5:51 p.m. He heads to his study class, and that was the last footage of him. Then poof, nothing. He's not seen ever again. He's not seen at the campus gates. He's not seen leaving the grounds. He's not seen coming back to grab something. He's just gone. The leader of the rescue said, it's as if he vanished into thin air. We're not going to give up, but we have no clue. They had already conducted 4 cross searches covering 90 acres of land, 12 buildings, 884 rooms, 11 underground pipes, 10 septic tanks, 10 water heaters, 9 water reservoirs, 2 lakes, 2 parks, 2 sports centers, 1 garbage dump, 2,238 residences near the school, 589 acres of woodland south of the campus, 226 temples, 159 businesses, 124 miles of riverbank, 72 ponds, 16 miles of railroad, and 25 nursing homes.
Wow.
They followed and eliminated 378 tips and cleared all the school personnel and students, including the 98 parents that were residing with their children on campus. They did not find a single trace of Xing. They didn't even find a goddamn clue. They found nothing that suggested foul play or even a runaway. I mean, that's the thing. They didn't find evidence of either thing. They found no evidence. None. Which meant that it was going to remain a missing persons case in the eyes of the law, which is not what the family wanted. Missing persons cases in China, like I said, are equivalent to runaway cases in the US. They are not treated with nearly the same amount of urgency that criminal missing persons cases get, which, you know, it's like that here. So the Hu family, they're broken from the lack of nothing has happened. Their son is missing. They're doing all of this and nothing was found. Like the lack of findings and progress made it so difficult for them to even feel hope. To them, it just didn't make sense. There's a lot of anger there too of like, I sent my kid to this boarding school to be safe and now you're telling me you have no idea where he went? Xing's mom was also dealing with a lot of guilt. She said originally she wanted to be in the boarding school with Xing. She practically begged him, but he turned her down. And it's not like they had a bad relationship. They got along really well. But he's 15, and for the first time ever, he's like, Mom, I just want to experience a little bit of something different. Maybe next year you can move in, but it's my first semester here. I want to see. So the months leading up to the move-in, his mom would ask, are you sure I could cut fruit while you study and I could clean up for you? Mom, it's fine. You're 3 hours away. I'm going to be good. So even though Xing's mom was a little bit sad, she let him have his space and there was nothing that made her concerned for him or worried for him. Like Xing was a good kid. Both his parents, his older brother Tao, they adored him. Side note, his older brother is like 15 years older, so it's like his second dad, basically. Tao was adored Xing. Anytime he made a little bit of extra pocket money with his job, he would buy Xing new clothes, new shoes. I mean, they got along so well. Everyone that knew Xing, not just his family members, they said, yeah, that's the type of kid that you would trust to be alone in a boarding school. Like other kids, you'd be like, oh, I don't know if they're going to study. I don't know if they're going to listen to the teachers. But Xing, yeah. Neighbors remember seeing him walk 30 minutes to his grandmother's house a couple times a week on a regular basis so that, because she was wheelchair bound, and he would take her on these long scenic walks. He would run and buy groceries for her. He would clean up the entire house. He would do all the chores. And when he wasn't doing that, he was typically perpetually hunched over a math textbook. He's like every parent's dream kid. For example, one time their town was completely flooded. The water was coming up to people's knees. It was really flooded. So school, for some reason, was not canceled. Do you guys not cancel school often in China?
If it doesn't affect the study, then no, yeah.
Really? Like if it snows and the roads are a little icy?
It depends on the city. Some city are used to it, you know?
Yeah, I just remember growing up in the South, it's like one snowflake falls, school is canceled for a week.
Yeah, for Georgia, yeah.
Yeah. Now, school for some reason was not canceled, and all the other students are trying to talk to their parents about this newfound discovery of the dangers of floods. They're like, Mom, Dad, I gotta sit you down and tell you floods are so dangerous. We walk out there. Do you know how much bacteria is in that water? We can't go to school. We can't. I know it's not canceled, but I can't go to school. They're like trying to tell their parents that. Not Xing. Xing put on his backpack and his neighbors said they were shocked to see him splashing onto the streets running to school. Same as always. He was like one of the few students that showed up. Even when his parents gave him allowance, he would just put it away into this little box. And they're like, please, just use this money. Go watch a movie with your friends. Like, you got to put down the math textbook. We're thinking that you're becoming a little bit antisocial. And he refused. When he felt like he had saved up enough, he would present this little box of cash to his grandma. And she would be so upset. Absolutely not. I'm not taking that money. So when his grandma refused, he would use the money to pay for his own school fees. Like, what kind of kid is selfless enough to do this? And it's not like the family was financially struggling at the time. It wasn't a situation where they were emptying out the last of their pockets to send their son to school. He just felt really guilty to use it. I mean, they just had a little bit of extra and gave it to him. That's it. So it really doesn't seem like the type of kid to run away or skip boarding school because he doesn't like the studies or get involved with the wrong type of groups. The extent of his wild streak or his rebellious teenage years was watching anime. And that's not even rebellious. That's just called de-stressing. And of course, he never watched so much that it would affect his grades. Like, he would finish all of his studies before he watched anime. Like, this was their son, and now he's missing. And the authorities were hinting at the fact that maybe Xing had walked off the campus by his own free will. They argued that maybe Xing just got tired of school and left. He's over it. He doesn't want to study anymore. He snapped. That was the best explanation that existed. And the family was like, no, absolutely not. They argued that is logically incomplete. You can't just say that because you can't find anything else. You can't be like, because we can't find evidence of anything else, we think this is the theory. If you want to argue that he walked out of campus, you need a witness or you need evidence to make you believe this theory. Something that would bolster this waterless, baseless theory. And it's, what are you saying? It doesn't make sense, okay? So a month into the search, the Hu family lawyered up and released a statement. The statement was titled, Suspicion of a Campus Burial Case in Shaanxi. So they were requesting immediate criminal investigation. A campus burial case meant that the family was terrified that the school was trying to bury his case and that Xing was literally buried on campus. They believed that his body was being hidden on campus because it's like a locked room situation. Nobody saw him leave, no cameras caught him leaving, so he must still be on campus. Now, side note, there was a campus burial case that had taken China by storm recently. In 2019, a body was found buried in a high school's field track. It was discovered that a supervisor for doing the school renovations, he had gone missing during work one day. That was like years ago, decades ago. They found his body. So the case, reminded people that schools are not as safe as we think they are or even want them to be.
Are you talking about the playground case?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, okay, so... Oh, that's a different case, I think.
That's a different one.
There's a lot of, it was a playground where they were doing renovations and they dug it up and they found a body.
Yes.
Yeah. And just the idea that these kids are like bouncing around, hanging out, having fun on top of a dead body. Like, how does a dead body even end up buried under a playground at a school?
I think it was a construction they were doing years ago, and then there's a conflict between, was it a principal or a teacher or something?
Yeah, and the
they
contractor.
they just went ahead and pushed them into the ground and piled it up
Yeah,
for
so
like 20 years.
I believe the principal was working with the construction company and overpaying them. So they were saying, oh, if the construction actually costed like $50,000, they would overpay them to $100,000 and then split that extra profit. One of the teachers found out.
And they killed it.
Yeah,
buried
because
it.
the construction company and the principal had relations.
Wow.
Yeah. I've talked about this before if you guys follow us on YouTube, but before I met my fiance, I went through a phase in my life where I struggled with debt, okay? I had credit card debt and I was so stressed out by it that I thought I could shove all of that into the closet, and if I don't look at it, it doesn't exist, right? It only made the problem worse, I tell you. It only made it worse because, yeah, duh. But I guess I just didn't even know where to start. It was such a painful process for me, and it doesn't have to be for you. I wish there was a better solution back then for me. But if you're in that place right now, let me tell you, PDS Debt. PDS Debt has customized 0% interest options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. If you're making payments every month on your debt and your balances aren't going down, this program is for you. PDS Debt rolls all of your payments into one low 0% interest monthly payment. And everyone with over $10,000 or more in debt qualifies. There's no minimum credit score required, bad and fair credit accepted. Like, where was PDS Debt years ago? Because this would have truly made my life so much less stressful. You can save thousands in interest and fees and pay off your debt in a fraction of the time. And like, look, little tip from me, ignoring it does not make it go away. In fact, when I first started tackling the problem, it felt so good and empowering. And right now, with rising interest rates and high cost of living, it's the time to finally take that initiative. So stop waiting and start saving with your own custom debt savings options from PDS Debt. PDS Debt is offering free debt analysis to our listeners just for completing the quick and easy debt assessment at pdsdebt.com/mango. That's pdsdebt.com/mango. Take back your financial freedom today by visiting pdsdebt.com/mango. Now, the Hu family and their legal team felt like there was no way that Xing could have just walked off campus without one of the security cameras catching it, or even without a witness. And if that's what the school and authorities were alleging, that that's what he did, then there's some corruption. There's some sort of foul play involved. They believed that the security tapes from the school had been edited, and they were already upset because the camera situation at this school was bizarre. This school had over 100 cameras, but only 6 family hosts. So think of a camera host as a big family. Every single one of those 100 plus cameras belonged to a host camera. So they're all clumped together, and each host would cover a particular area of the property. And some hosts might be in the school building. Some of them are in the dorm building. Some of them are outside. Some of them are in the park area at the gates. The one host that conveniently wasn't recording at the time covered the area around the main entrance of the school. The family believed if the administrators believed that Xing walked out on his own free will, show us the footage. But maybe they can't because the footage would show something else entirely. So that's why it wasn't working. So the family had a lot of distrust. The family suspected that someone had messed with the cameras before they were turned over to the authorities. Why would they think that? So each person that signs to watch the CCTV cameras or to review them, they have to sign into a monitoring log. And this is like in the system, so it's not like a piece of paper, right? It's in the system. And out of the 6 camera hosts, 5 camera host logs were missing.
What?
It had been like wiped, meaning like we have no idea who signed in to view or alter any of those 5 camera hosts. And those cameras stopped recording due to a glitch. So after he was seen walking out of the dorm and into the park where there's no security cameras, the cameras stop recording, and they don't start recording until around 1 a.m. the next morning.
You're kidding me.
Yeah,
From the moment he went missing.
pretty much.
How did they explain that?
Yeah, they said it was a glitch. Okay, it was like an hour after he went missing. They're like, it's a glitch. That could mean that someone could have tampered with the footage from at least dozens of cameras, but we don't know because these logs are gone. And even the one camera that still had their logs left, that's the one that wasn't working. The one near the main entrance. And that one didn't even start recording until way later on. So, I mean, are you kidding? Like, we can't even see who is going in and out of this school at the time that he goes missing. And is that just a weird coincidence or is something else going on? And another thing, there are no cameras in the campus parks. A lot of netizens just felt like that was strange. If anything, that's like a big amount of space you would want to monitor, especially when you have high school students, right? I mean, yeah, you want to monitor the classrooms, but the parks, come on. So the family's attorney argued and begged for the public to pressure the school and police into finding Xing. They said there is no video footage of the school entrance and no sign of him climbing up school walls and escaping. It's like he evaporated into thin air. It's hard not to suspect that this is a criminal case and not just some sort of disappearance. It is possible that this is a school burial case. We hope that the offender can turn themselves in because that is the last and only way out. Both of Xing's parents quit their jobs to focus on finding their son. They argued, yes, there are no signs of foul play, but there's no evidence that he left on his own accord. We need to push this to be a criminal investigation so we can find out where he is. Things are not adding up. Mrs. Hu held a press conference, and it was very hard to not sympathize with her. She had Xing at 40 years old, and she just wanted to do everything to give him like the most happy upbringing. And then this happens?
今天过年啊，心雨，你在哪里？所有的都回家了，大大小小、老老少少都回家了，唯独就是你没有回来，孩子，你是不是还在学校里？你在学校里怎么就出不来了呢？现在放学了，别的孩子都接回家了，我的心雨在这个志愿学校。今天大家都放假了，我也想把我的孩子接回家，但是我来了见校长也见不了。
Netizens came together and they start publicly supporting Mrs. Hu. They even push her to start her own TikTok Douyin account. The account was called Xing's Mother Looking for Her Son. She just posted video after video begging the public to help her. She wanted to bring her son home. And in the beginning, everything was very understandable. But of course, you know, in desperate moments, I think that humans have a tendency to do things that are a bit, maybe out of character, maybe a bit questionable. I think everyone understood where she was coming from. It didn't necessarily make it okay, but Mrs. Hu starts accusing random teachers of being involved in her son's disappearance. She was originally pointing the finger at the study group teacher. Teacher A. She explained that she had left the room with her phone for a long period of time, and the students claimed that she was acting strangely. She also stated that Teacher A not calling Xing's parents immediately was a very strange thing to do. But I don't know, I find that a pretty reasonable reaction. Like I said, you can't just call parents every time a kid doesn't show up to class because you would have a lot of disgruntled parents. I don't know if I would have waited 5 hours, but I think it's not too unreasonable. Now, netizens disagreed with her slandering a teacher without any concrete evidence, but it's hard to turn on the Hu family. I mean, they would camp outside the school gates holding up signs that read, "Give me back my son." Like, it was heartbreaking. If you see the deterioration, Mrs. Hu looked like she had lost 50 pounds in a month. I mean, she looked frail, she looked weak, bystanders could do nothing but watch. I mean, she was fixated on finding her son. The family hired professional rescue canine teams from the other side of China to come and search the campus. The dogs only signaled near the stairs of the dorm building. Keep that in mind. But otherwise it checked out. It cleared. It looked normal. The security footage in that area didn't show any sort of weird happenings either. The family hired a security engineer to help them go through the school security system to see if it was tampered with, to get some sort of clue. If her son walked out fine, which way did he go? Did he leave with someone? Did someone stop and talk to him? Like, was he taken? That's what she wants to know. Once it was revealed that she was going around hiring her own detectives, people start speculating. Wait, why would she have to hire her own detectives if the school is helping? Maybe the school is not helping. Maybe they're not cooperating. Why would the school not want to cooperate? Netizens started spreading a rumor that Mrs. Hu was offered $300,000 to keep quiet about the case. The rumor started because she stopped posting on Douyin. It's unproven to this day if this offer was made, but it's clear that she never took it if it was, because she continued to post later on. She also said that she spent her own savings to hire these third-party professionals. It was also discovered that there were 13 cars that were in and out of that school around the time that Xing vanished. They were all cleared by the police. But one of them was an SUV that was caught parked near the cafeteria, near where Xing was walking. And the Hu family believed that this SUV could be the answer to all their questions. Maybe Xing was put into that SUV, driven out of the school, and that's why you don't see footage of him leaving. Again, the police tell them, listen, we cleared every single driver, including the SUV driver. But the Hu family do not trust the police. Like, what was the car doing there? Fine, then tell us. What if the car was the one that carried our son off campus? Like, how do we know? Finally, near Christmas of 2022, Mrs. Hu posts on Douyin. She rants about the only way that she could talk to the principal was through social media because he refused to get in contact with her, to even talk to her. Yeah, you better believe that set off netizens, okay? It was like a bombastic side-eye. Like, what are you talking about? The principal, where your son went missing on his campus, refuses to cooperate with you? Very strange. She publicly asked the principal a series of questions. 1. Principal, you were off the day that my son disappeared, so you were not on campus. But at 5:51 p.m., you were seen rushing back to the school. Did you rush back to the school to mess with the security tapes? 2. Why was there an SUV parked near the cafeteria? The SUV wasn't caught on your security cameras, but did you know that the SUV was caught on a different camera? The SUV was sitting there for about 6 minutes. Was Xing taken away in that SUV? 3. This is to the SUV driver. I want to ask you, did you take my son? 4. Do all the teachers here still even have a heart? I believe you carried my son to the cafeteria gate and into that SUV. So I think what the Hu family at this point were believing was that something might have happened to Xing at the school. Maybe bullies had hit him, maybe an accident had occurred, maybe a teacher had abused him, maybe he died suspiciously and they wanted to get rid of all the evidence. Because a death on campus is probably worse than a disappearance, because a disappearance you could say, well, it was a troubled teen who wanted to run away. Whereas a death, I mean, a lot of parents would pull their kids from this private school. You have to remember, it's not even a public school. They get all their funding from tuitions. They need parents to trust this establishment. 5. Question to the principal and the SUV driver. Where did you take my son? Now, most netizens were supportive, but it felt like Mrs. Hu was unraveling online. They commented, Mama Hu, just please take care of yourself, okay? Leave it to the police. Side note, the police did investigate the SUV driver and they said that it was completely normal. He's cleared. But that doesn't stop the internet from doing what the internet does best. Random accounts start popping up alleging some sort of relationship to the investigation and stating that the SUV driver was guilty of murder and was currently confessing to the crimes. Social media ran with it, reposting that one random person's video, and that video got about like 800,000 views in like an hour or two.
Wow.
Yeah, it was later proven to be false, but the impact was massive. Even mainstream media started running with it without fact checking, just stating that the SUV driver was the killer. The case flew to the top of online public attention. I mean, this is really when it catapulted, because not only did mainstream media say they found the killer, but they also had to backtrack and be like, just kidding, the SUV driver has been cleared. So now all of China is like, wait, what is going on over there? Why is the even media forking it up so bad? Now, most netizens are good people that just want to help. There's going to be a few rotten ones in the mix. So with this case, there were 2 primary rotten ones. One man who claimed to know privileged information about what happened to Xing. He stated that he was trying to bring Xing home and he just needed to get in contact with Xing's family to pass along all this vital information. Netizens tagged the Hu family till finally Xing's uncle got in contact with this strange man on the internet. The man was looking for 5 minutes of fame. He told the family the only way he could help bring Xing home was if they told him everything about the investigation. All the confidential privileged information. The family and the rest of the public had an inkling that this guy just wanted all this privileged information so he could be the first one to break the news online and become some sort of breaking news crime reporter.
Wow.
Just wanted the views. The family rejected his help and this man lashed out. He went from being pro-Hu family to the biggest hater of the Hu family. He went online to allege and accuse the family of faking this disappearance so that they could get some sort of money or compensation from the school. He even accused the family of being the reason that the son disappeared. They were willing to sacrifice the son so that they could get paid out from the school. Another really shitty situation to come out of this was, and this makes me really scared for the future, someone deep-faked Mrs. Hu. Using her videos online, they deepfaked her face and voice and started multiple new accounts where they were using the AI deepfake, asking netizens for donations.
Wow.
A lot of people donated. Mrs. Hu had to come out and state on the record, we did not ask netizens for donations. We will never ask netizens for donations. Thank you all for supporting this case, but do not be fooled. We want to establish this as a criminal case. That's what we want. We want the truth. That's it. So the whole case was turning into a mess. But regardless of the public attention to the case, there was a lot of pressure on the school, the city, and the government to figure out what the hell happened to Xing. Netizens started doubting even the efficacy of the searches. They wrote online, usually when a search party is that large, like 2,000 people large, they already have some sort of clue or purpose for the search. It's well organized. It's not just, hey guys, we're just going to go out into the field and look around. But as for Xing's case, there's no leads, no proof, no organization. It feels like he went missing inside the school. If they really wanted to search, they should start from the teachers, students, and parents that were in the school. There are still suspicions that the CCTV camera was tampered with. They should start with the security guards. Plus, the places that were searched besides all the houses or all the public places that people pass through each day, Xing has been gone for almost 90 days. If traces of Xing were there, they would have been discovered a long time ago. So basically saying, even right now, the police are searching random places that don't even help the search. To make matters worse, at the end of the year, at the end of 2022, when Xing's mom went to the campus to search more for her son, they would not let her inside. She told netizens, my son is in that school and I want to bring him home, but now we can't even enter the school. I want to see the principal, but I can't even do that. They won't pick up any of my calls. This enraged the public even further, which resulted in reporters and civilians lining up at the school gates to get information and to protest. The boarding school went into intense lockdown. Absolutely no outsiders were allowed inside the school gates. Reporters noted that the school was putting up new barbed wire fences along their eastern fence, which I get it. You want to protect your students, but overall, not great for optics. The school just kept finding itself in hot water. Immediately after, students had leaked messages that they were getting from administrators of the school, and the school was telling all the students and family members, keep quiet about this case. They stated rather bluntly that any student found discussing this case, even amongst each other, would be expelled.
What?
Which feels like they're hiding something to netizens. Netizens took to Weibo to argue, if we don't find this kid, all of China will come for this school. The police and the school kept arguing that Xing must have left school because he was unsatisfied with school. He was a runaway. Netizens argued, okay, give us clear footage of him leaving or else we don't believe you anymore. Now, we slowly start charting into the conspiracy territory here, but Xing's mom posted a few pictures of notes that Xing had written in the margins of his school books. Most of it looked like random scribbles or doodles, like the kind that you would draw when you're bored in class, but some netizens went overboard in trying to analyze every single piece of writing, like every single scribble suddenly became a clue. It became certified evidence, like literally every clue. I'll give you an example. On one page, he wrote lamb skewers. So netizens suspected that he had skipped class to eat lamb skewers and that he was kidnapped at a lamb skewer shop. They all tried to figure out where all the lamb skewer shops in the general vicinity were. And like, okay, as far as investigative work, that one isn't that bad. I can see where you're going with it. It makes sense. But then there were the weird ones. Like he had written down numbers and some of the numbers weren't that clear, but there was a 4 and a 7 close to each other. So a suchi, which apparently if you use wordplay, it can also mean period of death.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So they thought that maybe he was being stalked or he knew that he was going to die soon, that someone was creeping him out. The other numbers were 140, 50, 7,000, and 6,000. For some reason, netizens started speculating that he was burned to death, and those were the temperatures of the furnace that he had been burned in. Yeah. I think it was around this point that netizens caught themselves going too far and they start reminding everyone, let's reel it back in and stop these baseless rumors because we're becoming unhinged. But because everybody is getting so wrapped up in these conspiracies, the case becomes bigger than it ever was before. I mean, it was gaining so much attention that it started backfiring and harming the investigation. The Hu family was asked by the police department to sign a confidentiality agreement, meaning that they cannot release any more new information about the case unless the police release it first. The family agreed. They did not care. They just want to find their son. It's not like they're doing this for social media clout. And for a while, it was crickets. Until Chinese-American detective Li Chengyu gave his 2 cents on the case and the media went into this feeding frenzy. So if you don't know, Chengyu is a huge, huge name in the detective field. He is a famous criminal forensic expert in America. He's Chinese, though.
He's a legend.
In China,
even in America.
Yeah, he's a legend here too, yes.
He's a legend. I think there's many cases we talked about in the past. He was a part of it.
Okay, he completed his PhD in biochemistry in just 1 year. Usually it takes people 4-ish years to complete it. He was the first Chinese American to hold the highest position in the state police department in the entire US. He investigated more than 6,000 criminal cases in more than 17 countries. He worked on JFK's assassination, Nixon's Watergate scandal, Clinton's impeachment, O.J. Simpson's murder trial, the John Benet Ramsey case, he worked on that one, the 9/11 attacks, and those are just some of the cases that he's worked on. He is famous even in China, even though he's an American detective. He's been nicknamed the #1 Chinese detective.
Yeah, if something happens, he's the one to solve it.
He was asked about this case.
Okay.
And he said, first of all, I've never been to the crime scene, so I just want to clear the air. I don't want to start false rumors. I am just gonna, you tell me what you know, and I will tell you my expert advice. So he's not saying this is what happened. He's not saying I investigated, I talked to people. It was literally just a question, and someone was like, okay, so this student went missing, and like blah, 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 blah. And he's like, from that information you just gave me, he said, I've been in the detective field for many years and I've seen all sorts of crimes. According to the past cases, the possibility of a 15-year-old boy leaving the campus on his own like this, very unlikely. The security cameras on campus also did not catch him leaving, so how could the police give out such a conclusion without evidence to support it?
Yeah.
I've never been to the crime scene and I can't spread false rumors, but from my experience, I believe that Xing had already been harmed and it happened inside or around the school premises. He's probably hidden inside the school. Another possibility is that it was organized crime and everyone is giving the same verbal evidence. So for the offender, what I've learned is, this is crazy. The most dangerous place is usually the safest place. So to commit a crime at a school where you're familiar with or your home, it's the most dangerous because that's where the police will search, but it's the safest. Netizens took that to mean that there is a possibility of this being an inside job. That meant that the personnel and the students on campus weren't cleared, even though they were cleared by the police. They took it to mean that multiple people could have faked a story and convinced everyone to share that story over and over and over again until it became the truth. The most dangerous place is usually the safest place. He's hinting that the culprit being someone at the school had heard him at the school and he's still at the school. He also went on to question the police and he stated, my analysis comes from similar previous cases, more than this specific case in particular. But Xing is a minor, and according to the footage and information that the police do have, there is a possibility that he was harmed or harassed and could be in a life-threatening situation. According to the law, it should be classified as a criminal case. At this point, the police have not done so. I don't see why there are reasons behind this. Unfortunately, there in fact were reasons behind this, and I don't think they're good reasons. This is not in the police defense. I think this is goofy, and this is like everywhere. Even in the US, it's goofy. But in China, in order for missing persons case to be classified as a criminal case, you have to meet multiple criteria. The place of disappearance has to have clear evidence of violence, like Gone Girl style, coffee table turned over, blood. A person must come forward stating that the missing person was harmed. I saw that person get pulled into that van. The missing person must have disappeared with a vehicle or large amounts of money. That doesn't even apply to a 15-year-old. The person is under the age of 14 and has been missing over 48 hours. The person had conflicts or disputes with any other party before their disappearance. Or no one knows where they've been for the past 3 months. So no one knows where Xing's been for the past 3 months. 3 months had passed, but because he didn't check off multiple boxes, it was not a criminal case. which feels contradictory, okay? It feels dumb. It's a bit of a huge double standard. The police state that the security footage evidence had not been cut or edited, but it was too late. You know, the public, they were having a whole media frenzy with this one. Netizens yelled at the police, if he's alive, we want to see a person. If he's dead, we want to see a body. Ultimately, January 28th of 2023, the police would have an entirely new problem on their hands. Xing's body would be found. A security guard was about 0.18 miles away from the main school building. 0.2 miles. I think I said it was under a mile. It's 0.2 miles.
Wow.
Yeah. And the guard dog was barking. He followed his guard dog up to a big red brick wall, and there were overgrown trees in front of it. Hanging from one of the tree branches between the red brick wall and the trees was a decomposing body. Police rushed to the scene and immediately stated that they knew that this was Xing. They stated that his black zip-up hoodie was still on him, his shoes were on the ground below him, and curiously, his recording pen, the one that he used to record his lectures, it was on the wall. This wall, the red brick wall, had like little ledges that technically he could climb up to so that he could hang himself or to put a pen. A lot of his students were seen climbing up and down these walls before, which is suspicious because that means everyone knows that this shed exists, so why didn't they search it? So at first glance, the police believe that he committed suicide. There's conspiracies on why the police might lie about something like this, but let's explore the route, shall we? In order to do that, we have to take it back to 2019. His body is found in 2023, but the story starts in 2019, according to the police. COVID was a rough time for Xing. His grades started dropping. He was like the ultimate student until COVID. And not because he was watching too much anime, but COVID hit China sooner than it did the US, obviously. So Xing was already doing online school in 2019. And for the first few months, he did okay. But like a lot of other students, the lack of routine, communication, motivation, even the lack of interpersonal connections, Xing starts declining in his performance. It was just so mundane he couldn't focus. He spent the last 2 years of middle school like this until June 2022. He took the high school entrance exam. In China, there's not just a college entrance exam, there are high school entrance exams. The higher you score, the better the high school that you get placed into, which is insane because the high school kind of sets you up for the college that you go to, which sets you up for life. So by the time that you're in 8th grade, your whole life is in the trajectory of this one freaking exam. Insane. I can't even. So most middle schoolers in China are probably more stressed out than a 40-year-old in America. Like the amount of pressure they face is astronomical. So Xing knew his grades had been slipping recently with all the online classes, but he had been preparing for these exams since like the beginning of his life, okay? He was stressed, but he was ready until he wasn't ready. The stress weakened his immune system, and just a couple days before his exam, he came down with a massive fever.
Oh my God.
But you can't just skip it because you got sick. You got to be like hospitalized for them to even allow you to retake this exam later. It's that serious. So he shows up, takes the test, and ends up getting a 531 out of 850. Out of the 1,300 students in his school that took it, he ranked 650th, which is kind of like smack dab in the middle. He was an average student. He was devastated. The high school that he had been fixated on his whole life since he was in elementary school, he's like, this is the high school I want to go to. He had just missed the cutoff by like 19 points. So instead of attending his dream school, his parents got him into a private boarding school in a different province, which is why they were like 3 hours away. I believe the tuition for this place was about $5,000 a year. And his parents asked him multiple times if he wanted them to stay with him, but he declined every single time. He just wanted to experience something different, something new. So when the semester starts, they get him settled in his room, they meet his roommate, and then tearfully, they leave. Now, they told him, you gotta call us anytime, okay? All the time. Xing stayed true to his word. He called his parents very often, and he had typical teenager responses to everything. Classes are fine, schoolwork is fine, homework is fine, yes, mom, I'm eating. And for a while, Xing was able to hide the truth from his parents. The fact that he wasn't doing well, not just academically, but mentally. Xing was in a precarious situation. So the way that he was ranked in this new high school was he was ranked high enough to be placed in all the top classes. But because he had just made the cutoff, he was constantly falling short and ranking the absolute lowest in all of his classes.
So you're saying like, let's say there's 1,000 people in grade 8. Mm-hmm. He's like top 200. But each classroom has 200 students. So he's like the last person in that first 200 class.
Which is what he sees on a daily basis. Yeah.
Isn't that like sad and ironic?
Yeah. Like you do well, but it's bad for you to do well. You might as well have been placed in the class right underneath so that you could be the top of that class, right?
Yeah.
So it was really hard for him. And unlike a lot of the kids that went to the school, Xing was born to a very, very average family. And one of the main things that they tell you, no matter what country you're in, one of the easiest ways to escape your socioeconomic class is to get a high education. I'm sure he heard this over and over again and believed he was taking this one and only chance for not only helping himself, but also his family, his parents. It felt like no matter how hard he studied, he just couldn't improve. And then slowly it started feeling like, what is the point of studying if I can't even improve at all? Like, what is the point to any of this? By September 2022, Xing was allegedly so frustrated and helpless, he told his mom all of these things. He just asked, can I please just drop out? Xing, you've only been there for a couple months. And of course, it's going to be hard. It's going to be an adjustment period, but you've always been a good student. You're going to get better with time. Don't drop out. Just give it a little while longer. Xing was not having it. He told her passionately, I hate studying. I don't want to be here. I hate it here. His mom reassured him that the beginning of October was a national holiday, so that they're going to pick him up, go home. He's going to have a few days at home and it'll be great. Like maybe you just need a week off to take your mind off of things. Now, on this visit home, everyone noticed that Xing was not acting like himself. I don't think that he was acting so abnormally that warranted people to be like, oh my God, I'm so worried. I need to do something about it. But for example, he was talking to his grandma on the phone and she's like, oh my God, I didn't know you were in town. Like, when are you going to come visit me? And he snapped on her. He said, I don't have to come visit you every time I'm in town. You know that, right? It was so out of character. But people forgot about it because just 2 days later, he visited his grandma, helped with the chores, and everything seemed normal. Everyone seemed happy. Once break was over, he went back to school. That was the beginning of October, like the first week. October 14th, he went missing. So they're confused. I mean, Xing's family, they're confused at how quickly things might have developed. It didn't even cross their minds that he could have hurt himself or that he even wanted to. They never suspected a single thing. Now, authorities believe that he climbed the little ledge of the outer shed walls to tie both of his shoelaces to a tree branch and then around his neck to sustain his weight. Then he jumped from the wall ledge, letting gravity do its work and effectively ending his life. He would have to climb 15 feet up the wall, which is not impossible. Witnesses have stated sometimes students would climb up the shed walls. Not often, but it's been done before. The police believe that he put his recording pen down on the wall ledge, then jumped. That was the initial working theory. But just because something looks like it doesn't mean it is, right? That's what the family and the internet argued. The family argued, yeah, he was going through a hard time, but he would never do something like this. And with the amount of distrust the netizens already had for the police and the school, everyone wanted concrete proof that he did this. They're like, where's the letter? Where's the note? Things just aren't adding up.
What about the recording pen?
Oh, we're going to get there. So the netizens, they're like, bombarding the police with all of their suspicions. And there's a lot of suspicions. First of all, the location of the body. You guys are so close to the school's main building. This is less than 0.2 miles away. And after that long list of searches that I purposely read to you guys, because that was released by rescue teams to be like, look at how much we've searched. How the hell was his body not found? And sure, you could argue that his body was hidden by trees, but like, how the hell was the search that bad then? That inefficient? And what about the smell? Trees don't hide decomp smell. The police stated that the body's decomp was so bad, his skin had practically turned into leather. How could nobody smell that? There were even dogs brought in to sniff out cadavers. Netizens speculated that Xing was killed elsewhere and his body was brought here after the search parties were done. Then there were other things. Xing's body had no signs of a white t-shirt on, but he was seen on CCTV cameras wearing a white shirt underneath his black jacket. And speaking of black jacket, his black jacket, oh, this is weird, it was on backwards and zipped all the way up. So imagine you have a hoodie zip up, you put the arms in, and the hood is in front of your face, and you don't put the hood on your face, but you put your arms to the back and you zip up all the way.
Oh, that is so weird.
And nearly impossible. I mean, I guess it'd be possible if you put it on like a crew neck.
Yeah, at what situation would you do that?
Yeah.
That is so unnatural.
So unnatural. I mean, maybe he wanted to put the hood on to cover his face and then it fell off, but it's still very... People tried to do it at home and netizens found it nearly impossible to zip it all the way up in the back. Even the most flexible people were struggling to do this. And you're telling me that in his last moments, that is what he chose to do? And then you have the shoelace. Netizens do not believe that 1 or 2 shoelaces can withstand the weight for not just his death, but for months and months. We don't know Xing's exact weight, but looking at CCTV, he looks average to thin-sized. So this one, I don't know what to think. So even though his body was found, it looked like there were more mysteries, more questions, and it was only getting deeper. Netizens started to scream online, "We need to figure out where his feet were pointed." Netizens argued that if his feet were pointed downwards, like his toes were pointing to the ground, then he must have died via hanging. But if they were parallel to the floor, then he might have died in a separate position when rigor mortis had set in, and then his body was hanged.
Yeah.
To this day, it was never released where his feet were pointing, which is pretty easy to prove in 2023 with crime scene photos. I mean, you don't have to release the photos, but you could just tell people where the feet were pointing. But because of these questions, the police had failed to answer immediately and satisfy the online theories. These theories spread like wildfire. So let's explore some of the biggest conspiracies before the police come back with their own theory. The evil chemistry teacher. Let's call him Teacher B. Teacher B was not only Xing's chemistry teacher, but also his homeroom teacher. So this is going to be the teacher that is most in tune with Xing, they're working side by side. The internet hates this guy. A lot of it is pretty privilege. I'm dead serious. People literally hated the way he looked, stating that he didn't look like a good person. He didn't look like a good teacher. He was bald, had small eyes, and a big build, which many netizens deemed to not be a morally nice person look. I don't even know how to unpack that one. But from there, it was just confirmation bias. They found all these things about him online that they didn't like about him. And to be fair, they were pretty bad, okay? But I don't know if it makes him capable of murder. Teacher B graduated from one of the top universities in China, which is why it was easy for other teachers to overlook the fact that he was the principal's nephew. He had the education to back up his position, and he apparently did so well that he was quickly promoted as vice principal. I'm sure it had nothing to do with his relation to the principal. He took the role, but he also kept teaching chem, and he kept his homeroom class. People said he was a genius. People said that he could have easily found a way to kill Xing in a way that would be undetected in Xing's body. And maybe he did it to prove this guy seemed egotistical. That's what people said. Maybe he did it to prove that he could commit the absolute perfect murder. Other evidence, quote, evidence, if you will, to back it up, is Xing's family came to record at the school to show the public that nothing was being done about their son. So they're filming around the school, and Teacher B was there, and he's like, "Hey, can you stop filming me?" Asking the Hu family. And the way that he spoke to the family was very heartless. Most people felt compassion for the parents, but the way that he was doing it was like, "Hey, legally, you're not allowed to film me." Very Karen. And technically, Teacher B was in his legal right to ask the Hu family to stop recording, but they refused, and they were very upset. They were saying things like, "Okay, well, if you don't want to be filmed, then you can stand away from the camera. We're not trying to get you. You can stand over there. We're not trying to film you. Get out of the way then, if you don't want to be in the video." Teacher B said, "No, I'm going to stay right here. Why should I move?"
就为了家属为了取证嘛，拿手机在录视频，然后其中有一位老师就很凶，他说你不要录，你不倾向了我的肖像权。然后我们家属说，你要是介意你的肖像权，你可以躲远一点，你不要来凑这个热闹，你可以回避。他说不行，我说不行，然后呢，我说你长得一不像刘德华，二长得不像郭富城，我录你干嘛？然后后来他很凶的抢我老婆的手机，把我的手机的老婆这个弄裂了。然后就是这个光头老师，他很凶，你看来抢了。
Netizens didn't like it. I mean, it wasn't a good look for Teacher B. And technically, it doesn't make him guilty of murder, but I will say it's a very strange reaction. Netizens said, as Xing's homeroom teacher, a student from one of his classes was missing. Shouldn't he be actively cooperating with the parents or, I don't know, have at least a little bit more compassion? But it seemed like he just was very no, legally, you're not allowed to film me. It's just weird. Mm-hmm. Later, netizens found an online forum from students who went to that high school, and apparently Teacher B got into a fight with another teacher one time, and that other teacher got into the hospital and had to get 10 stitches because of this fight. Remember how the police had professionals look through the security tapes to see if the footage had been tampered with and they said that it wasn't? Well, after the professionals came back saying that they hadn't been edited, the Hu family lawyer got a hold of the tapes and took it to their own professionals. They were able to recover some footage. And that footage showed the chemistry teacher and the school principal entering the CCTV camera monitoring room. So even though the logs were deleted, we do know at least they were in the room where you could monitor the CCTV cameras.
So
now,
they did delete stuff.
It could be very easily argued that they did not delete stuff, but they were trying to look at the CCTV camera to see where he had gone because he went missing. Which is a very normal response. You know, I imagine if someone went missing.
But then why would you delete that then, right?
But the police are saying it wasn't deleted, it was faulty. Like it was a glitch.
Okay.
Yeah, the system glitched.
Okay.
So, I mean, you could argue both ways and it would make complete sense both ways. So it's very hard to say. Now, they allegedly stayed there until about 2 a.m. the next day, about the time that Xing's father first got to the school. Now, you could argue that's a lot of time to delete and alter footage and come up with a story. Other people could argue, yeah, because they're probably so panicked about looking for answers because the dad is about to show up and demand answers. And to be fair, it is the principal and the vice principal, so it kind of makes sense. But I don't know. Do I think he's a good person? No. He made another teacher get stitches, but I don't think it was right for the internet to drag him through the mud and accuse him of murdering a 15-year-old. There were headlines that just had his picture and wrote, "Murderer of Student Xing," or headlines that read, "Xing was evaporated by chemicals made by his chemistry teacher." And a lot of the comments were like, yeah, you could just tell he's evil just by looking at him, which is pretty privileged. Then you have the principal theory. So remember, the principal is the chemistry teacher's uncle. So these two theories are about to merge. According to some of Xing's classmates, Xing had a girlfriend. And there was a rumor that Xing went to visit his girlfriend in her dorm room at around 10:30 a.m., October 1st. So 2 weeks before he vanished. And he found the principal in there with his pants around his ankles. Classmates said Xing saw the principal quickly pull up his pants and push past Xing as he left the room. His girlfriend started crying and told him through her sobs that she had been R-worded by the principal. Allegedly, the next day, the principal had a little chat with Xing to force him to keep quiet about what he saw, and the principal had to make sure he kept his mouth shut because if not, not only could he lose his job, but the principal would find himself in prison for 3 to 10 years if this ever got out. So maybe, just maybe, the principal asked the chemistry teacher, his nephew, to help him, you know? A piece of evidence to support this theory is that apparently Xing had called his mom on that day crying and just said that he really wanted to cry, but no matter how much she asked, he refused to tell her the reason why. The two of them, potentially, the theory is, plotted for Xing to go missing, and they asked him to meet with them on the night of October 14th, and that's why the cameras were scheduled to be shut off. So they scheduled for the cameras to all go down. They were going to meet with him, so instead of him heading to studying class, he was going to go meet with the principal and the vice principal. Other things that support this theory was that there were rumors that this school had mistreated students and led them to take their own lives. 3 years ago, a female student ended her life by jumping from the roof. The school allegedly gave her family over $100,000 to keep quiet. A few months before Xing died, another girl died, and the story was that she was caught cheating on her test and her teacher wanted her to pay money.
What?
It sounds like blackmail, like, hey, pay me money and I'm not going to report it type of thing. She was very stressed and ashamed and she ended her life. Now, some students said that's not actually what happened. She was essayed by administrators and that's why she took her life. Again, these are all internet speculations. There are 2 students that did die other than Xing, but the reason why, it's all speculation. Now, in the end, the police cleared the chemistry teacher and the principal of any wrongdoing. So then we have the blanket theory. The what theory? So some deleted footage from CCTV cameras were recovered by the hired professionals from the family, and one of them was from the stairs of the dorm building. Remember where their professional sniffer dogs came in and also signaled? And the footage shows around the time that Xing disappeared, there was a white blanket that fell down the stairs. And the white blanket, like imagine throwing a white blanket down the stairs. You kind of can already picture how it's going to tumble down the stairs. This white blanket looks like Casper the Friendly Ghost. Like the way that it falls down the stairs, it looks like there's something in the white blanket. I'm going to be honest with you. It looks like something's in the white blanket. But the theory gets a little crazy, okay? They said that someone had thrown this white blanket over Xing and thrown him down the stairs and then cut off the CCTV cameras and then disposed of his body. Personally, the strange shape to it, the way it falls, it's weird, But we've already seen Xing walk out of the building. But it is weird. It's a very strange coincidence. Now, the blanket theory goes cold for a while, and in comes the theory you were talking about. The panda blood theory. This is perhaps the most outlandish theory, but there was a rumor that Xing had a very, very rare blood type. The rumor was that only 1% of the population had this rare blood type, hence the name panda blood. The school might have known that he had this blood, maybe from his past medical records that were submitted or from a nurse's visit, but people speculated that an illegal organization must have been after his blood. Why would they kill a student for this type of blood? I mean, a student in a boarding school, you're going to get so much attention. Well, the theory was that a very powerful person, a government official of some sort, needed this blood to survive. The principal and the chemistry teacher were in on it to make a profit, so they shut down the security cameras. They helped with the kidnapping of the kid, and yeah. Now, the thing is, netizens said that he had Rh blood. But Rh is not a blood type. It's a protein. So either you have this protein or you don't. There's only 4 known blood types. There's A, B, AB, and O. And if you have the Rh protein, you're typically a positive blood type. Like you're either A+, B+, AB+, or O+. So it's not really rare at all. Yeah.
So panda blood is not really a thing.
Yeah. I mean, I believe there are rarer blood types. Like O blood is highly sought after because,
Yeah, but it's common.
Yeah. Some people said it was for his organs, but I mean, you would imagine then that his entire body would have been drained of blood completely if it was a rare blood type, or that his organs would have been missing, and there is no indication of any of that. In the end, the police did find evidence that he had taken his own life. So remember the recording pen that he had left behind. They were able to retrieve all the audio, and the police handed over the audio recordings to the family, but the police did not release them to the public. It's just really dark. The transcripts were released. October 14th, the day of the disappearance, at 5:40 p.m., so this is when he's on that 5th floor balcony, he turned on his pen and he said, "Now that I'm standing here, I feel so nervous. My heart is beating so fast. To be honest, I don't really have a reason why. I just feel like life has no meaning. What would happen if I jump? I don't know. Probably no one would notice for now, but after a few days, people will definitely notice. Why didn't I jump? I really want to jump? No, maybe I don't." The second recording was taken the same day at 11:08 p.m. It's speculated that this was when he took his own life. And he said, "There's no more meaning. It's almost midnight. I might as well just wait a little bit longer and die. I can do it because today I just feel so unsure. Now I just want to die. I really feel like there's no longer any meaning in life." Fellow students and teachers came to state that he expressed on multiple occasions that he was stressed. He had insomnia. He was struggling to stay focused on his studies. It's believed that the tipping point for 15-year-old Xing was just 3 days before his disappearance. He ranked the lowest in his class on his geography test. Other notes were found in his notebook that were not just random scribbles and doodles, and he wrote, "If I feel useless, I should think about where to go and bring up the idea of going back home. First, I should consider how to tell teacher A. It's best to be specific. I'm worried about how this will affect others. I don't want to bother her. I'll just adjust my emotions myself. I care a lot about how others feel, but I'm not unsociable." Another one said, "It's so hard to adapt to this new environment. My introverted personality is so annoying. Maybe I can't blame it all on my personality. This is just me. I can write to calm down my emotions, though." Another one, "I finally understand those people with insomnia. At night, you just think about all these random bizarre things. And I finally know why my eyesight is getting worse. I keep staring at the book on my table. I don't even dare to look up at the blackboard. I'm scared the teacher might notice me looking with a blank and confused expression on my face, and then she'll get annoyed. I hate seeing people get annoyed at me, but at the same time, I treat people with such negative attitude too. I haven't changed my habit of procrastination. I do this every time. I leave my homework till the very last minute and just simply complete it the next day. I'm not super rushed. At least I can get some sleep." Psychologists who studied this case stated that Xing was a people pleaser. He was introverted. He had a very delicate personality where he was very, like, if someone was disappointed or annoyed with him, he took it very, very harshly. He took it personally. He seemed really, really depressed at the fact that he only ranked 58th. And it's not just the ranking that was so psychologically impactful for him. It was the fact that he felt like his parents were disappointed. Even his teacher, who he had just met a few months ago, he hated seeing them being disappointed. An autopsy was released that showed Xing's body had no blunt force trauma, all of his bones were in place, and there were no abnormal bone fractures or other damage to his bones identified. His organs were all there, and they showed no signs of internal bleeding. There was no traces of drugs or poison in his system. As for the other questions, the white shirt, forensic experts came out to state that when you are that far in decomposition, your skin starts to decompose, and oftentimes there's almost like a bubbly acid, like a liquid that will start to form, and it seeps out of the body. It's not acid, but it does have like not a disintegrating texture, but for example, it's like if you were wearing a shirt and you got wet in the rain and it starts sticking to your body. Like that could potentially happen during decomp, and it caused the white shirt to stick to his body. And then the further along that he got in the decomposition and being exposed to the outdoors and exposed to the elements as well as other organisms like maggots and flies and wild animals, basically his body blackened and rotted, and so did the white t-shirt. They stated that this was nothing new or strange in the decomposition process. What about the shoelace? It was argued that because there were 2 shoelaces, it held his weight and he was a little bit on the frailer side. Now, why didn't they find his body sooner? The police argued that because there were usually stationed guards at this abandoned shed 24/7, when rescuers came to search the area, the guard just let them know that nobody had gone in or out of the sheds recently. So they just visually combed the area and left, and a thorough search was never done. Now, this one feels iffy, but it kind of reminds me of people being incompetent. Like, I think the way that he got into that area, there probably wasn't a guard paying attention, or maybe there was never a guard there, but the school was supposed to have a guard there. So they faked it later and was like, oh yeah, the guard was there. But I guess he just missed him. In the end, ultimately, it did seem like all the roads lead to him making the choice. The Hu family, they were devastated at their loss, and I'm sure there's a lot of emotions to unpack. I think with cases like this, there's like a lot of guilt. It didn't help that the netizens turned on the Hu family. A lot of netizens completely switched sides and went from giving support to Mrs. Hu to asking her, how did you not know? Were you just a tiger mom that only cared about grades? Maybe you pushed your son here. They were saying things like, how do you not even notice that he's struggling? Xing's mom cried and said, you know, I didn't have a high education level. I didn't even know what depression was. I thought providing food, clothes, and education to my children was everything I needed to do. The online hate got so bad that Mrs. Hu deleted the post about her son. They also had to move out of their family home. The case was not completely shut and done, though. You know, there are some still loose ends and theories floating around. First of all, netizens still have questions about how the body was when it was found. The jacket being on backwards is a big detail. I mean, even just the fact that they didn't find the body sooner is a big detail that puzzled the internet. But as for the jacket, a psychologist came out and argued, sometimes people who are making this decision, they will do strange things that are hard for other people to understand. It shows their dissatisfaction in certain areas of their life. And in Xing's case, coming from a bit more superstitious background, it could mean that wearing his jacket backwards or throwing his, things backwards means that he hopes that in the afterlife, things would be the opposite of how they are in this life. They also stated that some people choose to leave a letter by stating their grief, but others choose to leave quietly. And the psychologist stated sometimes people deliberately leave in a way that is mysterious, almost as their own sort of revenge on the world. I don't know. All I can say is from his notebook and writing, it seems like he was deteriorating mentally. And oftentimes people don't notice how others are doing until it's too late. All we can do is just hope Xing is in a better place and that his family is able to slowly recover from their loss. I will say about the conspiracies on this case, I saw online discourse about it and I found it fascinating, but for a lot of netizens in China, they said that it was easier to come up with these conspiracies than face the harsh reality that the education system in China is so competitive and so cutthroat, it can even drive a 15-year-old to do or want to do unthinkable things. And sometimes coming up with these bizarre theories or conspiracies are just a way to cope with the depressing reality of this case. And I can sympathize with that to a degree, but I don't know. What are your thoughts? Please stay safe, and I will see you guys on Sunday for the mini-sode. We're talking about a case that takes place in Seoul, South Korea. And we're going to start with a man named Kwon Young-chul. He was preparing to leave for work just like any other day. It's 9 a.m, but he doesn't work like your typical 9-to-5 job. He's not going to be home tonight. In fact, it wouldn't be another like 26 hours till he got home. He worked 24-hour shifts. So he's spending a ton of time with his kid. He has a 3-year-old kid and a 100-day-old kid. He's just trying to get as much family time as possible because 24 hours without them, he's not going to be able to tuck them into bed. He's not going to be able to eat dinner with them tonight. And lastly, he looks at his wife and he knows. It's like at the tip of her tongue. She just wants to say it. She wants to blurt it out, but she knows she can't. Every single day that he leaves for her work, she wants to say, "Be careful, honey. Please, be careful, be safe." But it's a superstition. Much like the healthcare workers at hospitals, they never say, "Oh, it's a slow night, it's a calm night." She never says, "Be careful," because it's the assumption that he's in some danger. So instead, she kisses him on the cheek and she prepares for 24 hours of pure anxiety. Her husband, Kwon, was a firefighter for Seoul's West Fire Station. And that very night, 6 firemen from that exact station would be found dead. And it wasn't just a bad fire. It was an entire burning house of secrets. It was like the house of hell. And it took 6 of their lives. The firefighters would risk their lives that night looking for a man in the fire that maybe didn't even exist. They were sent into the burning house wearing rain jackets. And the more that this hell house burned, the more the secrets would leak out. And by the end of it, it basically ripped a nation apart. So let's talk about the case. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. This was it was a very controversial and very famous case in South Korea. We had our lovely Korean researchers help assist in gathering of the facts and the stories. But as always, with any foreign cases where most of the source material is not in English, let me know if there is anything at all that wasn't covered or got lost in translation. And with that being said, by the way, in celebration of our wedding month, we are getting married this year. We have new merch that says "Till Death Do Us Part." We have different colors. We have pink, we have white for the wedding. We have this beautiful purple, this brown color, and that has been dropped. So I'm going to leave it linked in the description, or you can go to fanjoy.co/StephanieSue. The case takes place March 3rd, 2001 in Seoul. And it's very early in the morning. So to help you visualize this a bit better, March 3rd is technically spring in South Korea, but really only by date. The early morning at like 1 to 2 a.m., there's snowfall, like pretty heavy snowfall. The city is asleep. Well, most of the city anyway. Most families are tucked away in their little beds, knocked out. Others are opting to stay indoors or at home because, like, even if you're a night owl, even if you want to go out and get drunk, this just was not the weather to be wandering around outside. The only part of the city that seemed ready for some action was the local fire department. Now, there is a lot of pertinent information that I need to tell you before we get into this case, just so you can understand truly the meat of this case. In South Korea, a firefighter is not just fighting fires. They're not. The fire department is split up into 3 categories. So you have the fire suppression team. They're in charge of putting out the fires. Then you have the rescue team. They're in charge of going into burning buildings and rescuing people. And then lastly, you have the emergency team. They are in charge of providing first aid and transporting these fire victims to the emergency room. So the fire departments, they not only drive the fire truck, but the fire ambulances, literally everything. They run the whole show. And it sounds like 3 neatly divided departments, and maybe it is now, but back then, basically each firefighter was just responsible for doing all 3 if they needed to. On top of that, the fire department as a whole is tasked with random miscellaneous tasks like fire inspections of buildings, snow removal, making sure the drinking water supply isn't tainted. All of this, all these duties, and these people are risking their lives for the incredible salary of $2,500 USD a month.
Damn.
Yeah, that's the average wage.
Risking their life.
Yeah. of a South Korean firefighter. To put it into perspective, the average wage of an American firefighter is around $4,500 a month. And in bigger cities
wow, that's still not a lot.
Still not.
Like they're probably constantly.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking.
And in bigger cities like New York City, like the NYFD, they give firefighters the opportunity to make upwards of $100K if they've been there for 5 years. But not only that, okay? So most American firefighters, I will say they at least have some benefits. I'm not saying that they have great compensation. I think it could be a lot better, but a lot of fire departments provide health care for the firefighter and their nuclear family for the rest of their lives. They provide a 401k and a generous pension in case something were to happen. So they try to make it as appealing of a job as possible because, well, these are people risking their lives and literally walking into hell, walking into fires to save people. It's like against human nature to see a raging fire and be like, let's walk straight into that to see if I can save someone else. And in 2001, when this case takes place, because of how abysmal the working conditions and pay were for firefighters in Korea, they were underfunded and they were understaffed. Firefighters at this point in time were working 24-hour shifts, 9 a.m. to 9 a.m. the next morning, and they would do this 84 hours a week. They would have a 24-hour shift. They would rest. And then the next day, 9 a.m., they would have a 24-hour shift. Every other day was a 24-hour shift. And during the 24 hours, they're usually not just sitting around at the fire station getting some sleep in. Because of how understaffed the fire department is, most firefighters are responding to about 7 calls each shift. Each fire and rescue call typically lasts about 3 hours. That's like 21 hours of active duty out of the 24-hour shift. Now back to the day in question. The firefighters receive a call at around 3 a.m. The caller claims that they saw smoke rising from a building nearby and it was urgent and the firefighters need to arrive quickly before it gets worse. So they're rushing. They get in their fire trucks, they get the ambulances, they get the rescue vehicles. Yeah, they're literally in charge of all of that. They turn on their sirens and they start rushing to the scene of the fire. They've got the adrenaline pumping in their veins. So early mornings are the hardest times for firefighters, not just due to the lack of sleep and rest, but the fact that fires around 3 a.m. are usually called once they've already been too big, like once they're already at the point of being uncontrollable. Most people are sleeping at this time. When the fire starts, when it's small, no one really recognizes it. The fire has to be big enough where someone wakes up or someone sees it in the dark. In comparison, fires that happen during the day, there's almost always people nearby to spot it early on. So they're all on edge. They're rushing as fast as humanly possible to the scene. And when they get there, they're standing in front of the building with sweat dripping down their forehead, anxiety pulsing through them, and nothing. There's no fire. It's a false alarm. There was no fire. But just to be sure, they did a double check around the block. They checked all the surrounding buildings. They checked the air just in case maybe there's like a leak of some sort, a gas leak. And they decided, nope, this is positively a false alarm. Now, none of them were upset about the false alarm. It happens. It doesn't happen too often, but it does happen. It's never a prank call or anything like that. It's typically a civilian being hypervigilant. And the firefighters would rather hypervigilant civilians looking for things rather than a bunch of people that don't look out for each other. So they pack up their truck, they start driving back to the station, and at 3:47 a.m., they're about 2 minutes away from their station. They hadn't made it back yet, okay? Another incoming call. The caller states, hurry, you have to come quick. There is a 2-story house that's engulfed in flames.
Is it the same address?
No. So they U-turn, turn on their sirens, and start rushing to the new call as fast as possible. Now, a lot of the firefighters in the truck remember this feeling of not relief, but thankfulness, like a feeling of gratitude. They almost thought, thank God we didn't make it back to the station and gotten out of our trucks. I mean, yeah, we're trained to get into the trucks as fast as possible, but still, that's like still a minute to assemble everyone, get back into the truck, to pull out of the fire station. I mean, at least this way, we're still on the road. We still have all of our gear. We could save a few minutes. And a few minutes, when it comes to fires, you could save a few lives. So for us regular people, 2 minutes feels like nothing. To firefighters, it can mean saving a life or it can mean death. I think even with this information of how these firefighters felt about this call, you can see where their hearts are at. So, side note, they would head straight to the site of the fire, but another fire team was also dispatched from a different station. So they're all driving as fast as they can, gearing up for this.
So there's 2 separate trucks going there.
And I think the feeling, at least for the main truck that we're following, is, what are the odds that it's 2 false alarms? This one's probably real. So let's get ready. The first one was a false alarm. What are the odds? This one feels even more real. They're racing, their adrenaline is pumping, and all of a sudden the fire truck screeches to a stop. The driver slams on the fire truck's brakes and everyone is looking up confused like, are we here? I don't see a fire. And for a split second, they just soak in, what the hell is going on? And it's freaking bad. This is the only entrance to the residential road to get to the 2-story house that's allegedly engulfed in flames. All of the roads are made so fire trucks can safely pass. There are no parking signs all over this residential road. Yet, both sides of the street are lined with illegally parked civilian cars. To be even more specific, the residential road was said to have been about 20 feet in width, which is why you're not allowed to park on either side of the road. But there were cars parked on both sides, parallel parked on both sides of this residential street.
So both sides are not allowed parking and there's cars on both sides.
Lined up.
Oh my God.
So I'm just going to give you some mathematical perspective because I think it helps visualize. The street itself is about 20 feet wide. The average non-commercial vehicle is about 6.5 feet wide. And with both sides of the road filled with these parked cars, that means there's about 13 feet of road taken up. And that's if the civilian cars are parked literally right on the street curb on both sides, which I highly doubt. Now you only have 7 feet of space in the middle of the road left. A fire truck on average is 10 feet wide.
Wow.
The fire truck is not getting through. In fact, I would imagine that a regular sedan would not make it through. And this is completely immature and a very naive part of me while I was researching, and I was so frustrated. I'm like, why can't the government just back them up and they just ram through the cars? But I'm an idiot. That would probably be in and of itself a fire hazard and lawsuit galore. But it's just that feeling of like, okay, come on now. Are you serious? Like there is an emergency. They should be able to do something about it. And if you're like, well, don't be obnoxious, Stephanie. You don't have to ram through them. Just push them out the way. I think if it had just been one illegally parked car or two, the firefighters could have gotten out and pushed the car out of the way. But with that many cars, I'm talking it was back-to-back cars parallel parked.
Wow.
Just there was nowhere to even push them to. They would waste so much valuable time moving these cars. To try and find the owners of these cars, they don't know which apartment building they belong to. They don't know how to wake all these people up. Do they go door to door? I mean, it's crazy. That would waste valuable time. So I digress. The fire truck was unable to make it through the only road to the house that was on fire. And they're still at least like 500 feet away. Without their fire truck, the fire is going to be even more difficult to extinguish.
There's no other entrance?
No.
So what did they do?
The firefighters do not waste any time. They take half a second to register what's going on, and then it's all hands on deck. They open the doors. They grab their gear, about 35 pounds of gear per person, and they start booking it. They start running. They needed to bring with them their massive oxygen tanks, their masks, cutting tools like pipe cutters, ropes, fire hoses, sledgehammers. They start organizing and barking orders. A few were tasked with finding the local fire hydrants on the street, avoid curved alleyways because that messes with the water pressure, and start connecting the long, impossibly heavy hoses to them and run them to this 2-story house. Start running with these massive hoses. Which, side note, the house on fire was so bad that they could see it from a distance. So they knew it wasn't a false alarm. That house is on fire. They would need all the help that they could get, but they couldn't even bring their trucks up to the house. I don't know how, but very quickly they're able to attach 12 fire hoses to the fire hydrants, bring it to the house, and the fire was as bad as it gets. It was a 30-year-old house, 2 floors, and the flames coming out of this house were angry, bright red flames jumping out of the windows already. The house looked like it was the sun. The whole city was dark and asleep, and this house was burning bright. which firefighters actually consider this stage as the peak danger level of a fire. If you arrive at a house and you see that the blaze is already coming out of the windows, it typically means everything inside has already been burnt to a crisp, and the fire is just like hungry for more things to consume and to eat. I mean, if it's like one window, it's different, but I'm talking like every window. There's just flames coming out. It's completely scorched the inside, and it's just trying to get something new. The toxic fumes in the air inside the house would probably be at its max. It would be nearly impossible to breathe inside of there, much less withstand the heat and the fire, and the chance of rescue and survival in these conditions would be so incredibly low, so incredibly dangerous. And this is where everything starts going wrong. A group of civilians had already gathered outside. This 2-story home was basically a converted duplex. So the landlady, she is a 66-year-old ajumma who lives on the first floor with her 32-year-old son. On the second floor, she rented it out to a family of tenants. Now, they made it out safely. Neighbors had also come out to see what was going on, and a woman pushes through the crowd. She's the 66-year-old homeowner, and she looks like she's about to have a complete and utter mental breakdown. She's latching onto the firefighters, grabbing onto them, crying at them, pleading with them. She's screaming, my son is still in the house. Please, you have to go save him. My son is in there. The firefighters look at each other. It wasn't even a question. They were going in. So they turn, they face the house on fire, and they run into it without a second thought. They knew the rate of survival inside that house. I mean, her son was probably dead. It's like slim to none. But they had to try, right? I mean, what's crazy to me is that firefighters will say, these specific firefighters, when they're interviewed, they'll say things like, well, it's my job. I think it's just who they are, because I feel like I would not be able to do that even if it's my job. These firefighters chose to walk into a burning house to save someone they never even met. They didn't even know. They didn't even love. And how do you even describe a person like that? So once the firefighters are inside the house, they can't see anything. Everything was like a thick cloud of ash and smoke, and they have a fire suppression team with them. They have the fire rescue team with them. So they're basically moving as a unit. They would have a couple of the firemen hosing down so that none of them are getting burned, and then they would go and look for look for any signs of life. Everything was like a thick cloud of ash and smoke, and they had these headlamps, but it did nothing. It wasn't just dark. There was like a literal cloud of toxic fumes that had taken over the entirety of the house. The visibility was said to be about 2 feet away from their face. All they could do was try. They're trying to calm down the flames while they're rushing through the house looking for any signs of life or just another person. And they search as best as they can, and they find nothing. I think that they would have honestly kept trying to look, but they knew what was going on. They looked around them. They saw the condition of the house. This house was going to collapse. So you're like, wait, what? This is a fire. Why is the house collapsing as if it's an earthquake? This is a 30-year-old house. And the way that it was structured, there was fire everywhere. They had to put water into the house to take down the fire, right? Water is heavy. Most houses cannot withstand absorbing that much water, especially a house that's 30 years old. So they said the house is due to collapse. So they reluctantly leave and they walk out and they're like, okay, maybe the sun is somewhere else, because even though we didn't have all the time in the world, we diligently checked every single room and we didn't see any signs of life. So they walk out and the mom is screaming at them, why are you coming out alone? You're supposed to be in there getting my son. My son is in there. I'm telling you that my son is in that house. How can you not save him? How can you leave him to burn? And these firemen, they're looking at each other like, this house is about to go down. They're trying to explain to her, your house right there, it's gonna fall any second now. And she's like, I don't care. My son is in there. My son. She's like begging them, holding on to them, latching on to them. One of the firefighters later stated, yeah, it's difficult work. We had undeniable information that a family member is telling me with 100% certainty that another person is inside of there. I have to search 2, 3, 4 more times until I find that person. So they go back in. They search even more thoroughly this time. They comb through every single room, every single bathroom, checking the floors, the corners. Maybe the son was hiding to protect himself from the smoke and the flames. One of the firefighters, the one from the beginning of the story, Kwon, he said that he was going to go outside and check if the building had an underground boiler room. This would help maybe control the fire, but also maybe the son had managed to get there from inside the house. So he went out of the house and steps down into kind of like this underground basement step. And at 4:11 a.m., just moments after he stepped down, there was a boom, followed by a series of gut-wrenching noises. Firefighter Kwon was knocked out very briefly, unconscious. He wakes up, he's dazed, and he gets up from like that 2-basement step. He saw the sky. He saw the houses nearby. He saw everything. The 2-story house that had been the center of the whole neighborhood on fire was now at the height of his hip. It had been completely flattened. It had collapsed on itself. Just fell.
He's outside.
Yeah. It was basically pancaked. And everything and
everyone... Is the fire still going on though?
So most of the fire had been extinguished, but the problem is the toxic fumes are still in there. And everything and everyone inside were now trapped in a rubble, like just a giant pile of concrete.
Who's in there?
10 firefighters, the son. So like 11 people. The saddest part of all of this is that the firefighters, again, knew that this house was probably going to collapse, but they still had to search for the son. They knew that this was an older building. It most likely would never withstand all the water that it was absorbing. But still, firefighter Kwon said that he cannot explain the utter horror that he felt when he saw that building at his hip height, hip level. And all of his fellow firefighters, his friends, they were under there. He suffered a massive injury to his shoulder because he was like next to the house when it pancaked. So of course there's going to be debris, there's going to be things that hit him. He was knocked unconscious briefly, but he goes straight to work. He tears the injury in his shoulder even more, but he doesn't care. He screams out into the middle of the night, "Where are you? Are you in there? Where are you?" The remaining firefighters that had not gone inside the house, they immediately called for backup to the local fire stations. It was 4:11 a.m. and soon 250 firefighters from all over the country, from at least 11 different fire stations, would leave their hoses. They would leave their fire gear on the side. They would grab their shovels and hammers, and they would use their bare hands, breaking off almost all their fingernails, cutting up their palms, using any and all brute strength they had left after a 20-hour shift to try and save their fellow firefighters. Any machinery to dig into concrete was too big to get past the illegally parked cars. None of the fire trucks made it past. I think they were able to get one smaller work truck past, but it was just not effective in the situation they were facing. Most of the firefighters didn't directly know the firefighters trapped inside, at least not personally, but they knew what they had all sacrificed for this job. They knew what their families had endured, all the countless sleepless nights worrying about these firemen. They knew the struggles that they had been through, and just that will to make it out alive, not even for yourself, but for the sake of your loved ones. And in the pitch black night with the snow falling on them, they dug and they dug and they dug. And just to emphasize the state of disaster right now, this building, it is a 30-year-old house and there is a lot of wood involved, but it's not some shack or wooden cabin that kind of folded in on itself. The building is filled with concrete, metal, other heavy materials. It was 2 stories tall. Even just the weight of furniture alone would have been something that could be fatal. And that's not considering the actual composition of the house. Even just the chances of having a metal pole, pipe, or anything sharp impale you, or the chance that you're crushed by the sheer weight of something. I mean, there's also electrical wires that are probably exposed now and running water. Nothing is off the table of what's going on to those that are trapped underneath this house. Not to mention, this is right after a fire that was at its peak. Whatever small pockets of air that are under the rubble is beyond toxic. The firefighters did have their oxygen tanks, but they run out after 25 minutes. Here is the bigger problem. They run out after 25 minutes, but if a firefighter had been knocked unconscious by the collapse, which is highly likely, then the mask could actually become a weapon of death after 25 minutes. If they still have it on,
they're suffocating?
it will become equally toxic and dangerous since you will be breathing in your own carbon dioxide. Oh my God. 250 firefighters from all over the area were gathering to help with the rescue. And at 4:30, they're able to get a single truck in through the roads. But the firefighters don't care. They keep digging. There were 10 firefighters trapped in the rubble along with the homeowner's son. And they all had the same thought. I have to get my colleagues out, even if I do it with my bare hands. Like I said, there were machines that existed that could get the firefighters probably out quicker, that could help move the rubble faster, that could help break the concrete, but these machines would be too big to make it down the road because, again, the illegally parked cars. And every second counted, so they just kept going. I can't even imagine the trauma for the firefighters, both under the rubble, but also on top trying so desperately to save the others. I mean, I think the feeling is you want to rescue those who have given their lives into rescuing others. So for 50 minutes, the firefighters dig and dig and dig, and suddenly a firefighter starts screaming, and they could see through the crack Kim Chul-hong's face, a fireman. He didn't appear conscious, and so they start frantically moving as much as the rubble as possible, and they finally pull him out. They slip off his mask, and it feels like eternity. And they're waiting in silence, and in that cold air, they see a little bit of that, like, you know, when it's cold and you're breathing, you can see a little bit. He's breathing a little bit. So they rush him to the hospital, and this gives the firefighters the strength they need to continue. They had no idea if he was going to wake up in the hospital, but he was breathing, even a little bit. Out of the 10, there were a few firefighters that made it out earlier because they were near the edges of the house when it collapsed. So they were not really buried fully under the house. If they were like half buried, or maybe only half their bodies were buried, if that makes sense. But there were 6 more firefighters. Nobody knew where in the house they were when the house collapsed. So Kwan, the firefighter from the boiler room, he feels this renewed sense of hope, and he just starts breaking more concrete with his sledgehammer. They dug in locations that would yield the highest chance of survival, so near the basement. The plan was to drill down a giant hole by hand. They were just going at it in the concrete, in a circle, trying to drill a hole into the concrete so that was just big enough for one person without their oxygen tank. One person would go down and try and find the others. At around 5:47 a.m., Lee Sung-chun, we'll call him Lee, he arrived at the scene. He was in charge of the rescue team. He said it was heartbreaking. He said they went in there and everyone was silently working because nobody was speaking unless it was to periodically call out to ask if their friends or colleagues were there. Can you hear me? Are you there? We're coming to get you. Don't worry. Nobody wanted to waste a single second on anything that was not removing the rubble. Every single second that passed was a second that their colleagues were closer to death. And he said he looked around once and he just saw the snow falling so heavily, but nobody even registered it. They were all drenched in sweat. They all had like hot tears rolling down their faces. And all he could think constantly as he's digging was, I wish I had something faster. This needs to be faster. After 2 hours since the collapse, the hole had been made. A small hole to the basement had been dug. They pushed down some oxygen tanks that were open to try and push the toxic air out of the tight spaces, right? And pump in fresh oxygen to the buried firefighters who they're praying to the gods that they were still breathing, were still alive, because 2 hours, like 3 hours had passed, really. Firefighter Kwan, the one who injured his shoulder during the initial collapse, these were the people on his fire truck. These were his teammates. He went down the hole.
No.
Without his oxygen tank. He was risking his own life once again to save his colleagues. He didn't even think twice. It had been hours, but they had hope because these are their firemen, you know? He goes down and he starts looking for his friends. The toxic air made it so hard for him to breathe, and the inability to breathe made his heart pump even more, you know, on top of the adrenaline. And he just felt this dying sense of urgency. The hole was so small he was crawling around on his stomach, just reaching around with his hands because he couldn't see much. And he just remembered thinking, please, anyone, someone, please. And he kept sweeping his hand until he felt something. At 7:34 a.m., he touches the arm of firefighter Lee Seung-gi. He would be the second firefighter saved.
Wait, there's still 8 more in there?
Yeah. When they pulled him up, they realized that he had taken off his own mask, meaning he must not have been unconscious for that long. This gave everyone hope, and like I said, they were moving as a unit when they were going through the house, right? So they rush him up, rush him to the hospital. Firefighter Kwon stays under, looking for the rest of his colleagues. And from there, one by one, the firefighters found their friends. They were all unconscious. This was right before 8 a.m. So after 3 hours and 46 minutes since the building's collapse, all the firefighters were found and rushed to the hospital. Firefighter Kwon, like I said, these are his direct colleagues, the ones that he sees every day, the ones that he trusts to have his back. Like, these are his partners in this very scary business. And he said that he just wanted to run. He wanted to run to meet the ambulances at the hospital just to make sure they were okay. But he couldn't, because their work was not done. The firefighters had pulled out their colleagues, but there was still someone missing. The missing son. He was still in there. And with just as much passion and just as much urgency, they dug and dug for the homeowner's son. And the reason that they had gone into that house in the first place was for this son. So they continued to dig, and their radios would go off and news would be shared. Their sledgehammers would slam against the concrete. An alert would come in. Firefighter Park Chun-woo, 32 years old. He had been a fireman for 8 years. It wasn't really in his life plan. He actually wanted to go to college and pursue a different career, but his parents' business failed and he just needed to make money. So he sacrificed everything to become a fireman, make money, and he would be starting his own family next week. He actually had a wedding planned next week, and he was going to marry the love of his life. And the last note he ever left for his soon-to-be wife was, "I will always take care of you." Firefighter Park Chun-woo was pronounced dead at the hospital. The firemen cried, and tears dropped into the rubble, but they kept going. They had to find the son. Their sledgehammers would slam against the concrete, and an alert would come in. Firefighter Kim Chul-hong, 38 years old. He personally volunteered to go from a desk job in the fire department to working in the field to fighting fires. His mom had suffered a stroke recently, and they had just all these piling medical bills. So he put his life on the line, literally in the line of fire, and he would bring in $300 more a month. And they really needed that money. Firefighter Kim Chul-hong was pronounced dead at the hospital. Tears dropped into the rubble, but the firefighters kept going. Their sledgehammers would slam against the concrete, and an alert would come in. Firefighter Chung Seok-chan, 36 years old. He was known for being very goofy. Like, he was always very smiley and goofy, and he was the father of 2 children. He was one of the most selfless people on the team, they said. He had been involved in over 4,500 rescues. He was a former Special Forces officer. He was a veteran. I mean, his whole life, he basically served the country. And his wife would constantly scold him every day before work. She would say, "Honey, can you please not be the first one to help all the time? Just stay back a little. You're getting older." And he would always smile a goofy little grin because he hated lying to his wife. And they both knew when the time came, he'd be the first one to run in. Firefighter Chung Seok-chan was pronounced dead at the hospital. And tears would drop into the rubble, but the firefighters kept going. Their sledgehammers would slam against the concrete, and an alert would come in. Fire Sergeant Park Dong-gyu, 46 years old, father of 2. He's been doing this for 18 years, and he was so good at his job. He actually even inspired his little brother to get into firefighting, and he just had this way of motivating people around him. And to him, it just wasn't a job. He was making an impact in the world. Fire Sergeant Park Dong-gyu was pronounced dead at the hospital. Tears would drop into the rubble, but the firefighters kept going. They had one more person to find. Their sledgehammers would slam against the concrete, and an alert would come in. Firefighter Park Sang-ok, 34 years old, father of a 3-year-old daughter. He was a really big family guy. He was so excited. He was telling everyone at the fire station how he finally saved up enough money to move his entire family into a bigger house that spring. He was excited to give his elderly parents a bit more space so they could feel more rested and feel more settled. And his colleagues always poked fun at him because no matter how busy he got, no matter how tired he was, he always called his wife 2 to 3 times a day. And everyone teased him for being so obsessed with his wife, but they all secretly respected him. They all know what it's like to have a loved one that's nervously waiting at home. Firefighter Park Sang-ok was pronounced dead at the hospital. And tears would fall into the rubble, but the firefighters kept going. Their sledgehammers would slam against the concrete. An alert would come in. Firefighter Kim Gi-seok, 44 years old, father of 2. His love for firefighting was out of this world. He was a former Marine before this, and when he wasn't working or spending time with family, he was so poetic. He wrote poetry. He just earned his master's degree, and if anyone had any questions about life or the purpose of life or the purpose of their jobs, they wanted to talk to him. Just a month before this incident, he actually wrote an email to a junior colleague to help him understand why he was so passionate about firefighting. And he wrote, "While the role of a doctor definitely saves lives, it is not one where it requires that they must throw their own bodies in someone's place to save them. I'm very pleased with this job because it allows me to sacrifice my life in order to save someone else's. I think to throw my own life willingly away for someone, I consider that a very sacred thing. I've been buried under a collapsed building before. I've stood upon the tongue of an angry, angry fire. I know only heaven knows the meaning of all of this. If I give my very best at this task, I live my life to the best I can every single day, maybe I enter the afterlife with a good destiny in a good body." Firefighter Kim Gi-seok was pronounced dead at the hospital. And tears would drop into the rubble, but the firefighters had to keep going. Their sledgehammers would slam against the concrete. 6 of their own were gone. Maybe the only thing on their mind, the only thing that could keep them from breaking apart, some of them said, was the firefighter's prayer. Have you heard of it?
No.
It goes like this. "When I am called to duty, God, wherever flames may rage, give me strength to save a life, whatever be its age. Help me to embrace a little child before it's too late, or save an older person from the horror of that fate. Enable me to be alert to hear the weakest shout, and quickly and efficiently to put the fire out. I want to fill my calling and to give the best in me, to guard my neighbor and protect his property. And if according to your will, I have to lose my life, bless with your protecting hand my loving family from strife." But what if it was all for nothing? There is a very famous Korean proverb that goes, 무심코 던진 돌에 개구리는 죽는다. And it translates roughly into a rock thrown carelessly by one person can bring death to an innocent frog. It sounds a bit interesting in English, and it doesn't really have the same impact in Korean, but it's most often used by Koreans to teach children or to teach each other as a lesson of how, your very careless or not so well thought out words or actions, they can kill someone. You may not necessarily think twice of it, but the impact could be great. A lot of people compare that to these civilians who illegally parked their cars thinking, it's nighttime, no one's going to drive through these roads, and I'm going to move it early in the morning when I go to work. This case is a direct representation of that in the worst way possible, and it's not just with the illegally parked cars. At 9:28 a.m., while the firemen continued to dig and dig amidst all of this heartache, the fire investigative team arrived at the scene. So these are the teams that are in charge of investigating the source of the fires to make sure that buildings are up to code, make sure that no one was at fault for this. They arrive and they start asking the homeowner about possible ways that the fire may have started. And they also comfort her and they try to tell her, the emergency crew, aka the firefighters, they're doing the best and they're going to keep searching for your son in the rubble. Now, at this point, the 66-year-old mother was joined by a few other relatives that came out as like a show of support. And one of them, in just one of the most casual, nonchalant, unserious voice states, "Oh, they said he's at his uncle's house.
You're fucking kidding me."
He's been there since 6 a.m. One of the investigative team members fell to the ground, sobbing. All those firefighters had gone in to find this one person. They sacrificed everything to save him, and he wasn't even there. The firefighters who were still digging, sobbing, digging, wiping their eyes from the stinging sweat and tears, they were digging for the owner's son, and they were told to stop. They said, "We can't, there's still someone in there." They were told, "The son is not in there. We can stop digging." Family just gave confirmation all residents had been evacuated. We can stop digging. They said it was like the whole world stopped. Every single firefighter was silent, and they could not even comprehend what they had just heard. No one could process what this meant. Everyone just stared with glazed over looks in their eyes, unable to even process the true depth of what any of this meant. Firefighter Kwan, the one with the injured shoulder, he said in that moment, 진짜 어이가 없는 거죠. 한마디로. Koreans have this way of, it's almost like a laugh, a smile, because it's the utter and total lack of reasoning. It's just utter and total disbelief. You almost can't believe that someone like this exists or a situation like this can actually happen. If nobody was in that house, nobody would have gone in. They would have put out the fire from the outside. Nobody would have had a building collapse in on them. 6 people died. 6 firefighters died looking for someone that wasn't even there. They died trying to save someone that wasn't even in danger. They ran head on into a burning fire for someone that wasn't even there. Not only that, they would soon find out the person they sacrificed their lives for was the one who started the fire. Choi is the 32-year-old son of the homeowner. He lived on the first floor with his mom, and Choi was known to struggle with mental illness. Neighbors reported constantly hearing the mom and son fight. The mom did her best to get him help, but he hated her for it. He hated that she sent him to a psychiatric ward for years of his life. He constantly screamed at her that she was treating him like he was some sort of crazy person. He refused to control his anger. Frequently, he would go out, get drunk, come home, yell and beat his own mother, 66-year-old mother. And the night of the fire was no different. They get into this explosive fight and he beat his mom. She was so terrified of her own son that she ran up to the second floor and she asked her tenants, "Can I stay with you while he cools down downstairs?" He's like way too heated. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that they had a strained relationship. That's how bad it was. Everyone could hear their fights. So while the mom was upstairs, Choi, he's pissed off. So what does he do? He lights a blanket on fire and throws it onto the bed. He will later claim that he wanted to start a small fire and he believed it would just, and I quote, fizzle out by itself. Let's be real. Many of us are struggling with mental health issues. I don't know his exact mental state or his diagnosis, but still, a 32-year-old man that is perfectly capable of living on his own and is able-bodied, there are no indications that he has any intellectual disabilities. How can you truly even say with your full chest that lighting a blanket on fire and throwing it onto a bed filled with more fabric and a mattress made with foam and flammable materials that you thought the small fire would fizzle out? You only do that when you want to burn a big chunk of the house down. You want a big fire. And to add to my refusal to believe that statement, he goes on to say, and then the fire got so big, so I ran out because I was scared. He made no attempts to put it out.
He just ran away?
Yeah.
When he saw the fire was big?
Yeah. He made no attempts to put it out.
Didn't even call the mom? Nobody? Not even the...
No tenants. He made no attempts to put it out. He made no attempts to alert anyone inside the residence. He made no attempts to alert any sort of fire department.
Yeah, he could literally just killed everyone in the building.
I mean, a lot of people think that was his intention. Yeah. He set a fire believing it would fizzle out. And when it got big, he got scared and ran away and never said anything. To me, that sounds like he genuinely wanted to take people's lives. But not himself. Of course not. He needed to save himself. It's fair to say that the mom most likely did not know that her son wasn't at home. She most likely didn't know that he was the one that's at the fire. And I imagine if she is a normal person with morals, she will carry the guilt of yelling at the firemen to go back into the house for the rest of her life. And if it sounds like I'm being harsh on her, just remember, her relatives came to join her after they were alerted that her house had burned down. And you're telling me some random relative knew that her son was at the uncle's house and never told her? That they just didn't talk about it? She just found out when the fire investigators asked? Wouldn't the mom be frantic? Wouldn't she be pacing the room? Oh my God, they still haven't found my son. Oh my God, they still haven't found my son. I'm so stressed. My son is trapped under there. And the relative would tell her, what are you talking about? Your son is at the uncle's house. You're telling me these conversations never took place?
That's insane.
I just think the odds of that are insane. I think that maybe she believed that they would figure out how to deal with this situation later because it had become so big, there was no going back, maybe in her head. Maybe she thought she could get away with hiding her son and just go on the run, have him go on the run, go into hiding at another relative's house. I just think the odds that she had no idea that this son was at the uncle's house, that's not even normal human behavior to me. I mean, this is the mom that was so concerned that she yelled and begged the firemen to go back in, but as they're looking for him, her relatives come to comfort her, and no one mentions her son? It's hard to believe that she didn't know at some point before the fire investigators asked. She did not know that her son was alive and well. I believe she knew. I just don't know when. But I think it's just really heartless. Like, these firemen, they were still digging. I mean, the weight of the world was on their shoulders, the weight of the trauma of losing 6 of their own. Not only that, but these men were injured. They were heavily injured, and they were injuring themselves further in the process by digging frantically. Every second could have made a difference to say something. And she didn't. Regardless, 32-year-old Choi is a full-grown adult. He is a 32-year-old man. His fire did not only damage his home and property, but it took lives. March 5th, 2001, a joint funeral was held for all 6 firefighters. Fire station staff, city staff, citizens, over 30,000 civilians paid their respects at the firefighters' memorial. And do you remember firefighter Park Dong-gyu? He inspired his little brother to be a firefighter. Mm-hmm. And at the funeral, his brother said a few words for him, and he said, "Hyung, don't be a firefighter in heaven. Pick a different job so you can get some rest." Their bodies were laid to rest at the Daejeon National Cemetery. It is a cemetery reserved for those who have given the ultimate sacrifice for others and for the nation. The same day, Choi was arrested for arson and causing bodily harm and building damage, but not for the loss of lives, not for murder. He was arrested, but he was given an anger-inducing sentence. The court stated that since he had been hospitalized 3 times in the past for mental illness, he would get a reduced sentence of just 5 years in prison. He would have been released in 2006. We don't have any updates because Korea has some pretty strict privacy laws. We don't have any much updates of his current situation or status, and we have no idea what he's doing out there. Out of all the firefighters that were pulled from that collapsed building, that were like fully in the building, not the ones that were half buried, not saying that their trauma was not comparable, but only one survived, Lee Seung-gi. He sustained brain damage in addition to lower body paralysis. He was left bedridden for a very long time and he has no memory of that day. He said he lost that memory.
Way.
He said he met with the families of his lost colleagues and he just feels so much burden and guilt. He feels like he's responsible. His survivor guilt is really bad. And he said that if he were ever lucky enough to go to heaven and to see his former colleagues, he would ask them, 잘 지냈냐? You been well? And he said he just lives for the moment to see them again. And when he was asked, what would he do if the same situation were to arise? And he said, well, I have to go in. Why? You knew the building was going to collapse. Yeah, because I'm a firefighter.
같은 상황이 또 온다면
들어가야죠.
Firefighters are already risking their own lives to save people that they don't even know, and we as a whole do not value their lives. And if you're like, don't club me into it, I'm right there with everyone else. Like, we should value their lives. What the heck? Okay, maybe civilians do, but does the government? So this case exposed a lot of things that were wrong. First, the illegally parked cars. Why were police not enforcing these parking laws? There is a reason that these laws exist. And what is the point of the law if you don't enforce it? Then it's just a nice request. Not only did this cause more time for the firefighters to get to the fire, had they gotten there sooner, maybe they could have been out by the time the building collapsed. Or when the firefighters were trapped under the rubble, they were unable to get machinery to help dig them out. That could have saved firefighter lives, but because the illegally parked cars, neither of those things were able to come true. Instead, firefighters spent hours digging their colleagues out with their own bare hands. But that's not even the end. I wish it was the end. I wish the problem was Troy and some illegally parked cars, but the problem is so deep. Netizens started looking into fire departments in South Korea after this incident, and they just wanted to know, first of all, how much are these people getting paid to do the jobs that nobody wants to do? And they were getting paid next to nothing. On top of that, fire departments in Korea were so severely underfunded. Police departments, emergency departments, these are like the counterparts of fire departments. They were receiving much more funding than the fire department. Police departments also received adequate medical care. They had paid time off. They had recovery time off. They had therapy, physically and mental therapy. They were always fully equipped with gear on the job. They also were not severely understaffed. Firefighters, on the other hand, they had no medical benefits. They had no therapy, no physical treatment, no medical benefits. In Korea, there are hospitals that are dedicated for police officers, for soldiers, like we have veterans hospitals here in the US. There are no hospitals, well, there were no hospitals for firefighters. They were understaffed, overloaded with work, and in 2001, just to give you a little bit of a comparison, the whole country of America, because I know that there's some bigger cities and some smaller towns, but on average, America had about one firefighter for every 280 residents. Korea's firefighter ratio was one firefighter for every 2,000 people. They could not afford to not work. Not just to pay their own bills, but they worked 24-hour shifts, nearly 90 hours a week, and they received no support. Just to share with you how bad it was. Remember firefighter Kwan? Mm-hmm. A picture went crazy in South Korea because the collapsing of the house injured his shoulder. And for hours, he used that injured shoulder to dig his colleagues out. These are his colleagues. These are his partners. He just lost 6 of them. He climbed into a hole, inhaled toxic fumes for God knows how long to try and save these people, and none of them really survived. He was responding to another emergency call as a firefighter less than 24 hours later. The very next day.
Because he had to work?
Yeah, they were so understaffed. And the way that they would tell him isn't even just, oh, then you're going to get fired. It was, well, if you don't do it, no one's going to do it. And I guess people will just burn to death. What is he going to say to that? It wasn't even about the money.
Unbelievable.
It's like these firemen were basically being guilt tripped into working nonstop because the fire department would say, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is all government's fault. This is the issue here.
Yeah.
You're not funding it enough.
Yeah. So the very next day, he's at work. No time to heal physically or mentally or emotionally. It was just get back out there. He said for 6 months, all he did was drink nonstop to cope with his trauma. He said at one point he was actually treated like a selfish person by his superiors to even want a day off to emotionally and mentally recover, and let alone physically. No one was there for him. The country failed him. But that's not all. If he were to seek help, he would have to pay out of pocket. So the way it was set up in 2001, if firefighters were injured on the job, they would have to pay for the medical treatment first and then apply for compensation later. But because of underfunding, there would be a big chance that they would not get compensated. But it wasn't just, hey, I'm so sorry, we're underfunded. They would make up the most bizarre excuses. They would say, oh, sorry, that type of injury is not covered for firefighters. Do you want to know what wasn't covered for firefighters? Skin grafts, burn treatments, skin transplants. The most common injury for fighting fires were not covered medically. Additionally, the firefighters were often getting burned because the equipment given to them was never up to international standards. They were faulty. How can that be? Let me explain. They were so underfunded during the time that the suits that they wore during this particular fire was not even the appropriate gear. This is one of the most appalling pieces of information to me because you would think it's like the most basic common sense factor about what a firefighter would need to fight a fire, a protective fire suit that repels fire and repels the heat of the fire. That's what you imagine, right? Mm-hmm. That's not what they were wearing. They were wearing waterproof suits.
What? What is waterproof? Like raincoat?
Basically, waterproof suits. It was revealed that the reason that they were given waterproof suits is not because it's superior or because there was a reasoning for it. Fire suits are expensive. They cost about 1,200 USD each. The government did not think it was worth it, so they resorted to giving the firefighters $80 waterproof suits instead. The only way firefighters could afford their own gear was if they bought it themselves, but they're getting paid like $2,500 a month. They're living paycheck to paycheck. I mean, can you imagine this? This whole suit thing is one of the most counterintuitive things I have ever heard. How is this not provided by the city or the nation? They worked so hard in the fire, swallowing their own fears to save someone else's. They're literally saving the country. They're doing the jobs that even politicians wouldn't even dream of doing for a single day, and yet they themselves are unprotected. The government failed them. The nation failed them. They failed to give them even the most basic standard as a first responder, but also just the basic level of respect. Like, these men were also someone's precious son, someone's husband and brother and father. And I'm not saying that all firefighters are men, but the 6 men that died, they were pushed to the forefronts of danger. And in the end, the people that they were serving to protect failed them. They were giving their all, killing a fire and trying to look for someone they can save when they themselves, all they had was a flimsy raincoat, basically. Who are we asking to save who? The water repellent suit doesn't even protect them against hot water. They could still get burned from hot water, let alone a fire. Did they just march into a burning fire for nothing? Well, I hope not. There were a lot of changes being made because of them and because of what happened and because of their story. A protest was held where tens of thousands of civilians and public officials came out. They marched on the streets of Seoul to call attention to the poor benefits and care that firefighters were given. A lot of people responded to the public's outrage. The government provided more funding. Firefighters went from working 24-hour shifts every other day to 3 shifts a week. It's still more than 40 hours. That's like what, 70 hours a week? They were given orange fire suits that were fire repellent, and they're building a fire hospital for firefighters who need medical care. Another thing that has changed is because the fire department was so underfunded, at 5 p.m. every day, the fire stations would turn off heating, even in the middle of the winter.
Why? To save power bills?
None of the firefighters were even allowed to take showers at the station, which left them sitting around with their nostrils filled with soot and ash and smoke every day. That has since changed. There's still a lot of work to be done. As of 2011, an investigation uncovered that firefighters were still sharing oxygen tanks. They did not have enough protective equipment to go around. Another investigation uncovered that the fire suits that the government provided hadn't even been tested. They hadn't even gone through quality control. They weren't even inspected. So who's to say that they even meet standards? And in 2017, a photo went viral of firefighters taking a break after extinguishing a fire. They're like laying on the ground out of breath. They're all piled on top of each other on the ground. Like, cannot breathe, cannot do anything. So we can only hope with more conversation their conditions get better. Firefighter Park Jun-woo, his body was donated. His mom and his fiance, because remember he was going to get married a week before this happened, they just hoped that his death would be meaningful. His mom said, "Even if I live as long as I can, I'll still want to see my son. I'll never stop wanting to see my son. But at such a young age, he died. But he died doing good things for others, so I can say, my son was great." His mom made a monument in her front yard for her son, and she said that she was just so afraid as she was aging, as she got older, that his memory would fade. So she hated the idea that her son would be forgotten in this world. And every day, that's kind of like her purpose in life. She gets up very early and she wipes down each and every crevice of that monument, and it gives her purpose. And she says a little prayer that his death was not meaningless and that things are changing for the rest of the firefighters. She has the fireman's prayer engraved on there. And one of the leading rescue team officers that worked so hard to get his colleagues out, his name Lee Sung-chun. After the incident, he was left with this huge scar on his left shoulder. And he got a tattoo to cover it. And the tattoo reads, and this is a motto that most firemen go by: first in, last out. Even after the nation failed him, everyone failed him, he still lives by this motto. He's still at the front lines of every fire. He carries a picture of one of his closest friends that passed in the incident in his wallet. And he said, "Look, we're still fighting fires together." And that's it for today's case. Dr. Vasquez had been a practicing medical doctor for years. She was seasoned, she was knowledgeable, and because she worked in the emergency department, she had seen, just about everything, The fragility of human life, the total loss of death, and everything in between. Like, she had seen everything. Nothing, absolutely nothing could have prepared her for the alleged murderer who would walk through those hospital doors that very night. It was a relatively quiet night in the emergency room, which you would never dare say that out loud. Did you know? It's actually a tradition in almost every single hospital, at least in the US. It's a superstition amongst healthcare workers that if someone says out loud, "Oh, what a slow night," or they comment anything about it being a slow night or not that busy, the rest of the shift is doomed to be crazy busy. So no one uttered a word, but it was kind of a slow night. All their efforts would be in vain because within an hour, the hospital's emergency department would descend into a crime scene, resulting in one of the most high-profile first-degree murder cases involving the death of a child that we've seen in a very long time. And this is a very recent case. The crime took place January of 2023. An arrest was made May of 2023, so just a month and a half ago, really.
Wow.
Now, Dr. Vasquez would have two patients that night. One would be the alleged murderer, and the other would be the victim. On mangopodcast.com. But today's case involves a lot of heavy and controversial content regarding pregnancy, abortion, adoption, women's health, and topics that are especially turbulent with the current politics of the US. So with that being said, reporting on this case is in no way a political statement or representative of personal opinions. I think a lot of the discussions about this case revolve around the politics of it all. And I do think that those are important discussions to have. The purpose of today's episode is to sift through all of the speculations and present what we know so far in a way that does Baby Doe justice. Hopefully, we're able to accomplish that, but just keep in mind that this case is currently ongoing with a trial scheduled for October of this year. Just a reminder that legally, no one has been convicted of absolutely anything as of right now. So with that being said, there is CCTV footage inside of a hospital's hallway that shows a 19-year-old woman half skipping, half running out of her treatment room and beelining it for the restroom. She's holding her butt with her left hand, and the staff members who saw her run through the hallway, they kind of wrote it off as like a potty dance. You know, it's similar to when kids have been holding a poo for a really long time. They sort of like jump around and they try to distract themselves. Plus, it's the emergency department during the night shift, so the staff are not going to be grossed out or scared of a little bit of poo or someone who has to go really bad. They had seen so much worse. So Lori, who's a certified nursing assistant, she recalled seeing this 19-year-old girl named Alexi urgent run through the hallway and thought, well, you know what? If you gotta go, you gotta go. A minute or two later, 19-year-old Alexi's mother, Rosa, knocks on the bathroom door to check up on her daughter. She's like, hey, Alexi, are you okay in there? Now, these are one of the single toilet bathrooms, so it's not a public restroom with a swinging door and a bunch of stalls inside. It's one person, one toilet, one sink. The mom returns to their treatment room after Alexi insists, like, hey, mom, I'm just constipated. Give me some time. Nurse Chris, he's the next person to check on Alexi in the bathroom. He knocks on the door. Alexi, it's Nurse Chris. Are you doing okay? She responded with the same thing that she told her mom, so Chris gave her some privacy because, I mean, you don't really think anything's alarming when someone's constipated. Then, another nurse checks on Alexi. Alexi refused help once more. So, through the door, the nurse told Alexi to pull the red emergency cord if she needed absolutely anything, and it would send a page to the nurse's station.
How long has it been?
Like 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So they're like, okay, so let's give Alexi some space. Now, at this point, none of them had any reason to believe that she wasn't just really constipated. Or did they? So as the time passes, as the minutes tick by, Nurse Chris paces and he's waiting for his patient to come out, and his mind starts wandering to the events leading up to this abnormally long bathroom break. Like, you feel like you're in the bathroom for a really long time, you know, when you're constipated, but it's never like 20 minutes long. So let's bring it back to the beginning of Alexi's emergency room visit. She was not there for constipation, I'll tell you that. Alexi came into the ER with lower back pain. She said early in the evening that night, she felt this intense lower back pain, and she thought, maybe I'll just sleep it off. She tries to go to sleep, the pain's getting worse, the pain's not going away, and she wakes her mom up. They drive to the emergency room, and that evening, it's quite late into the night. It's January 26, 2023, and it's actually Alexi's second time at this hospital, at the Artesia General Hospital ER, in the past 2 months.
Okay. For the same reason?
Yeah, December of 2022. So a month before she was there. Now, Nurse Chris was Alexi's first point of contact. He was responsible for triaging patients that night. Basically, he's in charge of asking the patients general questions, taking vitals, getting background, and starting a patient chart. Nurse Chris was in charge of prioritizing which patients were seen first, like who's before who, the order of admission, if you will. Now, Nurse Chris noted that Alexi's only remarkable symptoms were a somewhat elevated heart rate and a report that her back pain was a 10 on a scale of 1 through 10 of pain, with 10 being the worst.
What?
So this could mean a lot of things for a nurse. I mean, did she break her back? Did her spine get compromised? She was admitted into one of the treatment rooms in the ER for her pain, and her assigned doctor was Dr. Heather Vasquez. Now, Dr. Vasquez is like a superwoman doctor. She was the attending emergency physician at the General Hospital, but also the medical director for another clinic. So she's been practicing medicine for the past 20 years or so. If anyone in that ER knew what they were doing, it was Dr. Vasquez. But I mean, all of them knew what they were doing. You get it. And she noticed a lot of strange things about Alexi. So first of all, Dr. Vasquez attempted to do a full workup on Alexi, but a couple of things were making it very hard for her. Alexi did not let Dr. Vasquez touch her.
At all?
At all. And was almost too spatially aware of how her body moved and how close Dr. Vasquez was getting to her. Second, Alexi was unable to sit still, which could be due to a lot of things. I mean, especially back pain. You could be fidgeting, you could be trying to get comfortable, but it seemed more of like a nervous fidget rather than like a painful fidget. Like, oh, I'm in pain. I'm trying to get into a comfortable position.
How do you get checked up for back pain without getting touched?
So that's why Dr. Vasquez is like, this doesn't feel that normal. Like, I don't know what's going on right now. Does she have a condition where she is genuinely afraid of touch? Like, what's going on, right? Now, Dr. Vasquez's brain immediately began to signal, okay, well, regardless of that, looking at her symptoms, I think it's probably either kidney stones or pregnancy. And back pain can be so many different things, but with just the suspicious body language of Alexei, it just seemed to tip Dr. Vasquez's diagnostic radar. Something else was going on here. She just felt like she wasn't getting the full story. So Dr. Vasquez asked Alexei multiple times if there was any chance that she could be pregnant. Now, side note, we do have a few people close to us that are either studying to be in the medical field or are in the medical field. And for anyone with a uterus, medical staff are taught to assume that there is always a chance for pregnancy. It is such an important part of people with a uterus's healthcare, and it can have a huge impact on treatment, like plans on what medications can and cannot be used, if symptoms are related to pregnancy or it's something else that needs to be investigated. That's why pregnancy is its own field of medicine. It can change so much about the care process.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's not like they're trying to be insensitive. They just have to constantly ask you if you're pregnant. So there's certain medications you can't be given, certain operations you can't have. It's very important. It was important for Dr. Vasquez to know, and she explained this to Alexei and her mother, Rosa, who was also in the treatment room. So she's like, Mom, daughter, you got to tell me. And Rosa, the mom, commented, under no circumstances, absolutely not, is Alexei pregnant. I have been buying her pads every single month. She's on her period every single month. She's not pregnant. And Alexei agreed. Anytime Alexei was questioned about pregnancy or sexual activity, partners, protection, she insisted that 1, she was a virgin, and 2, there was absolutely no chance that she could be pregnant. And because healthcare workers only know what the patient tells them, Dr. Vasquez decided to start by doing some tests to narrow down some possible diagnoses. And that way, once again, if they know what's wrong, they can help treat it. So just to note, at this point in the treatment, the main concern is her back pain. The treatment is probably alleviating the pain while finding the root of the problem. This is what the medical staff think they're dealing with. So they start running some tests, and they just want to rule out things, kidney stones, GI obstruction. They would need a CAT scan, and as a precaution and most likely protocol, a urine strip pregnancy test was ordered. Now, urine pregnancy tests are notoriously quick at producing results. The commercial ones that you buy at like Walgreens and you bring it home and do it, they function similarly to the clinically used ones. So it's almost always the first test result to come back when you're at the hospital. It's like the quickest. The pregnancy test for Alexei comes back positive. And not like a thin, oh wait, can you see that line? Like, Nurse Chris, can you see this line? Like, maybe I'm just imagining the line. Do you see it too result? It was an unmistakably clear result that Alexei Trevizo was indeed pregnant. But how can that be? She and her mother insisted that for however many months she has been on her period, she's Virgin Mary, she doesn't have sex, no partners, so what's going on? Maybe it's a false positive? Did you know false positives are pretty rare compared to false negatives? So Dr. Vasquez ordered an HCG blood test to be 100% sure. So the blood test is a lot more accurate and a lot more precise than a urine test. The urine test just tells you if you're pregnant or not. The blood test can tell you how far along in gestation you are.
So this is happening right then and there.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, okay, let's do another one.
Yeah, but they don't tell her that she's pregnant.
Oh, they didn't tell her?
No, they're like...
when they got the first result.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're like, maybe it's a false negative, so let's run the blood. Because she's insisting she's not pregnant. And she doesn't look pregnant. So, maybe she's not. The blood test can even assist in the diagnosis of abnormal pregnancies, like an ectopic pregnancy or a possible miscarriage. This is also important. I'm so sorry. Okay, so just to be clear.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Is this the first visit or the second visit?
Second visit.
Oh, okay.
This is January.
This is like going on that night.
Oh yeah, that night. So now, just to be clear, now the focus goes from back pain, I wonder what that's from, to, oh, she's pregnant, but let's just make sure, and hopefully it's not an ectopic pregnancy, because that can cause a had normal back pain. Now, an ectopic pregnancy, as of right now, are unfortunately 100% non-viable. It's where the embryo, the fetus, basically, implants in the fallopian tubes instead of the uterus. Think of a fallopian tube as like thin spaghetti-like pieces. I mean, there is no way for that. If there's an embryo inside of the fallopian, there's no way for the pregnancy to come to term. And if it does continue to grow, it can cause excruciating pain, including back pain and potential for hemorrhage. It could be life-threatening to the mother. So Alexi's suspected cause for her pain and her positive pregnancy test, it suggested to all the medical staff that maybe she's having an ectopic pregnancy. And remember, up until this point, Dr. Vasquez has not been able to touch Alexi, let alone do a routine physical exam, and Alexi is wearing super baggy clothes. She appeared to be a normal teenager who just kind of like rolled out of bed and went to urgent care. She was wearing large black sweats and a big orange t-shirt, like a high school t-shirt. So when you picture a full-term pregnant woman, their belly is like unmistakable. You know, even in a big t-shirt, it's unmistakable. Alexi, on top of that, was very short. Like she's just a little over 5'1". So anytime a petite woman is pregnant, it's like even more obvious due to the proportions. Alexi did not look heavily pregnant at all. So Dr. Vasquez and her care team had no reason to suspect that Alexi was anywhere near full term. So yes, the urine test confirmed she was pregnant, but because she wasn't showing, they rightfully assumed it was maybe her first trimester. Now, anyway, they're about to confirm it with the HCG pregnancy test, so it's just kind of a waiting game for the results. That panel, the blood panel, would take remarkably longer than a urine strip test, so as they wait, the healthcare team, they update Alexi and Rosa for what they're waiting for. Now, this is also when they officially report the positive pregnancy result to Alexi and Rosa, her mom. So that indeed is just confirming that everyone, mom, patient, doctor, nurse, everyone knows that Alexi has tested positive for pregnancy, but we're still going to confirm it with a blood test. They had no idea how far along she was. They didn't know anything else to tell her. This is just what they have. And as of right now, Alexi still will not let Dr. Vasquez touch her. So now on Alexi's care team, we have Dr. Vasquez, who is unable to provide adequate care because Alexi refuses to let her touch her. And then we met Nurse Chris, who first triaged Alexi and heard of her initial symptoms of back pain, got her into the treatment room. And now we have Nurse HT. He goes by his initials, so I'm going to keep it that way. But HT was the charge nurse that night. And the charge nurse is the leadership role. So he's basically on charge of all the nurses on that shift. And he had been a nurse for years. In the past, he served for the Marines. He was actually provided healthcare for the military bases. And this man, just like everyone else in this hospital, very, very qualified. Nurse HT wasn't necessarily put on Alexi's case, but Nurse Chris came to him with a bunch of concerns. Chris was kind of worried. He said it just didn't feel right about the positive pregnancy test. And the fact that mother and daughter were so adamant that it was impossible that she was pregnant, it was just, they just kept saying she was a virgin. But the pregnancy test came back positive, so I don't know. Nurse Chris told Nurse HT, you know, she's saying like, there's absolutely no way she's a virgin, and she reported that she had her period every single month like clockwork. Chris told HT about how upset Alexi's mom Rosa was and how she was processing the news that the urine test came back positive. And it was just so odd that both mom and daughter seemed to be in complete and utter denial. And the mom wasn't even helping the situation. Nurse Chris felt like it was getting to a weird point. Rosa kept asking Alexi things like, why didn't you tell me? You were supposed to come to me first.
Wait. So when they told them that she's pregnant, what did they say?
They're like, no, there's no way. And then the mom turns to the daughter and is like, why didn't you tell me? You're supposed to come to me first.
Oh, so the mom
is upset.
Recognized that she is pregnant now.
Yeah. And so it's like just getting very bizarre. And Nurse Chris is just ranting to Nurse HT. So charge Nurse HT, he'd seen a lot of things in his career. And Rosa and Alexi's actions up until this point to him were pretty par for the course. You know, it was an emotional situation and totally common for the topic of sexual activity to cause friction between the parent and child. But he tells Chris, if it escalates, there are options, you know? Because the patient's chart states that Alexi is 19, she is an adult. We don't need a guardian in the room. So if the mom is making it hard for her to receive health care or making it difficult for this patient to be honest and upfront, legally, we have every right to escort the mom outside to the waiting room because she is a legal adult and she doesn't need a guardian present. She's 19. Now, this part is going to be very, very pertinent to the story that Alexi is a 19-year-old high school student living with her mom. It just complicates a lot of things. So even though she's legally an adult, maybe they have a relationship where it still feels like she's a minor and she's treated as such. Back to the situation at hand. Nurses HT and Chris both agree that they're going to wait and see if the back and forth between the mom and daughter continue. And if that's the case, they're going to lead Rosa out to the waiting room. But till then, they're still waiting for the blood panel results. Dr. Vasquez had other patients waiting on her. And just sitting around with Alexi wasn't helping anyone. So Dr. Vasquez could only wait and help ease some of Alexi's symptoms of back pain. She prescribed morphine, Zofran, and sodium chloride. Now, morphine is a narcotic used to treat pain. Zofran is used to alleviate nausea. And sodium chloride is basically to replenish your electrolytes. It's not even a prescription medication. It's like an over-the-counter thing. So we're going to come back to these meds later, but this is going to help Alexi while they wait for the results. Now, the doctors and nurses, they would lose the race against time. The results would not come quick enough. And what many believe to be murder would take place that very night in that very hospital. While they're waiting, Alexi runs to the hallway bathroom. It looks like she's trying to rush to poop. Nothing alarming. I mean, like I said, the nurses had seen worse. But after what feels like quite a bit of time, the nurse, Chris, he starts getting a bit concerned. And on top of that, he was hearing some abnormal activity in the bathroom. It was like flush, pause, paper towel dispenser, flush, pause, paper towel dispenser. Wait, she's pregnant. Could she be having a miscarriage? Chris calls for Lori, who rushes over and she hears the same thing. A few more flushes went by, and Lori tells Chris, what if she's having a miscarriage in there and she's flushing everything down the toilet?
Oh my goodness.
They attempt to call out to Alexi again, asking her to come out so that they can make sure that she's okay. But instead they hear, flush, pause, paper towel dispenser. No response. So the risks were escalating now as of Alexi's care team. They're starting to get incredibly worried that she's either miscarrying or hurting herself in an attempt to miscarry because to the staff, she just found out that she's pregnant. She's 19. She's a high school student. It's not completely unreasonable. Also, anytime a patient is locked in a bathroom over the normal allotted time and they're not responding, it's a cause for concern in a hospital. She was in the bathroom for about 20 minutes. She entered around 1:38 a.m. and came out around 2 a.m. Alexi's care team attempted to check up on her multiple times and she was not responding. Dr. Vasquez ended up telling the staff, and I quote, "You need to get her out of there right now." So Chris calls to Lori to retrieve the master key from the nurse's station around the corner. And as Lori is hustling to grab the keys and run over, Chris is knocking on the door and giving Alexi one final warning. Alexi, please open the door or else we will have to open it ourselves and make sure that you are safe, okay? The flushing stops. Lori is jingling the keys in front of the bathroom door and is about to put the master key in. And at the very last second, Alexi unlocks the bathroom door and she's just standing in front of them, almost looking dazed. And as a reflex, Lori turns around, kind of giving Alexi some privacy. It just felt very weird, and prioritizing putting the master key away since Dr. Vasquez and Nurse Chris were already there. So as Lori returns the keys down the hall, and once Alexi is out of the threshold of the door frame, Chris gets a clear view into the bathroom that she was just in.
Mm-hmm.
All he saw was red. The sight caught him off guard, and he asked Alexi, what happened?
Like blood everywhere?
Oh yeah, like walls on the tiles everywhere. Not just the toilet, like walls everywhere, sink. Alexi just responded that she was on her period. Both Chris and Dr. Vasquez saw the amount of blood. They were both under the impression that this is not just blood from a heavy flow. The volume and the the kind of like the consistency and the circumstances of everything, they all pointed to an early term miscarriage. And remember, there is still no indication that Alexei was full term. She's petite, she's 19, a cheerleader. Her belly had little indication of anything else floating around inside except perhaps some natural bloating. She wore baggy clothes. She refused to let the doctors or nurses touch her during her triage and exam. So why do I keep reiterating that? Because as of right now, they are still, after seeing all this blood, everyone is treating this as a 19-year-old that is too scared, too emotional to come to terms with the fact that she was pregnant and just suffered a miscarriage. They have no idea that they're dealing with an alleged murderer, and that also means hospital staff were not looking for a victim or a baby. Dr. Vasquez immediately ushers Alexei back into her treatment room, and she knew that she had to perform a vaginal exam as soon as possible to assess what happened in there. Another staff member in the room was also assisting Dr. Vasquez. And so with Dr. V taking care of Alexei, the nurse Chris and Lori, they take on the task of cleaning up what they believe to be a miscarriage. No. So Lori contacts Leela, who is part of the housekeeping team of the hospital, and she notifies her that there is a cleanup needed in the hallway bathroom. There has been a miscarriage. Lori goes in before Leela arrives and notes like the viscosity and the thickness of the blood was consistent with miscarriage in some aspects. It definitely wasn't a period. There was so much blood. I mean, smears on the wall, as well as almost like a bizarre splatter pattern. So she said it's almost like if you had a balloon filled with blood and you kind of popped it.
So I went and I got the key, and just as we were getting ready to open the door, she opened it, and all I saw was like blood everywhere, like on the walls, on the toilet. It just looked like a horror film.
Now, was it covering the floor, or was it like splotches?
You could tell she was wiping it up with paper towels because it was like smeared.
Okay.
Yeah.
The blood was bright red, the smell was penetrating, and another nurse, I'm going to keep her name anonymous, but she stopped by to see what was going on and why the bathroom was painted in blood. She was so appalled by the state of the bathroom that something deep down inside of her told her to take pictures. She would take pictures, and allegedly she would take them to the police. Now, if those pictures still exist, we don't know because the police have been very, very hush-hush about it. These would be the only permanent pieces of evidence regarding the blood of the crime scene. The other reports are just eyewitness testimonies by hospital staff. Housekeeper Leela arrives. The staff can be seen pointing, glancing, and maneuvering around bloody footprints left in the hallway because there was that much blood that when Alexei walked back to her treatment room, she's like leaving bloody footprints. And housekeeper Leela, she begins to clean. Now, Leela starts with cleaning up the hallway so people don't slip on the blood, and it's a biohazard. There's so much blood, like so much. And after that, Leela gets to work on the bathroom. Now, at this point, it's about 2:10 in the morning, January 27th, 2023. She said that there was so much blood, she had to go in and clean everything multiple times. And she had to make sure she got everything well because, again, blood is a biohazard. 15 minutes pass of Leela mopping and cleaning up the smears of blood in the bathroom, and she's getting ready to take out the bathroom trash. So the bathroom trash, it didn't look like it was filled. Like it just had a little bit of waste and a little bit of smears of blood, and she's just going to get it out and put in a new liner. Even if there's like one napkin with blood in there, she's supposed to take it out. That's like the regulations. And you know that feeling when you try to pick up something and you kind of already have a gauge of how much it's going to weigh. Mm-hmm. And when it contradicts your beliefs or your thought, your body's kind of like, oh, whoa. Mm-hmm. It's like when you expect a suitcase to be super heavy, but turns out there's nothing in there, so it's light and your arm kind of does like a weird thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, typically the bathroom trash is just filled with paper towels after people wash their hands.
Yes.
But Leela's arm suddenly went heavy. There was a lot more weight in there than she expected. But the feeling is disorienting. You're just like, oh, weird. But it's a feeling that goes away. And Leela had a lot going on in her mind. So she set the trash bag outside the door of the restroom. And as she's finishing cleaning, she's thinking, oh, shoot, we keep the roll of trash bags in the bathroom, like new trash bags. Maybe someone threw that into the trash bag and that's why it's so heavy. And not saying she was going to take it out and use it. I don't know if there's hospital regulations against that, but she just wanted to double take and see if that was the case, to see if her suspicions were correct. Mm-hmm. The next moments for the Artesia General Hospital staff were a blur. Leela yelled for HT and Lori, who were both at the nurse's station at the corner. Lori responded first, and Leela's horrified face was just enough to signal that everything was wrong. Like, everything was very, very seriously wrong. Lori leans down and she starts sifting through the trash. HT follows and leans down to look as well. And immediately HT runs and pulls Dr. Vasquez straight out of Alexi's room to update her. And he's basically like, you have to come now. So Dr. Vasquez comes down the hall and presumably he's kind of giving her updates as they're walking because she has her hands in her hair. She's visibly very distressed.
Who?
The doctor.
Okay.
And one peek into the trash bin and Dr. Vasquez's arm shoots out, pointing to the trauma room next to them across the hall. Put him in trauma 2.
Poku. The baby?
So they bring the entire trash bag into the trauma room and the lights are turned on and the care team members are hustling in and out. The situation unfolding seemed to slow time all the way to like a stop. You know, one of the nurses, HT, was a Marine. He had been practicing for years. Lori had been working for 16 years. Dr. Vasquez was the medical director at another hospital. She had been a physician for 20 years. Nurse Chris had been in the emergency department for 5 years. Combined, Alexi's healthcare team had over a lifetime of experience in medicine. Yet there was nothing that could prepare the team for what allegedly Alexi Treviso's actions led to that night. Inside the trash bin were a bunch of used paper towels as well as trash bags, new trash bags. It's almost as if you were to take a new trash bag out of the roll, open it up and kind of crinkle it up to make like a trash ball, but it's just a new trash bag and stuff it in. Those were all taken out. And at the very bottom was another clear trash liner and the tiny body of a baby boy inside. There was an open end of the trash bag. And you know when you don't finish your loaf of bread, you kind of twist it? And then maybe you don't tie it because you don't like untying it. So you kind of tuck it underneath your bread loaf and you're like, well, I hope it just keeps it closed.
No.
That's how the baby boy was found. Nurse HT cradled the baby boy out of the trash bag and ripped the bag open to get to the baby as quick as possible to see if there was any indication of life or any chance at resuscitation. Lori noticed the clear bag was suctioned against the baby boy's face like a vacuum seal over his eyes, nose, and mouth, and his tiny head, and he had a full head of hair. If you've ever seen a horror movie where someone is smothered by having a plastic bag around their head and it just suctions to them like saran wrap, it was kind of like that. The baby boy's body was cold to the touch, and yeah, his skin was blue and fleshy purple, and there were smears of blood and mucus all over him. And from his tiny body, there was the umbilical cord, still completely attached to what would have been his belly button. The umbilical cord is what connects the mother and the baby, and it has to be cut during birth. It's not like a string. It's pretty thick. It's pretty tough. I'm sure it's a very interesting consistency. It's not easy to cut through. They're kind of elastic. The end of his umbilical cord had this frayed edge, and it was horrific. The edge wasn't clean. Obviously, there were no scissors in the bathroom. Instead, the edge was frayed. Pieces of the umbilical cord fiber had been ripped apart, as if someone had held the umbilical cord in both hands, twisted and ripped it apart. The end was so frayed and so horrifically frayed. The only thing that Lori, the CNA, could compare it to was when you were to grab a piece of string cheese and just yank it, rip it apart, and it's like the little fibers of the cheese are sticking out. In her official police interview, she says that's the first thing that she thought of. And she said, and I quote, "This chick really tore this apart. It looked like an animal tore it apart." She continued, you know how you eat string cheese and you kind of twist it? That's how the umbilical cord looked. No resuscitation efforts could be made by the care team due to the quality of Baby Doe's body. Baby Doe's body was too cold, too unmoving, too asphyxiated, too blue, too purple, too black for any resuscitation efforts. At this point, everyone immediately understood the situation, and the ER had become a crime scene, and Baby Doe's body would be taken in for autopsy. There was no chance for resuscitation. It was more important for them to keep his little body at rest and preserve any and all evidence. Now, Dr. Vasquez declared time of death for the baby boy in the early hours of the morning. Baby Doe died on January 27th, 2023 at 2:28 p.m., the very same day he was born. He spent his estimated 15 to 20 minutes here on Earth, allegedly suffocating to death, allegedly at the hands of his mother, in a hospital bathroom, with doctors, nurses, right outside one door. Later, his autopsy reports will suggest that he died alone at the bottom of a trash can. Not once did Alexei mention the baby boy to any of the medical staff that were ready to help or assist. She never mentioned the baby boy before or after the bathroom incident, not when she denied ever having sex, not when Chris asked if she was pregnant. Not once did she let the medical staff in on her secret that she had given birth to a full-term baby just minutes before, and oh, the baby's in the bathroom. Rather, Alexei kept her mouth shut and she continued to receive her own care by Dr. Vasquez for her back. Here's the thing, just existing these days is so expensive. The cost of living is at an all-time high. Interest rates are still rising. And I think the very last thing we should do is feel guilt or shame at having debt. Life is rough and you deserve to show yourself some of that grace. And one of the best ways to show yourself some compassion is to find a better solution to paying off your debt. PDS Debt has customized 0% interest options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or even medical bills. PDS Debt is giving our qualified listeners a free debt savings analysis just for completing the 30-second online debt assessment at pdsdebt.com/mango. You can get a full breakdown on how to save on interest each month and the quickest way to take care of your debt. PDS Debt will actually roll all of your payments into this one low 0% interest monthly payment, and everyone with over $10,000 or more in debt qualifies. There is no minimum credit score required, bad and fair credit are accepted, and you can save thousands on interest and fees, and you can pay off your debt in a fraction of the time. And trust me, in situations like this, you're gonna feel like a weight is lifting off your shoulders. Just even when you get started, even when you start taking action, it's such a good feeling. PDS Debt is offering free debt analysis to our listeners just for completing the quick and easy debt assessment at www.pdsdebt.com/mango. That's pdsdebt.com/mango. Take back your financial freedom today by visiting pdsdebt.com/mango. But before I get ahead of myself, let's talk about what happened after Alexei came out of the restroom and what was happening in her room while the discovery of Baby Doe was being made, and what happened when the police arrived and when they officially tell Rosa and Alexei the news about the discovery, because Alexei says some pretty damning things. When Dr. Vasquez escorts Alexei back to the bathroom, back to the treatment room from the bathroom, so this is like right after birth, Nurse Elizabeth was now on Alexei's healthcare team as well. She had no prior contact with Alexei before she went into the bathroom. She just got assigned this case. Now, Nurse Elizabeth explains that when Dr. Vasquez and Alexei came back, Alexei was actively bleeding. So again, no one has found the baby. They just gently break the news to Alexei and Rosa. It seems that you've suffered a miscarriage. And because Alexei is actively bleeding, Dr. Vasquez asked if she could perform a vaginal exam to further evaluate the condition. Now, the nurse Elizabeth, she's busying herself with cleaning Alexei up and prepping her for the exam. And Rosa, the mom, she's stepping in and having a back and forth about the news. She's like, why didn't you tell me? Scolding her daughter, freaking out about, why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? And as Dr. Vasquez proceeds with the exam, Rosa is just visibly upset. And this is wild, but still, Alexei continued to deny that she ever had sex. She still insisted after this, quote, miscarriage that she was a virgin. So all the while this is happening, Dr. Vasquez and Nurse Elizabeth noticed that Alexei was continuing to bleed extensively, to the point where blood was now flowing down her inner legs, as well as there was a small puddle next to the exam table that she was on.
Wow.
So Dr. Vasquez's first observation when starting the vaginal exam was that Alexei's cervix was wide open and blood was flowing out. So this is what you mean when you give birth. They look at how dilated you are. Pretty dilated. Dr. Vasquez and Nurse Elizabeth, they worked to suction the blood the best that they could until there was a knock on the door. And charge nurse HT is like, Dr. Vasquez, you gotta come outside. Now, Nurse Elizabeth stayed in Alexi's room. She had no idea that there was a baby boy outside in the hallway. She gets Alexi into a hospital gown and is trying to clean up the blood as best as she can. And then she left to take care of her other patients. She would periodically check on Alexi to make sure she was okay, but her condition was not life-threatening, or at least everyone thought so at this point. A little bit later, when Elizabeth, the nurse, was grabbing some blankets, Dr. Vasquez and Alexi's other nurses, they pull her aside and notify her about the discovery of baby Doe. And she was instructed not to say a word until the police came. And her whole job was to continue providing care as needed, pretending like nothing happened. Nobody wanted to let Alexi know that they knew what she had done in that bathroom. At least not till the police came. So after Nurse HT found the baby boy and Dr. Vasquez called the time of death, HT basically shut down the hospital. They went into lockdown. No one's going to touch or go near the body of baby Doe or that bathroom. They were going to wait until the police came. Dr. Vasquez and the team, they made this game plan. Okay, call the police, wait for them to get here. No one tells them. Okay, this is like information lockdown, strict protocol. They would continue providing care for Alexi regardless of the criminal investigation they believed was about to be launched. So the police get there and Nurse HT fills them on all the events. And this was recorded on the police body cam cameras and it's part of the original video that went viral. When Nurse HT is speaking with the cops, we hear very haunting dialogue. He says she went to the bathroom. She was in there for quite a while. We kept knocking on the door. Finally, we got her to open the door and there was blood everywhere. She'd put the baby in the trash can and then she put another trash bag over on top of it. So when they looked in there, it looked like there was no trash in there, but underneath it, it was just a clean bag. The officer responds, "Wow. Okay. The baby is dead. We have him in trauma too, but she killed the kid."
We have him what?
We have him inside trauma too, but she killed the kid. How old was the baby? I don't know. He's full term. She wouldn't tell us she's pregnant. She's been lying the whole time. Now, Dr. Vasquez walks up to the officers and asks if they can accompany her while she notifies Alexi and Rosa of the discovery of the baby. She wanted to make sure that all the legal bases were covered and that there were witnesses, including the body cam footage. Now, this part of the case went absolutely viral due to the body cam footage, and I can see why. It's confusing, it's weird, it's wild. There's even more questions. But the reactions of both mother and I guess mother, so both mom and daughter, Rosa and Alexi, they're strange. It's atypical. So inside the treatment room, we have Alexi on the hospital bed and her mom, Rosa, is standing up. And in walks Dr. Vasquez, Nurse HT, and one of the police. Dr. Vasquez breaks the news. "I'm sorry, we've discovered a dead baby in the bathroom." Rosa, Alexi's mother, gasps, "Oh my gosh." Alexi tries to explain. She says, "I'm sorry, he came out of me and I didn't know what to do." Now, this part has been dissected over and over again. What would you imagine Rosa's reaction to be? Alexi's mom's reaction to this? Many netizens did not like the way that she responded. She said, "Alexi, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell me the truth."
Lexi, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell me the truth.
That sounds like Kate lied about they didn't do their homework.
Yeah. So Rosa stands up, paces for a short moment, and she's pressing her hands on her forehead and sternly asks Alexi, "What did you do to it?" The doctor immediately says, "Okay, stop right there, stop. Number one priority, guys, number one priority is that she just had a baby and I don't know if she still has the placenta inside of her and she's bleeding significantly." So Alexi tries to explain to Dr. Vasquez, "I'm scared. It wasn't crying or anything." So two things. Netizens did not like how Rosa scolded her daughter for something like this. The reaction was strange. It almost felt like she already knew or kind of had her suspicions that something like this was going to happen. It's also on par with what you said, a mother scolding someone for not doing their homework.
Yeah.
Now, secondly, Alexi will often refer to the child, her child, as it. Now, her doctor, Dr. Vasquez, still needs to prioritize her physical well-being. She recommends transferring her to a different hospital called Lovelace, where they specialize in obstetrics. And because Alexi just gave birth in secret, they have no idea if the placenta was delivered. If there is placenta tissue left in the uterus, the condition can be life-threatening for the mom. Now, in addition, Alexi is also heavily bleeding. So they're very concerned about, anything that's going to happen to her. Dr. Vasquez says, I'm very sorry about this, but in terms of delivering a baby, it looked like you tried to hide it. We do need to have the police involved. Alexi takes this in, looks at her mom and says, nothing, it wasn't crying. It came out and nothing. Dr. Vasquez responds for Rosa. But the baby is going to be taken in for autopsy and there will be an investigation and everything. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We need to do this correctly and I want to be transparent with you and what our steps are going to be. Now, Dr. Vasquez proceeds to arrange the transfer. She leaves the room, leaving Alexi, Rosa, charge nurse HT, and the officer remaining. Now, nurse HT is about to leave, but before he does, he asks them, do you guys have any questions for me? And Rosa says, how big was the baby? Full term.
You guys have any questions for me?
Like, how big is the baby?
It's full term.
What? 9 months? Nothing was crying. Lexi, have you watched the news of the girls that what they do to their babies and what they go to jail? Nothing was crying.
Rosa's eyes widen and her hands go up to her face in shock. And this conversation continues to really freak out netizens. Rosa gasps, looks at her daughter and says, what? 9 months? Lexi, have you watched the news of the girls, what they do to their babies and they go to jail? Side note, that comment has been picked apart by netizens, and it seems as if the mother is potentially alluding to another famous New Mexico case. About exactly a year ago, January of 2022, there was a young woman named Alexis Avila who was found guilty for throwing her baby into a dumpster. The baby survived.
What happened to her?
Jail.
Okay.
To which Alexi responds, it wasn't crying. So Rosa turns around, running her fingers through her hair, moving to the corner of the room, sobbing, and Nurse HT leaves the room for now. So now it's just mom and daughter and the police officer. Throughout the entire body cam footage, although blurry, Alexi is not wiping her eyes. She's not visibly tearing up. She's just relatively unmoving. She stays in the bed and she looks scared, but she doesn't seem to be crying or emotional. Her mom asks her, where did you put the baby at? Tell me the truth. Her mom asks her again, where? And then the audio cuts out. So you can see the both of them say something, but nothing is heard. Rosa clarifies, it came out in the toilet? Alexi says, yes, he wasn't crying. And you put it in the bag? Yes. What bag? In the trash bag. There's a point in the conversation where Redditors have a lot of problems with how the mother speaks to the daughter. So Alexi is telling her mom all of this, where she put the baby. And she's also saying, like, I'm scared, right? And the mom says, why didn't you tell us? And then immediately she kind of flips on her daughter and says, do you want to get in trouble? Which is strange because you're already in a world of trouble. She says,
that is so odd.
Yeah, she continues, do you want to get in trouble for this? Because you can get in trouble for this now. One netizen pointed out, as soon as the mother said, do you want to get in trouble for this? I immediately knew who the real problem was in this family unit. The girl is already in trouble. That statement makes little to no sense unless the mother is still desperately trying to take control and trying to threaten her child. I will say the family dynamic is interesting and surely it plays a big part in today's case, but we're going to dive into it later. Eventually, Rosa gets pulled out of the treatment room and is told to stay in the waiting room till the detectives arrive. So as of right now, it's just been cops, not part of the investigation division. And because Alexi is legally an adult, they want to keep her isolated from any witnesses or potential co-conspirators, which is a theory that's going to come up later. So the cops tell Alexi that she's currently being detained in police custody and that a cop is going to be with her at all times at the hospital. When Alexi is alone with the nurse, she is asked by the nurse, right now it is very, very important that you are very honest and very truthful with us. Did your baby take at least one breath when it first happened, or was your baby not breathing? Alexei said, I've been having this bad abdominal pain, and so we came to the ER. When they brought me back in here to this room, I felt like I needed to poop, and I asked if I could go to the bathroom. So when they said yeah, that I could go to the bathroom, I sat on the toilet, and it all just fell out. But when I had it in my arms, it wasn't breathing. He wasn't moving. It wasn't breathing. So I just placed it in there. Okay, and was it a steady boyfriend, the father? Yes. Do you want me to include him as the father? For what? The birth and the death certificate? Oh, no, I don't want to put him down. So while Alexei is in the treatment room receiving postpartum care, her mom Rosa calls her husband and Alexei's boyfriend's family and breaks the news. They're all going to join Rosa in the waiting room. So to give a clear picture, Rosa calls her husband, aka Alexei's stepdad, so not her biological father.
Are these recorded?
Yeah, on body cam. And then Alexei's boyfriend and his mom will be in the waiting room as well. Meanwhile, Alexei is still waiting to be transferred. And side note, this is when we meet the ultrasound tech Lorraine, and Alexei's questions and behaviors with Lorraine become a bit suspicious. Now, ultrasound tech Lorraine and CNA Lori are two different people. Lorraine, the ultrasound tech, was on call for ultrasounds, and she arrived at the emergency room in the midst of this chaos. She wasn't there at the hospital. So she runs in and she's had like 20 years of ultrasound tech practice underneath her belt, and she just noticed a lot of police presence the minute she got there. But
so she's here to help Alexei.
Yeah, see what's going on, you know, is the placenta still in there?
Got it.
So before entering Alexei's room for the ultrasound, she was filled in briefly on what's going on, and Lorraine said that the whole procedure was incredibly uncomfortable. There was an officer already in Alexei's room, and Lorraine asked him to step out, which he did. Lorraine kept her head down as she prepped Alexei, and she had no intention of conversing with Alexei, and she hoped that maybe she would get the message. But she starts talking. Alexei told Lorraine, I don't know what's going on. I didn't know I was pregnant. I'm a cheerleader. I started gaining weight. My clothes were tight. I was taking birth control pills, and none of this makes sense. Lorraine stayed quiet and could only gently respond, I don't know what to tell you. Lorraine finished up the ultrasound and noted that there was a significant amount of bleeding and tissue, but that was pretty normal for regular typical deliveries, and Lorraine updated Dr. Vasquez after leaving the patient's room. She would also go to the cops and note that Alexei's tone was very panicked, but to her it didn't seem like a person that truly had no idea what was going on. Lorraine said that she had been in the field for 20 years and she had seen some weird people. She had talked to some off people, but she testified that Alexei's case did not seem like that. You know, it almost sounded like the way she's saying it was she's trying to get someone to believe her. She's trying to get someone on her side.
She was obviously in labor, you know, and I think she knew that. And so my assumption was, you know, she panics because when she was talking to me, she was talking pretty rapid, and she was like, I don't understand. So, you know, was it all mental, psychological, who knows, but she definitely knew what she was doing, and what was doing was wrong because of the way she was talking to me, you know, just stating, you know, I didn't realize I was pregnant, and, you know, but I'm taking birth control, you know, so, I mean, she was panicked, but, you know, I didn't see her being in a state of mind where she did not know what she was doing.
Now, remember Nurse Elizabeth? She's still taking care of Alexei. She's providing postpartum care after all of this. And she is one of the staff that's having direct contact with Alexei after the police get involved. She said that Alexei kept talking to her as well, and Elizabeth reported that Alexei did not say anything about what happened in the bathroom, but she was just worried that she was going to get in trouble, and she even asked, what's going to happen? I don't know, Alexei. Would there be any bad outcomes if I had stopped taking one medication and started another? It depends on the medications. What would happen if I stopped taking birth control and started taking weight loss pills? Chills ran up Elizabeth's back.
What does that mean?
Okay, so people interpret it two different ways, right? Oh, well, first of all, Elizabeth just said, I'm not a pharmaceutical major, so I don't know what to tell you. And she left the room. A lot of netizens speculate that 19-year-old Alexei was probably not asking this question out of genuine curiosity or concern. It's not like, oh my God, I'm so dumb and young and I made a grave error in judgment. It kind of feels like, again, the same thing with Lorraine. She's trying to trap someone into believing her as if she truly is this confused girl that made an honest mistake. Now, the second speculation is that many people pointed out Alexei asking if it's weird for her to take weight loss pills or if something happened, maybe it's more of like a, hey, I started taking weight loss pills because I was pregnant and I didn't want anyone to know. Like, it's such a random thing to bring up. Some people speculate that maybe she saw online or something that maybe weight loss pills could result in a non-viable pregnancy or like an at-home termination. So it just seems, again, I think the whole purpose of her saying this to a nurse is not really for help or for answers, but to get someone to kind of believe her, to be on her side. Now, at this point, even with all of this going on, Alexei has still not been arrested. An autopsy would be performed in order for that arrest warrant to be served. The consequences of disposing of a body after stillbirth are drastically different from a newborn being alive and healthy, and then due to a sequence of someone's actions, that baby ended up dead. So while Alexei is waiting to be transferred, baby Doe is sent for autopsy. Alexei's mom, Rosa, is in the waiting room with her husband, Alexei's stepdad, Alexei's boyfriend, and Alexei's boyfriend's mom. All of this is in the body cam footage. So when the officer arrives, Rosa stands up while the other three people remain in their seats. She immediately asks about Alexei and where she's going, and the officer informs her for the next steps and tells Rosa that the baby will be going into autopsy. Rosa just completely disregards the baby. Rosa's like, whatever, I don't care. And immediately asks about Alexei. Is she gonna get released? When? How? Are y'all gonna take her into custody or anything like that? Note that even though the cop, he had stated, the baby boy is gonna be sent. He's gonna be sent to be autopsied. He mentioned the baby's pronouns, the gender, and Rosa doesn't care. Rosa's only thinking about Alexei, not her grandchild. She didn't even register once that this was a baby boy that she just had.
The baby's gonna go up north for autopsy. Mm-hmm. More likely it'll be done within the next day.
Is she gonna get detained after, she's released? How?
Get what?
Are y'all gonna take her into custody or anything like that?
That depends on what the DA finds. We have to wait for the autopsy to come back to see what happened. Because right now, with how everything happened.
As the footage continues, Alexei's stepdad, the husband to Rosa, is the only one that seems to be very upset with the situation. He's crying. He remains seated and in distress. He's asking questions about the baby. Now, across from the stepdad are Alexei's boyfriend and his mom, who remain seated, and they really only talk when they're spoken to by the cop. So before we get into the footage, let's go over quickly the relationship between Alexei and the guy sitting in the waiting room with his mom. This is the boyfriend. This is the supposed father of baby Doe. His name is Devin Fierro. Alexei and Devin had been dating for close to 2 years at this point. Devin was born to his mother, Melanie, who is also in the waiting room with him. And there's not too much information about the Fierro family, as Alexei is the accused. There's just not too much about him. Netizens remain divided on whether or not they believe he knew about the pregnancy or not. We don't officially know. Devin himself has not made a public statement, and I'm sure we are not going to hear anything official or any valid reports until the trial in this fall. He also attended the same high school as Alexei. They were both seniors ready to graduate, and Devin was a bit younger, so he's 18 and Alexei is 19 years old. Now, because of the viral nature of this case, netizens have tried digging for some gold. Most of the speculations flying around are completely unverifiable, but all we have right now is that he kept a low profile. They seem to be really in love, like a high school love. There have been falsified Instagram accounts that have been popping up pretending to be him, but so far there's not much. Now, back to the investigation. Some netizens applaud the cops' carefully chosen words following all of this. The officer says to Rosa, "So you would be the grandmother." Rosa corrects him, shaking her head, and says, "No, I'm mom. I'm her mom." The officer tells her, "So you would be the dead son's grandmother." Rosa responds, "Yes," and then immediately her hand shoots up and she's pointing a finger at the boyfriend's mom. and goes, so is she. That's her boyfriend.
Even though she's of age, if she's not available to be contacted, can we put you down as next of kin for all mine? Okay. And you'd be grandmother?
I'm mom.
So you'd be
I'm
the
her mom.
you'd be the descendant's grandmother?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
So that's her boyfriend.
The clip is super eerie. The way that Rosa immediately and literally and figuratively and physically points her finger at the boyfriend's mom to be like, oh, you're accusing me of being a grandma? Well, wait a minute, she is too. The cop gets the boyfriend's info and inquires about Alexi's pain when it all started. Rosa goes on to say that Alexi's father had beaten her when she was pregnant, which resulted in Alexi having back and hip issues, and she regularly saw a chiropractor and she's almost kind of using this as a way to explain the back pain and how it all had a history. Some conversation passes and the cop asks the boyfriend, I'm not trying to be rude, but you would be the baby's father, correct? He nods, and this is where something so strange happens. So up until this point, we just thought that Rosa is this mom who is such a tiger mom. She's so strict. She doesn't want her kids having sex, right? Devi was the manager at this local cafe in Jakarta called Olivier Cafe. And she takes her job very, very seriously. She takes pride in taking care of her customers, making sure that all her staff are polished and polite. She made sure the cafe itself always looked very, very magical. It had this forest theme, but not like the Rainforest Cafe, no offense, Disney. It was like a magical plant-filled urban oasis. Like think of a coffee shop in Brooklyn. That's kind of the vibe. You're talking fiddle leaf plants. This one is a doozy. It was viral in China. And it all kind of unfolded January 2023. So like 4 or 5 months ago. A guard was patrolling the high school grounds. He worked for this massive boarding school. And when I say massive, I mean, I think they owned close to 600 acres of land. So it's a big chunk of land that he's guarding. He had to take his little guard dog, patrol through the woods, make sure that there's no trespasser. Dr. Vasquez had been a practicing medical doctor for years. She was seasoned, she was knowledgeable, and because she worked in the emergency department, she had seen just about everything, you know? The fragility of human life, the total loss of death, and everything in between. They're talking about a case that takes place in Seoul, South Korea. And we're going to start with a man named Kwon Yong-chul. He was preparing to leave for work just like any other day. It's 9 a.m, but he doesn't work like your typical 9-to-5 job. He's not going to be home tonight. In fact, it wouldn't be another 26 hours till he got home. He worked 24-hour shifts. So he's spending a ton of time with his kid. He has a 3-year-old kid and a 100-day-old kid. He's just trying to get as much family time as possible because 24 hours without them, he's not going to be able to tuck them into bed. He's not going to be able to eat dinner with them tonight. And lastly, he looks at his wife and he knows. It's like at the tip of her tongue. She just wants to say it. She wants to blurt it out, but she knows she can't. Every single day that he leaves for her work, she wants to say, "Be careful, honey. Please, be careful, be safe." But it's a superstition, much like the healthcare workers at hospitals. They never say, this one is a doozy. It was viral in China, and it all kind of unfolded January 2023. So June of 2019 is when this case takes place. A Chinese couple in their early 30s, they take this little vacation in a national park in Thailand. This is kind of pertinent to the story, but the couple, they're Chinese citizens, but they live in Thailand full time. But even we're talking about a case that takes place in Seoul, South Korea. And we're going to start with a man named Kwon Yong-chul. He was preparing to leave for work just like any other day. It's 9 a.m, but he doesn't work like your typical 9-to-5 job. He's not going to be home tonight. In fact, it wouldn't be another. Devi was the manager at this local cafe in Jakarta called Olivier Cafe. And she takes her job very, very seriously. She takes pride in taking care of her customers, making sure that all her staff. Dr. Vasquez had been a practicing medical doctor for years. Dr. Vasquez had been a practicing medical doctor for years. She was seasoned, she was knowledgeable, and because she worked in the emergency department, Devi was the manager at this local cafe in Jakarta called Olivier Cafe. And this one is a doozy. It was viral in China, and it all kind of unfolded January 2023, so like 4 or 5 months ago. So June of 2019 is when this case takes place. A Chinese couple in their early 30s, they take this little vacation in a national park in Thailand. This is kind of pertinent to the story, but the couple, they're Chinese citizens, but they live in Thailand full time. But even within Thailand, they're like, let's